The morning my father remembered I existed, I was standing in a frozen courtyard, in a shirt thin enough to read a book through, swinging a sword at nothing. It was the 53rd year of Daishuan, early spring, which in the capital of Great Wu means winter with better marketing. Frost on the flagstones, breath coming out of me in white ropes. My fingers had stopped being fingers about an hour earlier, and were now just cold hooks that happened to be holding a hilt. I swung anyway, down, across, down. And every single time the blade moved, a thin line crawled along the edge of my vision like a bug walking across a window. Proficiency, +1, then +1, then +1. You have to understand what that meant to me, because it meant nothing to anybody else. Nobody else could see it. To the two servants sweeping the far end of the yard, I was the family cripple doing his sad little morning exercise in the cold, the way a sick man walks laps because the physician told him to. To me, every swing was a coin dropping into a slot. The counter filled. The line changed. Basic swordsmanship, perfection. Then, because apparently perfection is where the fun starts, the next line rolled in and told me I had just learned the Shouyang demon-breaking blade. Not been shown it. Not been assigned a tutor and 3 years of drills and a bamboo dummy. Learned it. The whole thing arrived in my head fully assembled, like furniture that builds itself while you are still reading the instructions. I laughed out loud in an empty, freezing courtyard, a thing that gets you talked about. Then I swung again, and something behind my shoulders went hot. This is the part people never believe. It was not warmth. It was not a nice glow. It was as if somebody had lit a second sun about a foot behind my spine and hung it there, and the heat came forward through me instead of onto me. My pulse stopped being a pulse and became something slower and heavier, magma taking its time. The frost on the flagstones around my feet went from white to wet to gone. Chi at the 9th rank, peak. Breakthrough available. Yes. Obviously yes. Take the whole thing. The pressure gathered in my chest, held for one long, unbearable second, and then broke outward, and for half a heartbeat, my eyes did the thing they do. 2 pupils in each eye, sun and moon sitting in the same socket, looking out at a garden wall. I blinked and they folded away, and I was just a 17-year-old in a wet courtyard with a sword. 8th rank, refining essence. 2 months, and I had finally clawed my way to 8th rank. Which sounds unimpressive until you remember that the household had spent 11 years and a small mountain of medicine trying to drag me to 9th and had given up. Here is the short version of who I was, and I will keep it short, because the long version is the kind of thing that makes people go quiet and pat your arm. There is a game. Not a metaphor, an actual game, the kind that eventually swallows the world. The closed test is not open for another 11 years. Everyone who matters logs in then, all at once. All of them starting from nothing. All of them equal and scrambling. I logged in early, 11 years early, because of a seal. It sits in the palm of my left hand. 9 dragons coiled around each other in a square, faintly warm, completely invisible to every other human being alive. It was there when I opened my eyes in this body, and it has never once explained itself. The rule of the game, the balance mechanism the designers were so proud of, is simple. The earlier you enter, the worse your starting position. Enter on schedule, and you might be born a merchant's son. Enter a year early, and you are a beggar. Enter 11 years early, and by rights I should have woken up as a corpse in a ditch outside a town nobody has mapped. Instead, I woke up in the Zhendong Marchui Manor, 600 years old. 3 marquis titles in one family, 17 generations of men who solved their problems with cavalry. I broke the rules so hard, it did not even bend on the way. There was, of course, a price, and the household had been paying it out loud in front of me for 11 years. My aptitude was garbage, certified garbage, measured, recorded, and filed. The 3rd young master of the Zhendong Marquis Manor was a cripple, and everybody in that manor from the 7 elders down to the boy who carried the night soil knew it, which was fine. I had a counter that ticked up every time I moved a sword. I was about to go for a second breakthrough attempt out of sheer momentum when the courtyard gate banged open hard enough to knock frost off the lintel. 3rd young master! 3rd young master! A letter from the 2nd master. Li Quan came skidding across the wet stones at a speed that should have put him on his back. 16 years old, a face like a very earnest dumpling, and a mouth that had never once in its life been closed for longer than it took to breathe. I lowered the sword. A letter from my father. The last one had come 3 years ago. Li Quan arrived at me still talking, and honestly the boy could have narrated a battle from inside a well. The 2nd master had killed a 3rd rank demon on the eastern waste. An actual 3rd rank. There were maybe a handful of those creatures in the entire world, and my father had gone and put one in the ground, and the demon hordes had pulled back 100 li, and the whole eastern front had exhaled for the first time in a decade. They say the war might really be ending, 3rd young master. They say in a year, maybe 2, the 2nd master and the 2nd madam will come home. He looked at me with his whole face, waiting for me to be happy. I made an expression. I am reasonably good at expressions. Here is what I was thinking about. When I was 3 years old, they held me down on a stone table and ran the aptitude test, and the number that came back was the kind of number that makes old men leave the room. My father looked at it and then at me, and he said, out loud, in front of the elders, that a cripple was still his eldest son, and he would find me a chance somewhere. The next morning, he left for the eastern waste. My mother went with him. She was a sorcerer of frankly terrifying quality, and the front needed her more than the nursery did. Letters came every 3 months, then every 6. Then my little brother was born with a supreme bone, the kind of talent that gets recorded in the family annals before the child can walk. And the letters stopped entirely. Nobody ever told me I had been abandoned. That would have been rude. They stopped writing, and I did the arithmetic myself, and I was, I think, 6. So, no, I did not leap into the air about the demon. The envelope was sealed in red. Not wax with a little color in it for drama, worked into a Keelan pattern that shifted very slightly when the light moved across it. My mother's technique. That seal could not be opened by anyone but the person it was addressed to, which meant she had made it herself, with her own hand, for me. That was the most attention I had received from either of my parents in 14 years, and it was a piece of stationary security. I broke it. The letter was 2 lines long. The first line said they would return within 6 months to 2 years. The second line said that His Majesty had granted me a marriage to the second imperial princess, and that I should not disgrace the household. I read it twice. The frost was coming back over the flagstones around my boots. Let me explain what an imperial son-in-law is in Great Wu, since the letter did not bother to. 600 years ago, the Empress Dowager's relatives got their hands on the state, and very nearly ended the dynasty with it. Emperor Wei Wei put that fire out at enormous cost, and ever since, the unwritten law of this court has been very simple. You may marry a princess. You may live very well. You will never hold real power again, as long as you breathe. Marrying into the imperial house is a golden collar with a very short chain, and everybody in the capital understands this, including the men who accept the collar. So my parents had been offered a golden collar for their golden son, and they had said, no, thank you, he is still young. And then they had written to the throne themselves and asked whether the eldest boy might do instead. The eldest boy, the cripple, the one they had already stopped writing to. Cool, very cool. I stood there in the cold with 2 lines of my mother's handwriting in my hand, and I did the other piece of arithmetic, the one only I could do, and that one was worse. I know how this dynasty ends. I have read about it the way you read about a fire in a city you have never visited. In 5 years, there is a coup. The third prince brings soldiers into the palace through the White Tiger Gate and kills the crown prince. And then the second princess, this girl I have just been handed like a bill, picks up the founding emperor's sword and puts every single one of them down. And by morning, there is not a man of the imperial line left standing in that palace, and the 9 provinces get their first empress. Empress Bai Yue, the one who eats the world. And in the footnotes of that story, in the part historians skip because it is not load-bearing, there is a line about how she had once been betrothed to an ordinary young man from a marquis household, and how he died on the night of the coup, and how afterward she made his younger brother a prince as compensation. An ordinary young man, no name. I looked at the letter, and my eyes went hot and doubled again, without me asking them to. And for 1 second, the whole courtyard, the wall, the frost, the boy standing in front of me with his mouth open, all of it looked very thin, like a painting somebody had left out in the rain. So, that was my name. The compensation. Third young master, Li Quan said, in the voice of a boy who has just noticed the temperature in the yard. I folded the letter along the crease my mother had put in it. Congratulations to me, I said. I have been promoted from forgotten to useful. There is a particular silence a servant makes when he is not sure whether he has heard treason. I clapped him on the shoulder and put the sword away. Where is my uncle? Because I had 5 years, and I had a counter in my eye that went up every time I moved, and I was not going to be a footnote. Wang Lan came for me before I got as far as changing my shirt, which is how I ended up walking into the main hall still smelling like frost and cheap steel. My uncle was already there. Chen Zhong, Marquis of Anwu, head of the household, a broad man with a soldier's neck and a habit of pouring your tea before you have sat down. Beside him, my aunt, Zhu Hua of the Qin clan, sorcerer, sharp as a filleting knife, who had personally supervised 11 years of medicine going into a body that refused to improve. These 2 raised me. That matters, because a great deal of what follows makes no sense without it. My parents went east. My uncle and aunt took the cripple. They fed me. They wasted a fortune on me. They let me eat at the family table when a lesser house would have moved me quietly to a side courtyard and stopped counting. And not once in 11 years did either of them let me hear the word cripple inside these walls. You have read it, my uncle said. I have read it. My aunt reached over and straightened my collar, which was her way of saying about 6 different things she was not going to say. Then you know it was meant for Kair, she said. There it was. The decree had originally been drafted for my little brother, the supreme bone, the one the elders talk about in lowered voices. and my parents, who had spent 14 years on a battlefield building him a future, had looked at the golden collar and understood it perfectly, and they had written back to say he was still young. And then, so that the throne would not be refused outright, and so that the household would not lose face, they had suggested a substitution: me. Your father, my uncle said carefully, believes he is giving you a position of great honor. My father, I said, is giving me a very comfortable room to be irrelevant in for the rest of my life, and he is doing it so that my brother does not have to be. My aunt's hand went still on my collar. My uncle did not tell me I was wrong. That is the thing about my uncle. He would have lied to protect me from a sword. He would not lie to me about the shape of the board. Yes, he said. We stood there for a moment, the three of us, in a hall with 600 years of ancestor tablets watching from the far wall. My marriage, I said, is a commodity in somebody else's trade. Woer, I am not complaining, I am pricing it. And then the gate officer came in at a jog to announce that a eunuch was at the door with a decree. So we all had to go outside and kneel on cold stone, while Eunuch Gao read out a great many beautiful characters about virtue and harmony. And by the time he had finished, the thing was law. Eunuch Gao is worth a sentence. He is small, he is old, he has served 3 emperors, and he stands in a courtyard the way a mountain stands in a field. Everybody in that yard was bowing to a piece of paper. I was watching the man holding it, and thinking that a person who has survived 3 emperors is the single most dangerous kind of furniture there is. He handed the decree over, accepted tea, made pleasant noises, and left. I caught my uncle on the garden path before he reached his study. Uncle, I broke through this morning, 8th rank. He stopped walking. I would like to describe the face he made, but the honest version is that he did not make one at all for about 3 full seconds, which from a man who has commanded cavalry is a very loud reaction. Say that again. 8th rank, refining essence, this morning in the west courtyard, about the time the frost turned. Woer! He turned around properly now. The household has spent 11 years and enough medicine to arm a garrison getting you to 9th. 9th. You have been at 9th since you were 14, and you have not moved. I know. Then you understand why I am about to be very rude to you. He walked to the weapon rack on the wall of the covered corridor and took down his own saber. I have to explain this saber. It is black, edge to spine, and it does not shine, it drinks. Sealed inside the steel is the soul of a 3rd-rank demon, which is the sort of sentence that sounds like boasting until you try to pick the thing up. A 9th-rank martial artist cannot lift it clear of the rack. An 8th rank can lift it and then has to put it down again and think about his life. He held it out to me, flat across both palms, and his eyes said, "Prove it or stop talking." I took it in one hand. It was heavy. It was very heavy. It was also just heavy in the way a large stone is heavy, and not the impossible fixed to the earth heavy that it is supposed to be. And I watched my uncle register that in real time. Then I set my feet on the frost, and I did the thing the counter had given me an hour earlier. Shuyang demon-breaking blade. I have described the second sun already. This time it came out of me, and into the steel, and then out of the steel into the garden, and for about a quarter of a second, the west courtyard of the Jendong Marquis Manor had its own private dawn. The flagstones cracked in a line 8 feet long. A plum tree that had been minding its own business for 40 years lost the entire side of itself that faced me. My uncle put his hand up and caught the light, not the blade, the light. He stood there with a fistful of sunrise hissing against his palm, and he did not look at the crack in the ground, and he did not look at the tree. He looked at me. Behind him, my aunt had come out onto the corridor without a sound. Sorcerers do that. That technique, she said slowly, is pulling the yang of the sky down into the body and tempering the flesh with it. It is not a blow. It is a furnace with an edge on it. Is it? I said. A coarse soldier could not build that. She was looking at me the way you look at a bird that has just said your name. A coarse soldier could not even see where to start. It is the household's basic sword form, I said. I did not build it. I improved it. That is the moment. That right there, the plum tree still smoking, my uncle with his hand out. Because here is the arithmetic I had done in the courtyard while the counter ticked. I could keep the technique, guard it, hoard it, use it, be the strange cripple with the impossible sword who everyone watches sideways forever. Or I could hand 600 years of ancestors a faster road from 9th rank to 7th. For every single child in the manor, free this morning from the useless one. You do not become valuable by being strong. You become valuable by being expensive to lose. It shortens the climb from 9th to 7th, I said. For everyone, every boy on that training ground. I am giving it to the clan. My uncle closed his hand. The sunrise went out. I am going to report this to the Hall of Merit, he said, and his voice had changed shape. You will choose a technique from the repository, any floor you are cleared for. And a post, I said. Woer. And a post, uncle. I do not want a stipend in a nice courtyard. I want a rank and somewhere to stand. He looked at me for a long moment, this man who had raised me on somebody else's coin, and something behind his face rearranged itself permanently. "I will arrange a post," he said. While I was setting a plum tree on fire, 4 streets away, a young woman was being advised to have me killed. I did not know this at the time. I found out much later, and when I did, I laughed for about a minute and a half because of the way she handled it. Princess Bai Yue's residence has a pond, and around that pond that afternoon stood the sort of men who described themselves as advisors. The subject under discussion was the decree. The consensus was that the second imperial princess, ranked first on the beauty list, brilliant, dangerous, and 21 years old, had just been shackled to a piece of household refuse from the Zhendong Marquis Manor. One of them, a gentleman named Qin Bo, said the quiet thing. He suggested that the young master in question might have an accident. Boys of that age fall off horses all the time. And then Wang Chen, who was the only intelligent man in that garden, took him apart. "Kill the eldest legitimate son of the Zhendong Marquis Manor," he said, "and one of 2 things happens. Either you are caught, in which case a household with 3 marquis titles and 600 years of grudge-keeping comes for the princess's people with the throne's blessing, or you are not caught, in which case the Zhendong house grieves, apologizes to the throne for the tragedy, and offers a different son. The decree does not die with the groom. You will still be marrying into that family. You will have made them your enemy first." There was a silence of the kind where several men reconsider their careers. And then the princess spoke. And this is the part I like. She said that the Zhendong house had been loyal to the throne for 600 years, and that it was a good thing, and that she was glad to share her father's burden. Perfectly correct. Perfectly loyal. The kind of sentence you could carve on a wall. What she was thinking, and I know this, because she eventually told me in the dark on a very small bed, was this. Who says a woman cannot be emperor? The Hall of Merit is a 7-story tower, and I have never in my life seen 7 old men do so much damage to a room without hitting anything. One of them dropped a cup of tea straight down his own front. One of them pulled out a section of his own beard and did not appear to notice. The 5th grandfather said the words "the household's basic sword form has been improved out loud 4 separate times, in 4 different tones, as if trying to find the one where it made sense. That form is the foundation. Every child in that manor learns it at 5. It has not been touched in 600 years, not because nobody tried, but because the people who tried were the finest martial talents of their generations, and all of them concluded it could not be done, and it had just been done by the cripple in a courtyard before breakfast. Elder Chen Guang, the oldest of the 7, looked at me for a long time. "By contribution to this clan," he said, "you now stand above your own father," which was, I will admit, a very good afternoon. They wrote my name into the family annals, not the birth register, where I had always been. The annals. The book with the men who did things in it. And underneath the delight in every one of those 7 faces was the same small bitterness, and none of them were rude enough to say it, and all of them were thinking it loudly enough to hear. A mind like that, in a body like that. I let them think it. A man who is being underestimated should never interrupt. On my way out, I cut through the training ground, because I like the training ground. 5-year-olds punching a post in a neat row, taking it very seriously. Faces like tiny judges. Boys of 11 or 12 carrying stones from one end of the yard to the other, and back for no reason except that this is how the Zhendong house has made men for 6 centuries. "Brother Li!" Li came across that yard like a thrown rock. 13 years old, cheeks like steamed buns, no working sense of danger. And one day, though he does not know it yet, and neither does anyone else, one of the great generals of the age. Behind him, Qin Mei, who is 10, and who went red and stopped 6 feet away and pretended to be very interested in a wall. The older cousin straightened up and greeted me properly. Not warmly. Properly. Nobody in that yard would dream of humiliating the direct heir of the main line, whatever his aptitude, because that is not how a 600-year-old household works. I stood there for a while with Li talking at my elbow about nothing, and I looked at all of them, at the small, serious faces and the stones and the frost, and I thought, my golden generation has not grown up yet. 5 years. Give me 5 years and every single one of you. The repository of techniques has 7 floors, and I was cleared for 6. I went in there to pick a technique like a normal person, and I got as far as the 2nd shelf on the 1st floor before the arithmetic happened again. Include cultivation techniques. The command went out of me, and the seal in my palm went warm, and a bar appeared at the edge of my sight and started filling. 1%. 4. 11. I took a book off the shelf. 2 seconds. Put it back. Took the next one. 2 seconds. Put it back. 1st floor took me about a quarter of an hour. 3rd floor, the books got thicker, and the count slowed to 8 or 10 seconds of volume. 5th floor was 1 to 2 minutes each, and on the 5th floor is where I stopped breathing properly for a while, because on the 5th floor there are 10 books that teach army formations for 1,000 men, and shelves of Buddhist working that the household has never used and cannot read, and Confucian scrolls in a script 200 years dead. I copied the entire repository, floor by floor, in an afternoon. Two of the grandfathers were watching me from the gallery above the whole time. Grandfather Chen Dong and Grandfather Chen Ze, who take turns guarding the tower, and who had the following very useful conversation about me while I was quietly looting their life's work. The boy grabs a book, puts it back, grabs another, puts it back. No focus, no patience. Nothing will come of a child like that. On the 5th floor, I finally picked one to learn, for appearances, and because I wanted it. Crimson Sun, Body Tempering Art. Begin simulation, begin instruction. 3 minutes. That is how long it takes, apparently, to have a body tempering art poured into you at the level of principle rather than practice. 3 minutes of standing very still while something enormous unfolds behind your eyes. My skin went red. Everything in me thickened and slowed and started moving like something poured rather than pumped. The temperature on the 5th floor of the repository of techniques went from early spring to the 3rd week of July, and the air over my shoulders visibly bent. Both grandfathers arrived at my side without using the stairs. Grandfather Chen Dong got hold of my wrist and read my meridians with the thoroughness of a man counting his own money, and found exactly nothing because there was nothing to find. No shortcut, no pill residue, no demonic anything. Just a foundation underneath the flesh that had no business being there. He comprehended Crimson Sun, Chen Ze said, to nobody. In minutes, Crimson Sun. I scratched the back of my head and said I did not really know. I just looked at it and then I sort of felt it. That is the single most useful sentence I own. I have used it dozens of times since. Nobody has ever been able to disprove it because how would you? They let me go. And as I went down the stairs, I heard Chen Dong say, in the voice of a man putting his hand on an old bruise, why did we never put him on the Confucian road? And Chen Ze said, because his father forbade it. Cripple or not, a son of this house holds a blade and not a brush. I kept walking and I did not turn around, and I filed that away with everything else. 2 days later, my uncle's man, Li Wei, came to find me, and I put down the sword I had been swinging for 11 straight hours, watching the counter go up like water filling a jar. 3 posts, all 7th rank. Take your pick. Garrison command at Qingzhou, comfortable, provincial, safe, 400 miles from anything that matters. The Southern Army, real fighting, real merit, real chance to die of dysentery in a swamp before anyone learns your name. Or the Yulin Guard, the Imperial Guard of the capital, 3,000 men. Right of investigation and right of arrest inside the city walls. I did not have to think about it, but I let a respectable amount of time pass so that it would look as though I had. Because here is the thing about the Yulin Guard that only I knew. In 5 years, when the 3rd Prince brings soldiers through the White Tiger Gate at night, the men who open that gate or close it will be Imperial Guard. The single most decisive military unit in the history of this dynasty is currently a barracks full of bored aristocrats playing cards. Everyone else climbs from the bottom. I intended to land on the roof. The guard, I said. The seal in my palm woke up that night. I had been asleep about an hour when the heat started, and by the time I got my eyes open, the whole room was lit gold from the inside of my own hand, and then the room stopped existing. I want to describe what I saw carefully, because I have never described it to another living person, and I am not going to start now. A heavenly court in ruins, frozen, not cold. Frozen the way a moment is frozen. Palaces the size of mountain ranges standing in ice that was not ice. A 5-colored altar with something on it. The carcass of a beast so old that the bones had gone translucent, and the ribs stood up out of the ice like the pillars of a hall. Chaos Chalcedonian drifts, the way snow drifts. And in the middle of it, on the altar, 2 eggs, one with fire moving inside the shell, one with something coiling, both of them alive. There were doors with names on them. Lingxiao Palace, the Ministry of War. A demon-slaying platform with a groove still dark. A god-sealing platform. A pool for turning mortals into something else. And there were gods in that ice. Frozen upright, all of them, hundreds of them, and every single one of them had a crystal where the chest should be. Then something moved. Out of the deepest part of that place came a dragon made of gold, and it was dying. I knew it was dying the way you know a candle is going out. It came across the frozen court in one long, exhausted line, and it did not slow down, and it went straight into my forehead. The next part I do not have good words for. My body came apart and was put back together, and while it was apart, my eyes opened all the way for the first time. Not the flicker, all the way. Sun and moon, purple and gold, 4 pupils and 2 sockets, and the ruined court around me suddenly made sense in a way it had not a second earlier, the way a word makes sense when you finally hear it spoken. And in the Zixiao Palace, sitting perfectly still, there was a figure. 9 dragons wound around his arms, and his eyes were mine. He looked at me. A single line of light came out of that stillness, went through the front of my skull, and put me out like a lamp. I woke on my own floor at dawn with my face in the cold boards. 7th rank. Spirit refining. Overnight. And in my head, folded up small and locked, sat a technique with a name that made the hair stand up on my arms. The primordial Emperor Tao. Scripture of heavenly control. I reached for it, and it was behind fog. Chaos fog, thick as a wall, and behind the fog, a condition stated once without apology. Not until you have raised a dynasty of your own. I sat on the floor of my room for a while, with my arms on my knees. Fine, I said to nobody. Fine, I will build you one. The paperwork came from the Ministry of War 3 days later, along with a set of armor that had clearly been made for a man with wider shoulders and worse posture. Li Quan appeared in my doorway, holding my boots and looking like a dog outside a butcher's shop. "Third young master, take me with you. You are a servant." I broke through to 8th rank, he said, and then went red to the ears because he had been practicing that line. He had too, on his own, in the gap between running my errands. "Bring the boots," I said, and he made a noise I'm not going to try to spell. The household sent 3 guards with me. Wei Peng, 7th rank, who used to command 1,000 men before a spear went through his hip. Chen Huo and Wei Wei, who are large. We went out through the side gate onto Central Avenue, which is wide enough to run 12 carriages abreast, and has never once in 600 years been quiet, and I rode down it in the cold morning toward the barracks of the Yulin Guard, with a counter ticking in my eye, and a seal cooling in my palm, and a marriage contract in a drawer behind me. I was 17 years old, and I had exactly 5 years. The sentries at the barracks gate snapped upright so fast one of them dropped his spear. "Captain Guo!" That is a nice thing to hear on a first morning. I filed it under things that mean nothing. The man who came out to greet me was a junior officer called Wang Shu, whose face had so many laugh lines that he looked 40 and was 20, and who smiled at me with a warmth that went all the way to the second layer and stopped there. "Captain, allow me to show you the camp." And Wang Shu took me on a tour of the camp, and the tour went, by the most extraordinary coincidence, directly past one particular tent. Inside that tent, 8 men were playing cards, in uniform, on duty, in the morning. At the head of them, dealing, sat a well-fed young man in very good armor who did not stand up, Huang Jin, 3rd son of the Marquis Wu of Jin, and until 9 days ago, the man who was going to be captain of this 1,000, until a decree arrived from the palace and gave the post to a 17-year-old cripple from the Zhendong house who had never held a command in his life. "The young master of the Lin family is in a hurry," Huang Jin said to the cards. "The decree came yesterday, and he is already here, very eager." The tent laughed. Wang Shu stood a respectful half-step behind my shoulder, with his face full of concern, having walked me directly into this on purpose, and I made a small mental note next to his name and left it there. 200 paces away, in the middle of the camp, 2 senior officers were drinking tea and watching. Lieutenant General Guo Dong, who is the emperor's man in this barracks whether or not he says so, and Wen Hai, who is not. They saw the whole thing. Neither of them moved. "Let him show us," Guo Dong said, "whether he can hold his own subordinates." I walked into the tent. I did not raise my voice. I have found that raising your voice tells the room you are worried they might not obey. "Neglect of duty," I said. "Gambling in camp, insubordination to a superior officer in front of witnesses." Huang Jin leaned back on his stool and grinned at me. And I will give him this much: the boy had courage. Stupid, structural, load-bearing courage. 100 lashes, I said. An expulsion from the guard. He laughed. The Marquis Wu of Jin's black saber came off my back, and I cut once. The tent went white inside. That is what it looks like from within, apparently, when a small sun goes off, in an enclosed canvas space. He got his own blade up, which surprised me, and then the force went through the block and through him, and he left the tent without using the door, taking most of one wall with him, and landed in the mud 20 feet out. Both his arms were broken. The camp stopped. Not the tent, the camp. I stepped out through the hole he had made. Where is the Jiazi battalion? 98 men formed up in front of me in under 10 breaths, which for a unit that had never seen my face before was frankly better than I deserved. Take him, 100 lashes. Send to the Marquis Wu of Jin's household and tell them to collect their son. He is expelled from the guard. Somewhere behind the tent lines, a man began to scream in a steady professional rhythm. Guo Dong set down his tea. Clean, he said, fast, precise, and completely without mercy. He watched me a moment longer. Somebody taught that boy strategy, and it was not his sword master. He summoned me that afternoon and poured my tea himself, which is not a thing a lieutenant general does. My ancestor rode on campaign with your ancestor, he said. Call me uncle. I called him uncle, and I thought, this man belongs to the emperor, and the emperor has just put a hand on my shoulder without being in the room. We ate at the Tongfulu with half the officer corps, all of whom had decided overnight that they had always liked me. 3,000 men in the Yulin Guard, 3 captains of 1,000. One of them, as of this morning, was me. Across the city, Huang Jin arrived home unconscious in a cart. His mother came apart in the courtyard. Both arms broken, 100 lashes, expelled. Where is the justice? Where is the law? He is a marquis's son. The Marquis Wu of Jin looked at what was left of his third boy and said, "He asked for it." His wife screamed at him. "I sat in my study yesterday," the Marquis said, "and I explained to that idiot that the new captain is his direct superior and he is to keep his head down, and he went and played cards at him. He put his cup down. You will not move against the Lin boy, not a word, not a hand. The decree came from the palace, and the palace is watching to see who twitches. That is the sound of a competent man losing a son to nothing." By the pond, Mei Su came skipping in with the news and a stick of candied hawthorn, which she eats the way other people breathe. Mei Su is small and sunny and eats constantly, and in 25 years, she is going to beat the sword saint of the age in 3 strokes. And at this point in the story, precisely nobody knows that, including her. Princess Bai Yue listened to the whole report without changing expression. Then she said the thing that told me, later, exactly what I was dealing with. The Zhendong house has not sent a son out below 8th rank in 600 years, so he is 8th rank. Yes, princess? But he broke both arms of a 5th rank in 1 stroke and put him through a tent wall. That is the combat strength of a 7th rank. She turned the hawthorn stick slowly in her fingers. Rank can be bought with pills. Combat strength cannot. So he is lying about something, and I do not yet know which part. She put the candy in her mouth. Watch him. And that was the first move in a game that took the 2 of us a year to finish. And she opened it standing by a pond, 21 years old, licking a stick of sugared fruit. By the end of my first day, I could put a name to every one of the 200 faces in my own 1,000, which is a thing I had never been able to do in my previous life, and which I am still faintly smug about. I made Wei Peng commander of Camp A because a man with a ruined hip and a decade of real command is worth 6 healthy aristocrats, and because I wanted the barracks to see immediately that this captain promotes for use and not for family. And every single morning, without fail, Wang Shu brought me buns. They came from a shop called Quan Buli, which translates roughly as "even the dogs ignore it." This is a genuine and famous business name in the capital. Somebody's ancestor was having a bad decade and turned it into branding, and 4 generations later, people queue. "Dogs ignore it," I said on the first morning, holding one up. "The dogs are wrong, Captain. Bring them every day." He did. He brought them every day for 11 months, and I ate every single one, and I never once forgot that this was the man who had walked me into a tent full of cards. You do not throw away a knife because it has been pointed at you. You just always know where the handle is. That evening, I stayed late with the case file, and the case file is where this whole story starts. Somebody had stolen the military defense map of the Northwest frontier. Not a map. The map. 200,000 border troops, every garrison, every rotation, every supply road, every place along that line, where the wall is thin and the men are tired. In the hands of an enemy, it is not intelligence. It is a schedule for the invasion. The investigation had produced 2 names and 2 corpses, a minor clerk in the Ministry of War, who had access, and a blacksmith in the west of the city, who did not, and who had a workshop where a copy could be made in metal, both of them dead by their own hand, both very conveniently. Everyone had read this and concluded that the chain went clerk to blacksmith to somewhere, and that the somewhere had cleaned up after itself. I sat there with the 2 addresses and the 2 times of death, and I found the hole in about the length of time it took my tea to cool. The clerk lived and worked in the east of the city. The blacksmith was in the far west. Between them is more than 20 lei of capital, and across that capital, every night, from the second drum, there is a curfew. The 2 of them never met. Somebody carried it. And after the second drum, in the streets of this city, there are exactly 2 categories of human being who can walk without being stopped and cut down: the Imperial Guard and the lantern bearers. I sat back and looked at the ceiling of my own office for a while. The map did not walk out of the Ministry of War. It was escorted, which meant one of the 2 organizations charged with protecting this dynasty had a hole in it, and I had joined one of them 9 days ago. "Captain," Wang Shu said the next evening in the tone of a man producing a present, "you have been at that desk for 2 days. Let me take you somewhere. Qingya Abode is not a brothel. I want that clear because I got it wrong for about the first 4 minutes. It is a walled courtyard with lanterns and a very selective door, and every guest wears a mask, and the point is not what you think it is. The point is that inside those walls, a Ministry of Revenue man and a marquis's son and a merchant with too much silver can sit at the same table without any of them formally having met. It is a members' club that has correctly identified that anonymity is the most expensive product in a capital city. There was poetry, there were dancers, There was a game involving a past cup and a rhyme scheme that I lost twice on purpose and once by accident. And then Miss Q Yan came out and sat down at a chin, and the room stopped pretending to be interested in anything else. She was, I am obliged to report, the single most famous beauty in the capital of Great Wu, and the reputation was not inflated. She played. Everyone watched. It was all very tasteful. And halfway through the second piece, her eyes came up off the strings and found me, through the mask. I was sitting at the back in a lacquered face like every other man in that courtyard, and her gaze went over the room and stopped on me and stayed a beat too long, and I felt something pass across my own eyes like a hand passing over a candle. Her pupils were not ordinary. I could not see how, only that. Du Heng, I said when she asked my name. I also acquired that evening a young man called Feng Yu, who is the son of somebody in the Ministry of Revenue, and who talks the way a burst pipe talks. Within 20 minutes, he had told me his father's salary, his uncle's gambling problem, and the layout of 3 ministries, and had promised to take me somewhere much more expensive next time. I liked him enormously. He was the single most efficient intelligence source I acquired that entire year, and he never once knew it. At the end of the night, Miss Q Yan chose me. I would like to say I understood immediately that this was an operation. I did not. I understood it about 90 seconds later, in a corridor, when I did the arithmetic on why a woman with 300 suitors would pick the quiet one at the back. She had not picked Du Heng. She had picked the captain of 1,000 in the Yulin Guard who was engaged to the second imperial princess, because she wanted a channel, and because she needed the lantern bearers to be handed a piece of information by somebody who was not her, which meant that the most famous beauty in the capital was an agent of the Imperial City Bureau, which is the intelligence service of Great Qing. The tea was drugged. So was the wine. It was a good working dose, subtle, nothing that would show at an autopsy, the sort of thing a professional uses when the goal is a conversation held over an unconscious man. I drank both and went to sleep because the system in my palm eats poison for a living, and I wanted to hear what she said next. What she said next, to her maid Wu Jing, standing 3 feet from my very relaxed body, was worth the whole evening. They did not steal the map. The Surveillance Institute did, which is the intelligence service of Great Feng. And then the Surveillance Institute had arranged the evidence so that the trail pointed west, at Great Qing, at her. And if it landed the way it was designed to land, then in 6 weeks the armies of Great Wu would be marching in the wrong direction entirely. And there was worse. There was a leak inside her own bureau. Somebody in the Imperial City Bureau had helped set her up. Then she came and stood over me and did something to the air, and 2 blue butterflies came apart out of nothing and went down toward my face. I know what that was now. It is a very refined technique for walking into a sleeping man's sea of consciousness and reading the top layer of him. The butterflies got about 2 inches from my forehead, and then, in the dark behind my own eyes, without any input from me, 4 pupils opened and looked at them. The butterflies did not survive contact. They did not burn or scatter. They stopped existing, the way a sound stops. Miss Q Yan went backward 1 step, which was the first unrehearsed thing she had done all night, and I caught her wrist on the way and put her flat on the bed. I did not know, I said, into a face that had gone very still, that the famous Miss Q Yan was a sorcerer of that quality. She did not scream. Professionals do not scream. I am curious, I said. Can you kill a man in his sleep, or is that just the poison? She looked at me for a long moment, and I watched her recalculate everything from the top. The dose, she said, was not lethal. I noticed somebody was being thrifty. So we made a deal in a lantern-lit room, on a bed, with her wrist in my hand and neither of us pretending anymore. I laid out her position first, because it is polite to show a person the board before you ask them to move. 1. The courtyard outside is full of your own bureau's people. If any of them opens that door and sees the famous Miss Qiu Yan pinned to a bed by a masked man, you may explain that however you like. I imagine you have a story. I imagine it costs you something. 2. It is past the second drum. If we fight, this becomes noise. And noise in this district after curfew brings the Yulin Guard and the lantern bearers at a jog. You may be able to kill me. You will not be able to leave. She lay very still and said nothing, which is what a smart person does while she checks your arithmetic for you. So here is what I want. The list of every Surveillance Institute agent in this capital, and the proof that the map was theirs and not yours. And in return, you walk out of here. Why should I believe you? You should not, I said. I cannot prove a single thing I have said, and I am not going to insult you by trying. You can refuse. Then we find out together how the rest of the night goes. There was a long pause. You are very young, she said at last, to be this tiresome. I get that a lot. She agreed. She also tried to run at some point around the 4th watch, which I had been expecting because I would have. I woke up 1 step ahead of her, which is a phrase that does not adequately convey how narrow 1 step is. and I made her kneel on the floorboards for the remainder of the night as a lesson in the economics of trust. Her knees were bruised in the morning, and she looked at them with an expression of pure professional annoyance. At dawn, I cut my finger and made her swallow what came off it. "A technique of my household," I said gravely. "From this moment, I can feel where you are, anywhere in the 9 provinces." This was a lie of magnificent proportions. What had happened was that overnight, the seal in my palm had finished scanning the capital to 95% completion, and had put a marker on her, on a map, in my head, and would have done so from across the street without any theater whatsoever. But you cannot show a person a map that does not exist. You can make her drink from your hand at sunrise and watch her believe it forever. "Now," I said, "comb my hair and dress me." She stared at me. "It is a test," I said helpfully. "I want to see whether you intend to keep the arrangement." She combed my hair. Her hands were perfectly steady, and her eyes said several things in 3 languages. And by the time she had finished tying the last cord, I knew we were going to be doing business for a long time. I raised 200 men before breakfast without a single piece of authorization, which is technically a court-martial offense and which I have never regretted. The first target was the White Moon Tower. It is the largest theater in the east of the capital, and that season it was running the hit of the decade, a tragedy called The Story of the Mandarin Ducks, in which the heroine dies in the second act and the hero walks into the dark to spend the rest of his life on revenge. Every seat sold out for 9 weeks. Very moving. I have never seen the ending. We ringed the building. Crossbows on the balconies, fire lances at the doors, the exit stitched shut. The target was the leading man, Sun Chang. Beautiful in the way that makes people stupid. 28 years old, adored by half the noblewomen in the capital, and the head of the entire Surveillance Institute network inside Great Wu. He was singing when we came in. He stopped, looked down at 200 armed men filling his aisles, and released the paper. Papermen, cut human shapes, hundreds of them, out of his sleeves and out of the scenery and out from under the seats, and every one of them stood up and had a sword. That is a technique I had read about that morning in a book I had scanned 4 days earlier on the 3rd floor of my own family's repository, which was a strange and pleasant sensation. A woman came off the stage at me. 8th rank, peak, moving like something that had been built for exactly one job. I cut once. She did not get up. The front 3 rows saw it happen, and the sound they made was not a scream. It was the sound a crowd makes when the play stops being a play. Then I let the pupils open. I have tried to explain this, and I cannot do it properly. The world does not slow down. I speed up, and the difference is that when the world slows down, you have time to think. And when you speed up, you arrive. I went up the aisle, through the paper, onto the stage, and took Sun Chang by the throat and lifted him the way you lift a chicken out of a crate. Under 10 minutes, door to door. High up in the boxes, 2 people watched the entire thing without moving. The 3rd prince, who is the 2nd son of Emperor Kang, and who does not have the look of a man who is second at anything. And Yu Feng, who is the emperor's younger sister, unmarried, ambitious in a way that has never once needed to raise its voice, and who at that moment was leaning on the rail with her chin on her hand as if watching a horse race. Behind them stood Zhao Xuan, 5th rank, famous swordsman, and he gave a professional's assessment. Perfect economy with the kui, no waste. He has already grasped saber intent. There are not many at 7th rank who could stand in front of that. "Find out who he is," the 3rd prince said. "I want a talent like that on a leash." Yu Feng laughed at him. It was the first time I ever heard that laugh, and I was not even in the room. "That is Chen Wu," she said, "Bai Yue's betrothed." A pause. "Your brother-in-law?" We took the inn on Fuxing Street too. 12 arrests, no casualties, 1 very startled cook. The charity house at Shanyang Tang was empty. Not abandoned, emptied. Kettle still warm, 3 bowls on the table, back gate open. "Well," I said, standing in an empty kitchen with a warm kettle, "you have excellent ears." Wei Ping's detachment took 3 of the 4 safe houses on his list. 4 out of 5 overall, on no notice, on no authorization, in 1 morning. Wen Hai nearly came apart when he heard. 200 men? 200 men off the roster and out the gate without a single order signed by anyone. "Sir," I said, "when the general hears what we found, he is going to kiss you on the mouth." Guodong put down his tea when I told him, not set it down, put it down badly into his own lap. The Surveillance Institute stole the map. The Surveillance Institute stole the map and dressed it as Great Qing, and if we had marched on, that we would have marched west while the actual army came out of the north. He looked at the pile of what we had taken off Sun Chang and then at me. "This is the largest counterintelligence result in 11 years. "Yes, sir. I am very glad you ordered it." There was a silence. "I ordered it," Guodong repeated slowly. "You did, sir. 2 days ago. I have the impression it was a verbal instruction. You have to understand, I did not need the credit. I needed a lieutenant general who owed me one, in a barracks where I had been standing for 11 days, in a city where I had no faction. A pie you eat alone is one meal. A pie you hand around is a table full of people who want you to keep baking. They were interrogated that night. I taught the technique myself, an old ugly method called the Great Restoration of Memory that pulls a thing up out of a man whether or not he consents to remember it. By morning, they had all talked. That is all I'm going to say about that night. The lantern bearers came for our prisoners at noon. Their commander was a man called Li Cheng, and he came with a squad and a piece of paper, and the profound calm of somebody who has never once been refused. These men fall under the jurisdiction of the lantern bearers. Hand them over. And Wen Hai, who 11 hours earlier had been prepared to have me flogged, stood up and put his own body across the doorway of the holding block. The headquarters of the Imperial Guard, he said, is a restricted military installation. You are not walking into it, and neither are your men. They stood there in the sun for a while. Lai Cheng left with a sentence about how this would be remembered, which is what a man says when he has lost the argument and would like to invoice you for it later. Behind them, in a black hall on the other side of the city, the head of the lantern bearers understood that he was finished. Jin. 26 years in that chair. They called him the King of the Dark. He had taken the map case the day it opened and had produced 2 corpses and no answers. And this morning, a 17-year-old in a different uniform had produced the entire enemy network before lunch. He knew what that looked like from the palace. 2 days later, he was removed. My uncle sent for me the evening and did not offer me tea, which was how I knew. The map, he said. Was that you? It was me. The credit went to Guo Dong. He absorbed that. He Jin has been dismissed. I know. You are 17 and you have been in that barracks for 11 days. Uncle, I did not dismiss him. I sat down without being asked. I was the spark. He was already soaked in oil. 26 years that man was a knife in somebody else's hand, and a knife that has cut for 26 years has an enormous number of people standing behind it waiting for it to slip. Half this court has been holding a grudge against him since before I was born. I gave them an excuse. They did the rest in one afternoon, and they will be telling each other for years that it was their idea. Be quiet, my uncle said. I was quiet. He looked at me for a long moment, and I watched a very old regret come up behind his eyes and sit down. Our household has produced sword geniuses for 600 years. It has never produced a single politician. I know exactly what he was thinking, because grandfather Chen Dong had thought it out loud on the stairs of the repository 4 days earlier. Why did we never put him on the Confucian road? And the answer was still the same, because his father forbade it. Because a son of this house holds a blade. Every man in my family had spent 11 years being sorry that I could not hold a blade properly. Not one of them had ever once been sorry that they had never let me near a brush. The capital rearranged itself over the next 4 days, the way a building rearranges itself during an earthquake, which is to say loudly and mostly downward. The northwest frontier went to a war footing. My grandfather and my uncle were both summoned to the palace for military council, which had not happened in 6 years. Half a dozen names that had been permanent for 2 decades were suddenly not on any list. And the lantern bearers got a new commander, Wei Bao, head of the least significant of the 8 divisions, a man so aggressively unremarkable that he had survived 26 years of He Jin by never once being worth removing, and who had now risen straight through the wreckage to the top because he was the only senior officer in that building, not covered in He Jin's fingerprints. Also, on the night He Jin fell, the Qingya abode burned to the ground. Total loss. Nothing left but the gateposts. 11 bodies pulled out of it, and among them, tragically, the most famous beauty in the capital of Great Wu. I read that report standing in my own office, and then I looked privately at a map that exists only inside my own head, where a small red mark was sitting comfortably in a residential district in the west of the city, moving around a courtyard, alive. Neat, I thought. Very neat. She had burned down her own house, killed off her own name, and walked out through the smoke as somebody else, all inside about 6 hours of the political weather changing. I decided I liked her very much, and that I would have to be very careful about that. Wen Hai came to see me on the 5th day and told me to call him Old Zhao. You are 17 and you are a captain of 1,000, he said, sitting down heavily on my second chair. I am 35 and I am also a captain of 1,000. I have decided that this is funny rather than tragic, and I would like to keep it that way. Guodong got the Dragon Martial Guard. 6,000 men, the elite of the elite, the unit that stands inside the palace itself, 3rd rank office, answering to exactly one person in the entire empire. The previous general of the Dragon Martial Guard had been on friendly terms with the Crown Prince, which turns out to be the sort of friendship that ends careers. And my own promotion, the one I had been formally recommended for, quietly did not happen. His Majesty intervened, Old Zhao said, not looking at me. Which is a very interesting sentence when you unpack it, because an emperor does not intervene to stop a 7th rank captain getting an 8th rank commendation. An emperor intervenes because he has other plans for the object and does not want it moved by somebody else first. 2 days later, a carriage came for me. The gate matters because of what happens at it in 5 years. The White Tiger Gate is the western gate of the imperial palace, 30 feet of wall, faced in gray stone, with a killing corridor behind it and towers at both shoulders. It is the gate an army uses if an army is ever going to be used, and I sat in a carriage passing under it and measured it with my eyes the entire way through. You cannot take that gate from outside, not with 10,000 men, not with a month. Which means that, on the night it opens from the inside. I filed that with everything else and gave a piece of silver to the eunuch escorting me, a middle-aged man called Gao, who took it and then looked at it and then looked at me, because in his entire career, no young lord had ever done that. Costs nothing. Buys a man who has been standing in the same corridor for 30 years watching everyone. Emperor Kang received me in a hall so large it had its own weather. He was sitting with his back to me, in a Taoist robe, with a Buddhist rosary going through his fingers, which tells you a great deal about a man who has spent 50 years hedging with the divine. He did not turn around. The Marquis of Andong, he said, abandoned you for his younger son. Do you resent him? Here is the trap. It is a beautiful trap, and it has killed men older and cleverer than me. Say no, and you are a liar, and this man has been reading liars for 54 years and will file you as a small dishonest thing forever. Say yes, and you have confessed, in front of the throne, to being an unfilial son, in an empire that hangs its entire moral architecture on filial piety. I let my voice crack. I do, Your Majesty. The rosary stopped. This empire has governed for 800 years on filial piety, he said, and the temperature of the room went down about 10 degrees. How dare you? I put my forehead on the floor. Because Your Majesty is both my sovereign and my father, I said into the stone. My sovereign asked me a question. How would I dare lie to my sovereign? Silence. And then, because I had one shot and I was going to spend it, let the ruler be a ruler, the subject a subject, the father a father, and the son a son. My father did not act as a father. I do not therefore stop being a son. But I will not stand in front of my sovereign and pretend my heart is a different shape than it is. The rosary started moving again, and then Emperor Kang of Great Wu laughed. I found out afterward that nobody had heard him do that in about 4 years. You would have made a grand secretary, he said. Then he told me what I was there for. I was being transferred out of the Imperial Guard and into the Lantern Bearers as director of the 9th Division, 4th rank. I was 7th rank 10 seconds earlier. That is not a promotion, that is a catapult. Men spend 20 years crossing that distance, and most of them do not. Your Majesty, the court will object. I have said it, he said, so no one will object. 2 tasks. 1. Help Wei Bao tear out what remained of He Jin's faction, root and stem, so that the new commander stands on clean ground. 2. Find the Surveillance Institute's mole inside the Lantern Bearers. I said 3 months. He turned around for the first time and looked at me, and I understood in that moment exactly what everybody means when they say this man is intelligent. It is not warmth, and it is not cruelty. It is the total absence of anything in his face that is not currently being used. Bold, he said. I left with a platinum tally, permission to bring men over from the guard, and the complete certainty that I had just been picked up and weighed like a tool in a shop. Guodong rode back with me, and about halfway down Central Avenue he stopped being a lieutenant general. In 50 years, he said, looking out of the window, the Dragon Martial Guard has had 8 generals, 5 of them in the last 20 years. Exactly 1 retired quietly to his estates. The other 7 had their households confiscated. Uncle, you do not stand in awe of me, he said. I noticed the first day. You do not stand in awe of His Majesty either, which is rarer and considerably more dangerous. And I am not as loyal as I look, so let us not perform for each other. We are traveling companions. I waited. If I fall, he said, will you protect my family? I said I would, and I meant it. And I also understood something that took the shine off it. He was not betting on me. He was betting on a 600-year-old household with 3 marquis titles that would still be standing when both of us were footnotes. The 3rd prince blocked the street on the way back, because, of course he did. Zhengde Avenue in front of about 400 witnesses, an imperial carriage crosswise in the road, and a prince leaning out of it inviting Lieutenant General Guo Dong to a private banquet. It is a beautiful piece of work when you see the shape of it. The general who has just been given command of the guard that protects the emperor's body is publicly seen accepting the hospitality of the emperor's 2nd son. Guodong does not have to attend. He does not have to say yes. He merely has to be seen being asked, in daylight, on the main road. And by evening, both the throne and the crown prince will have heard about it. Guodong laughed it off with something about being expected at a concubine viewing, which was quick. I decided to be less subtle. Your Highness, we are family, I said, out of the carriage window, cheerfully, to a street full of people. There is no need to be so formal. Call me brother-in-law. He was 20, I was 17, but he is the emperor's second son, and I am marrying the emperor's eldest daughter. And by the seniority of the imperial house, in front of 400 witnesses on Zhengdi Avenue, I was in fact his brother-in-law. You could hear his teeth. Brother-in-law, said the third prince. I found out later what he said in the carriage afterward, to the maid in yellow, who does not have a name in any record I have ever seen. I knew they would not come. Then why, your highness? Because I wanted them angry. And then, apparently looking out at nothing, my father spent 50 years hunting immortality and had his children late. I exist to be a whetstone for my brother. That is my entire assigned function. If he wants to use me as a tool, then I will be a tool. He thinks he is a god. A pause. We will see. By nightfall, the whole capital had a sentence in its mouth, and the sentence was not one I had said. His Majesty says that in 10 years, Chen Wu will replace the Prime Minister. He had not said that. He had said I would have made a Grand Secretary, which is a compliment about temperament, not a prophecy about succession. Somewhere between the hall and the wine houses, it had grown teeth. In the Qinglu district, young aristocrats took it badly. Feng Zhu, the Prime Minister's son, who is brilliant and has spent his entire life being told so, listened to it 3 times in one evening, and then proposed that somebody invite this Chen Wu to Princess Bai Yue's literary gathering and take him apart in public. And in a much quieter room, 5 Confucian officials had a much more interesting conversation. Let the ruler be a ruler, the subject a subject. He will be in the annals for that line alone. Yes, now ask the other question. That was Zhou Qian, who was the only frightening man in the room. That line was spoken in a private audience. By dusk, it was in every wine shop in the capital. Who in this city can move a sentence across 19 districts in half a day? Silence. Only the lantern bearers, which means it was ordered. They sat with that for a while. I could have told them. The emperor had just spent one afternoon manufacturing a 17-year-old public figure, because a country that is about to send 300,000 men to the northwest needs something to talk about that is not the price of grain. Wang Shu knelt down in my office and asked to come with me. Actually knelt. On the boards. A 20-year-old with a 40-year-old face, who had walked me into a tent full of cards on my first morning, and had then brought me buns every single day for a month. For the buns, I said. Get up. I left Wei Ping and Wei Wei in the Imperial Guard. That was deliberate, and I wanted on the record as the first long-range thing I did. Everybody leaves a post and takes their people. Nobody leaves a post and plants 2. Wei Ping commanded Camp A and had every one of those 200 men by name, and 5 years from now, on the night the White Tiger Gate opens, I was going to want 200 men in that barracks who thought of themselves as mine. The Eagle Eye Division had decided how it felt about me before I walked through the door. A 17-year-old, parachuted in from the Imperial Guard, 4th rank, over the heads of men who had been in that building for 20 years, and, in their reading of events, the direct cause of their commander's fall. 40 officers in the courtyard and not one of them at attention. 2 of them were doing the talking. Ma Tian, 26, a scar from his hairline to his jaw, He Jin's adopted son, which makes this the man who has the single best reason in the empire to want me dead. And Ho Yan, Earl of Yunyang, whose aunt is the current empress, and who goes purple if you call him by his title, because he has spent his entire life being told that everything he has came from a woman in a palace. I came in with a folding fan, which was theater, and threw the platinum tally into the middle of them, which was not. Yes, I said, before anybody had finished drawing breath. I am 17. Yes, I made captain on my ancestors' corpses. I am proud of that. It was paid for with lives, and the men who paid did not ask me first, and I am not going to insult them by pretending to be embarrassed about it. I looked at Ho Yan. And you stand in the shade of your family and are ashamed to admit that the shade exists. Which of us is the coward? He went red. The great divide in a human life, I said to all of them, is not talent. It is amniotic fluid. Where you were born matters more than everything you will ever do, and every single man in this courtyard knows it. And the only difference between us is that I will say it out loud. Hu Yan's fists were shaking, and he could not find one word. Then I put the knife in. Now, the theft of the Northwest Defense Map. That was your case, was it not? The Eagle Eye Division, handled by this building. The temperature in that courtyard dropped about a foot per second. Ma Tian was the one who answered me later, alone, and I have to admit he was better than I expected. You want me to hit you? He said. The sword is right here. Go ahead. You think I am Huang Jin? He laughed, and the scar moved. You provoked that idiot deliberately. You made him play cards at you, and then you stood on the moral high ground and threw him out of a tent. I have studied you. You have appeared in public exactly twice, and both times you demonstrated that the cripple is a costume. He shrugged. I am not confident I could kill you in one stroke, and if I miss, the fault is mine, and my father's people all die with me. I was delighted, and I hid it. Because this man becomes the Dark King under the Empress, and I had just watched him decline to make an unforced error. 50 lashes for both ringleaders, and then the actual instrument, rotation. Every captain of 100 and every captain of 1,000 across all 5 halls of the Eagle Eye Division reassigned immediately at random. 50 lashes hurts a man for a month. Rotation destroys a network permanently. Every one of those officers had spent a decade building a web of people who owed him, and I picked the whole thing up and shook it. Cui Wen came to smooth it over. 20 years in his post, an old fox who had competed with He Jin when they were both young and had lost with great grace and had then outlived him. Director, we only came to welcome you. I put my hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner. Old Kui, I am saving your life. He blinked. What do you imagine brought He Jin down? The map? I let that sit. If you do not want the rotation, then consider that I never mentioned it. I will not raise it again. I only cannot guarantee what happens next. He was sweating through his collar by the time I let go of his shoulder. All 3 of them accepted the rotation before the end of the day. 2 hall masters did not, Shu Guang and Li Wei, which was very informative because a man only refuses a reshuffle when the shuffle would cost him something he cannot replace. And those 2 belonged to the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, respectively. They had just identified themselves by declining to move. At the princess's residence, a maid delivered the report. Zi Yue is 20, wears purple, and looks like a scholar's ideal daughter. And in about 9 years, she will be the most powerful woman in the civil administration of this empire, and men will call her the female chancellor without much irony. He subdued the entire division, she said, with words. He struck 2 men and reassigned everybody else, and by evening, Cui Wen and 2 hall masters were kneeling outside his door, asking to be rotated. Princess Bai Yue put down her brush. I underestimated my betrothed. Princess. Zi Yue's eyes were very bright. Through him, we reach the lantern bearers, and behind him stands the military strength of the Lin household. With both of those, the first female emperor of the 9 provinces is not a dream. An invitation arrived at my house that afternoon, a literary gathering. 3 days. I teased Zi Yue in the carriage until she was scarlet from the collar up, which took about 90 seconds and which I regret only slightly. Then, when she had recovered enough to be dangerous again, I said, without any particular tone, Your mistress is not looking at me. She is looking at the Eagle Eye Division. Zi Yue did not answer that, which was an answer. Then I went to my uncle and told him I was moving out. You are what? I am leaving the manor, publicly, badly, with raised voices if we can manage it. He put down his cup. Uncle, think about what His Majesty has just done. He has taken a 17-year-old from the Zhendong house and made him 4th rank in the Imperial Secret Police in 1 afternoon, over the objection of every rule in the civil code. Why? Because he wants you. Because he wants a wedge. I leaned forward. He is not promoting me. He is separating me. He would love nothing more than a young man from the Lin family who owes everything to the throne and nothing to his own house. And so, you propose to give him exactly that. I propose to give him a performance of exactly that. He was quiet for a long time. The worse our relationship looks in public, I said, the more power he will hand me. And the more power he hands me, the safer the household is, because every hour he spends being pleased with me is an hour he is not spending being frightened of you. My uncle looked at his hands. Your father, he said eventually, spent 14 years on the eastern waste, and I do not believe he ever once had a thought this cold. Is that a yes? That is a yes. Within 4 days, the capital had it that Chen Wu had quarreled violently with the Zhendong Marquis Manor and had come close to being struck from the family register. And I heard 3 separate versions of it from 3 separate people, and one of them was almost correct, which frightened me a little. I bought a house with 3 courtyards for 3,000 taels. My monthly salary at 4th rank is 50 toils. I invite you to do that arithmetic. I did not have to, because my aunt came to my new gate the day I moved, crying without making any noise, and put 3,000 toils into my hands, and then pushed Wang Lan in after it. I gave the purse straight to Wang Lan. The house is yours now. She stared at the money like it might bite her, and then at me, and then she went and started running my household with the ferocity of a small siege engine, and never once in the years that followed did I have to think about a single meal. That night I stood under the peach tree in my own courtyard and swung a sword 10,000 times. I should explain what had changed. Since the golden dragon went into my forehead in that frozen court, the counter no longer goes up by 1. Proficiency plus 10. 10,000 swings, at 10 a swing, under a peach tree, from the second drum until the sky went gray. And somewhere in there, the line at the edge of my sight changed shape. Swordsmanship at perfection. Attempt comprehension of forbidden saber intent. Yes. And then I lived an entire life. I need to say this carefully because it is the strangest thing that has ever happened to me, and I have been inside a frozen heavenly court. I was 5 years old, on a cliff over the sea, cutting at the wind because my father told me to. I was 11 and my hands were ruined. I was 18 and I had reached perfection, and it meant nothing because there was nobody on that cliff to see it. I was 20 and I went into the army, and the army was mud and boredom and other people's opinions. I was 22 when I walked away from all of it and went down to the water and became a fisherman. And I want to be clear, I forgot the sword. Not set it aside, forgot it. 40 years of nets and salt and cold mornings and a boat that leaked at the bow, and a woman, and the woman died, and I kept fishing. And then one evening, at the end of that life, I was standing in the shallows with a harpoon in my hand, watching the sun come apart on the water, and for no reason, I raised it, and I cut the sea. The sea opened, all the way down, sand and rock and things that had never seen light, standing in two walls for 5 full breaths. And an old man who had been a fisherman for 40 years said, out loud, to nobody, this stroke is called Dawnbreaker. I came back into my own courtyard on my knees, with my face wet and my hands shaking, and a peach tree above me putting out every blossom it had, all at once, out of season, in the dark. Pure yang saber intent, first forbidden, law comprehended, the truth of tides, reward issued. I opened my hand and there was a pill in it. And when I looked at my own panel for the first time in weeks, it had changed everywhere. 17 years old. 7th rank, peak, cultivation speed, times 10. And where the Constitution line had read the word that 11 years of my life had been organized around, the word garbage. There was now a different word entirely, and the different word was at the top of the scale. The luck dragon had not given me power. It had gone into my body and rebuilt the foundation that the aptitude test measured when I was 3 years old, and thrown away the answer. Double pupils, awakening at 1%. 1%. I took the pill and broke into 6th rank before dawn. Wang Lan saw part of it from the window of the side room, and I know this because she told me years later, in a completely different city, when she had had wine. She said that she looked out, and her young master was standing under the peach tree with a sword, and that behind him there was a sea, and the sun was coming up out of it. She also said she went back to bed and decided to be much better at her job. She had been told, by my aunt, to warm my bed. That is the arrangement in a house like ours, and everybody understood it, including her. I told her to sleep in the side room. She cried, which I had not expected, and asked whether the young master found her dirty, which I had expected even less. And I stood there in my own hallway at 3 in the morning, completely outmaneuvered by a 19-year-old girl with a lamp. In the end, she slept on the couch in my study, because she flatly refused to be further away than that. And in the morning, she got up and reorganized my kitchen. That is the entire arrangement, and it stayed that way for years, and I have heard 4 different versions of it from people who were not there. On the morning of the literary gathering, I ate noodles, not at home, in a shop on Central Avenue with 6 tables and a floor that had been mopped exactly as often as it needed to be, while every other invited guest in the capital was arriving early and being seen arriving early. Important guests come last. Everybody knows that. Almost nobody has the nerve to do it. The owner would not take my money, which happens to me a great deal now, and which I still find unbearable. So Li Quan put the silver on the counter under a bowl on the way out, which is the compromise we eventually settled on, and which we have used in 9 cities since. When I got to the princess's gate, Ziyue was standing outside it, waiting, personally. Every young gentleman in the capital who had spent 3 days polishing a poem watched the second imperial princess's chief attendant come down the steps for the 17-year-old who had arrived last. And I would like to report that I behaved with dignity. I did not. I enjoyed it enormously. There is a pavilion in that garden with a board over the door, and the calligraphy on the board is the princess's own hand. Phoenix Pavilion. I stood and looked at it for long enough that Ziyue got nervous. The characters are excellent, I said. The name is a mistake. Ziyue made a small sound. A phoenix flies in the 9 heavens, I said. That is very high. This one is aiming at something above heaven. The word is too small and too sharp at the same time. It announces the ambition without covering it. I looked at the board a moment longer. Call it Yaoqi instead. Ziyue went perfectly still. Yaoqi, she repeated. The Jade Pool. There is no Jade Pool. There is no Queen Mother of the West. There is no myth in the entire 9 provinces that puts a woman at the top of heaven beside a pool of jade, because that myth belongs to a different world entirely. And I am the only person in this one who has ever heard it. I had just handed the future first empress of this dynasty a name for her own throne room, out of a mythology that does not exist here, and told her it was a suggestion about calligraphy. Ziyue looked at me for a very long time with an expression I have since learned to be very careful about. Inside, in front of a mirror, Bai Yue was listening to her own report. I have the feeling, Ziyue said, that I have no secrets from him. He looks straight through. And Bai Yue, who is the cleverest person I have ever met, and who was at that point working from bad information, produced the wrong answer with beautiful logic. The Marquis of Andong wants to pass the title to the younger son. The elder son is an obstacle. Therefore, the elder son spent 11 years pretending to be worthless in order to stay alive. It is a good theory. It explains everything. It is completely false, and it kept her comfortable for 4 more months. Then she put on a hairpin. Red jade, phoenix form, 600 years in that family, and she had worn it exactly once in her life, before that morning. "You put it on for your betrothed," Ziyue said. "I put it on," said the princess, "because I'm about to be looked at." Both of those were true, only one of them was the reason. The first thing I felt when I saw her was not admiration, it was cold. I was looking at the woman who, in the version of history I carry around in my head, walks out of a burning palace on the night I die, and finishes everything with a sword, fast, precise, without mercy. Every man of the imperial line on the floor before dawn, and the empire in her hand by breakfast. She was sitting at a small table with breakfast laid for 2, and she was 21 years old, and she had a hairpin in her hair. And I stood there for about 3 seconds being unfair to a person who had not yet done any of it. So I stopped, and I sat down, and I smiled at her. "You are wearing an expression," she said. "I was deciding something. About me? About myself? It has been resolved." She poured tea for me, which a princess does not do, and watched me notice that she had done it. We fenced for about a quarter of an hour, politely, and I lost twice on purpose and once by accident, which is a thing I keep doing around this family. "With ambition like that," I said at one point, "you will rise very high, and if the ambition belongs to a woman, then she will have to rise higher because she will be carrying more." And Princess Bai Yue laughed, out loud, with her whole face, for about 2 seconds. There was a dish of phoenix claws on the table, chicken feet, braised, done in a way I have never found anywhere else in the empire, and I ate rather a lot of them, and at some point, the joke sitting in the middle of the table became audible to both of us, and neither of us touched it. "Come more often," she said at the door. "We are not married. People will talk." "Are you afraid of talk?" I was not, and she knew I was not, and that was the actual conversation. The gathering itself was a zoo, and I mean that with affection. Chinbo was there, the great Confucian of White Deer Academy, who 20 years ago submitted a memorial to the throne asking that the wars stop and the people be allowed to breathe, and who had been so thoroughly screamed at that he went up a mountain and stayed there for 2 decades. Bai Yue had just quietly levered him into the Ministry of Rights as vice minister, 3rd rank. That is what her recruiting looks like. She does not buy officials. She finds men the throne has broken and hands them back their careers. Venerable Guangyi was there from the Tianlong Temple. Red lips, white teeth, shaved head, and the general aspect of a man who has been mistaken for a demon at least twice. And Wang Tao from the Celestial Master's mansion, sitting alone in a corner, drinking with a determination I found sympathetic. I also learned 2 names that afternoon. Wen Hai, who had declined the invitation on the grounds that he was not coming down off his mountain until he had finished reading the library, which is the single most Confucian sentence I have ever heard. And Cheng Wei. I sat down next to the Taoist because he was the only person in the room not performing. He looked up to make a polite noise, and then he dropped his cup. I found out much later what he saw, and I am glad I did not know at the time. Over my head, filling the pavilion, going up through the roof and out of the top, a 9-clawed dragon of no measurable length, and around it a purple haze that he could not read. Emperor Kang of Great Wu, who has held the mandate of this empire for 54 years, carries a luck dragon roughly 3 feet long, with 5 claws. Wang Tao tried to read my face after that, and got nothing. Not a bad future, not a hidden past, nothing. The way a mirror shows nothing when there is no light. He recovered, said something about the secrets of heaven not being for discussion, and then got very drunk and gave me detailed and unsolicited advice about which house on Suyu Street had the best entertainers. At some point, Song Lan arrived. Song Lan is one of the 4 great beauties of the male variety in this capital, and he has an entrance. He stood in the doorway with a fan half open, in profile, held it for a full 3 seconds, and waited for the room. The room was looking at the corner. He turned his head very slowly, saw what everyone was looking at, and I watched a man's entire self-image come off its hinges in real time. "Even in profile," he said to his friend, in a voice like a small landslide, "I have lost." Venerable Guangyi came over to argue theology with me, which I had been expecting since the moment I walked in. "There is truth in what you said about the ruler and the sun," he said, "but it is incomplete." I did not defend, I hit first. 10 years of wandering did not cleanse you, I said. It grew a demon in your heart. He stopped breathing. Here is what I knew that he thought nobody knew. 5 years ago, there was a night when Buddha light stood over the Tianlong temple and the whole capital came out into the streets to look at it and said, A living Buddha had been born. That was not enlightenment. That was Abbot Qing Yun holding something down inside his own disciple. Wu Hai had walked 10,000 li as an ascetic, praying for all living beings, and what he had seen out there was 10,000 li of people starving in ditches, and somewhere on that road he had arrived at a conclusion. That the way to end suffering was not to pray about it. It was for him to become the Buddha, take power, and stop the world by hand. That is a demon. That is exactly what a demon is. You are not wrong that the world is on fire, I said. You are wrong about which hand should hold the water. Then I gave him a line from a sutra that exists and which he has certainly read 1,000 times and never once heard. Let the mind arise without resting on anything. He stood there in the middle of a party with his hands together and did not move for a considerable period of time. Come and see me, I said, when I come back to the capital. Hook set. Line out. Walk away. Then the scholars came for me, because that is what the entire gathering had been built for. It started politely. The young master of the Lin family is famous for a sentence. Perhaps he will give us a poem. I declined. They asked again, less politely. And behind them, saying nothing, doing nothing, drinking his tea with the mild interest of a man watching dogs he did not personally release, sat Fang Zhi. I declined again. The third time, it was not a request. So I stood up. Poetry, I said, is an amusement of peaceful times. The room went quiet in the way a room does when the target turns around. The world is broken in three. There is a war coming on the northwest frontier, and 300,000 men are marching toward it. And in 19 provinces, there are families selling their children to pay the grain levy on land they no longer own. I looked around at them. I do not have any poems in me. I am sorry. I am busy. Somebody said something about excuses. But since you love poetry so much, I said, I will give you one. And Venerable Guangyi of the Tianlong Temple, personal disciple of Abbot Qing Yun, a man who has been bowed to by governors, got up without a word, walked to the table, and ground my ink for me like a servant boy. I heard 4 separate people stop breathing at that. I gave them a frontier poem. I am not going to write it out here because it belongs to a room and not to a page, and because the version people recite now has been improved by about 40 scholars. It was about the Northwest. It was about swearing on a blade to break Qing and Feng. It ended with the line that the men who go there intend to die on that field and not to come home wrapped in a horsehide. Venerable Guangyi read it aloud, line by line, as I wrote it, because his voice was better than mine. By the 4th line, nobody in that pavilion was sitting down. Chinbo, 61 years old, the great Confucian of White Deer, said into the silence, "That is the first frontier poem Great Wu has produced in 300 years. I put down the brush and left before he finished the sentence, because a man who stays for the applause is asking to be given a price. Out in the street in the cold, Li Quan was bouncing. Young master, they are all still standing up in there. They are all still standing. Did you memorize the ones who shouted loudest? He stopped bouncing. Yes, young master. Good. In a few days we will give them a very generous dinner. I walked on for a while. Here is the part I did not say to him. I had refused twice on purpose, not out of modesty. I wanted to stand in the middle of a room full of hostile men, with my back to the door, and see whether the woman who was going to marry me would say one word. She did not. She sat there in her red jade hairpin, with her hands in her lap, and let it run, which was correct. Which was, politically, exactly right, because a princess who defends her, betrothed in front of 40 aristocrats, has told the entire capital that her betrothed needs defending. It was also information. She is not on my side. She is standing next to me and looking in the same direction, which is a different thing, and I made a note of it, and I did not resent it for 1 second, because I was doing precisely the same to her. And find me a man called Qing Wei, I said. He found me first. I was in a private room at a restaurant 3 nights later, and a young man in a scholar's robe put his head round the door and asked, with enormous friendliness, whether he might share the table, since the house was full. The house was not full. He had been following me for 2 streets. I told him my name was Liu Sheng. He told me his was something equally invented. We both knew. It was very pleasant. Cheng Wei was 22, dressed like a man who has one good robe, with a face that would have been handsome if it had ever been allowed to relax. We talked about nothing for a while, and then I told him a story. There is a fish in the northern darkness called kun, I said, and nobody knows how many thousand li across it is, and one day it changes and becomes a bird called pong, and when the pong goes south, it beats the water for 3,000 li and rises 90,000 into the air on a whirlwind. And there was a bird that sat in a courtyard for 3 years and did not fly and did not sing, and the king asked what kind of bird that was and was told, that bird has not flown for 3 years, but when it flies, it will reach heaven. It has not sung for 3 years, but when it sings, it will astonish the world. You, Brother Shu, I said, are the kun under the ice. He put his cup down without making a sound, because he had never told anyone that, not one living human being. He had thought it alone in a cheap room for 4 years, and a stranger had just said it to him across a table with a straight face. And then he did something I have never stopped being impressed by. He decided that since he had already been read, he might as well be read properly, and he told me everything. He was looking for a dragon, not a metaphor either. He had spent 3 years quietly evaluating the sons of the imperial house one by one, the crown prince, the third, the fourth, and had rejected every single one of them for specific documented reasons that took him about 8 minutes to deliver. And recently, he said, he had begun to wonder about the second princess, which is a sentence that could get a man's entire county executed. Then he diagnosed the empire, and I stopped enjoying myself. The treasury is empty. The land tax is calculated per household on land that half those households no longer own, because it has been quietly consolidated into the estates of people who do not pay. 8 hereditary princes hold 8 regions as private kingdoms and remit nothing. And then he said the thing I have never been able to unhear. Count the brothels, he said. Not the fashionable ones, the bad ones, in the small cities. Count how many are opening and then look at what they charge. Prices are falling, I said. Prices are falling because supply is rising. Supply is rising because families are selling their daughters. He turned his cup around on the table. You can starve a country for a long time before it shows in the tax returns. It shows in that number first, every time. I do not know what my face did. Give me the office of Grand Secretary, he said, and I will turn this around in 5 years. 10, I said. 5, 10, and I will bet you on it. He laughed and got up, and I let him get almost all the way to the door. Report for duty tomorrow morning, I said to his back. As a clerk. He turned around with an expression of polite bafflement, and I let him hold it. And do not run, I said. Consider your evening. You have described the treasury of Great Wu as empty, and its people as starving, which is slander against a flourishing state. You followed a 4th-rank official of the lantern bearers through 2 streets after dark, which is attempted assassination if I decide it is. And you have spent 3 years searching the imperial house for a wise lord in order to earn the merit of raising a dragon, which is conspiracy to rebel. I smiled at him. For the 3rd one, they exterminate 9 generations. He did not sleep that night, which I know because I had him watched, and I feel no shame about it. What I did to him at the end of that conversation was not fair, and I did it deliberately. I let the killing intent out. Not much, enough. I had spent 40 simulated years on a cliff and in an army and by a cold sea, and there is a residue that comes off that. And when I let it into a room, a scholar with no cultivation at all sees things. Chung Wei saw a field. He told me, months later, that what he saw was corpses stacked in a way that suggested somebody had been counting them. His own servant confirmed it afterward, helpfully, in the street. My master was questioning you the entire evening, sir. He walked home through the night district, and a small child with a stick of candied hawthorn pointed at his face and laughed at him. And Chung Wei stood in the middle of a street, 22 years old, having just been recruited by extortion, and punched himself gently in the chest and said, out loud, "Even if you live as a weed, live." What is so special about him? Li Quan asked me the next morning, baffled, because to Li Quan, the man was a shabby scholar with one robe. Prime Minister Shen, I said, is in the top 10 strategists of the last 800 years of this dynasty. I am not exaggerating, and I am not being polite. Yes, young master. Chung Wei is top 3. He may be first. I went back to my breakfast. And watch his gait tonight. Clever men are the only ones who run. While I was collecting a scholar, the Celestial Master's mansion was trying to work out what I was. Wang Tao went home from the gathering and up the 9 floors of the Star Tower, past 2 people worth naming. On the 4th landing, a fat boy of about 17 sitting cross-legged on the floor with a wooden puppet in his lap, arguing with it. Yuan Ping. His theory, delivered to anybody who slows down near him, is that everything born has a spirit and everything made does not, and that this is an oversight he intends to correct personally. On the 7th, Yuan Ru, 18. 4th rank as of that month, the sort of thing that makes an entire generation feel unwell, beautiful in the way that a knife is beautiful, born without emotions. Not damaged, not traumatized, born without them, which their whole order considers a blessing, and which the old heavenly master has privately considered a problem for 18 years. And on the 9th floor, the old man himself was casting for my future. 64 hexagrams. Nothing. Not a bad reading. Nothing. The way a bell gives nothing when there is no clapper. He cast again. Nothing. On the 3rd attempt, the tortoiseshell came apart in the air above the table. Not cracked. Detonated. Heaven is 50, the old heavenly master said, into the smoke, in a voice that made his disciples' arms go cold. The great expansion is 49, and one always slips away. He sat there for a while. He is the one that slips. Then he told Wang Tao a secret that maybe 9 people alive have. On the night Princess Baiyue was born, a purple aurora stood over the entire capital until dawn, and 2/10 of the luck of Great Wu got up and walked into that child. Then kill the variable, Wang Tao said, now while it is small. Who told you, said the old man, that we are the only ones who have noticed him? He waved a hand at the wreckage of his own divination. Plant a seed and wait. Li arrived at my new house 4 days later, with a bundle on his back like a boy running away to sea, which is exactly what he was doing. 11 years old, 8th rank. 8th rank at 11, because 8 months ago I gave the household an improved sword form, and every child in that manor has been climbing it ever since like a ladder. Third uncle sent you, I said. Third uncle did not stop me, said Li, which is not the same thing and which he knew. The reason came out over a bowl of soup. His father, Chen Qiang, had been passed over for the vice ministry of rights. Too young, they said. The post had gone to Qinbo instead, which is to say it had gone to Princess Baiyue. The throne is afraid, said Li, aged 11, eating soup, that the Lin family will get civil officials as well as generals. I looked at him for a moment. Thunder and rain, I said, are both the sovereign's grace. He grinned into the bowl, and neither of us said anything else, and I thought, there it is. That is the whole thing. That is why this house terrifies the palace. Not because of the marquise titles, because we grow them like this, and we grow them fast. Meanwhile, my poem had become a state project. I walked into the division to find Kui Wen driving 40 men like a foreman. The director's poem is to be in every wine shop, every gatehouse, and every barracks in this capital within 24 hours. Move. I stood in the doorway and watched the imperial secret police distributing my verse as a matter of national policy, and understood with total clarity that the order had not come from Kui Wen and had not come from Wei Bao. 300,000 men are about to march northwest, and the throne needs a song for them to march to, and the throne has just noticed that one of its new tools writes, being used is not an insult. Being used badly is an insult. I put Li on the division roster that afternoon, which caused a small institutional crisis because he was 11 years old and 8th rank and the average recruit in that building was 24 and 9th. And I let them all have their crisis where I could hear it. Cheng Wei turned up for work at dawn, on time, having not slept. He had spent the entire night arriving at the correct conclusion by the wrong road, which is the most dangerous kind of correct. He had worked out that I knew he had been shopping for a rebellion, and that I had responded to this information by hiring him as a clerk, and there are only 2 explanations for that. Either I intend to rebel, or the Lin household does. He decided at about the 4th watch to say nothing about it to anybody, ever, because there is no side he could take that sentence to that would not kill him. He came in and bowed, and I did not look up from what I was writing. You did not sleep, I said, because you decided I was a traitor. The pen scratched for a while. Also, I said, move your parents to the capital. The house next to mine has already been bought. Here are the keys. He stood there holding a set of keys, and I watched him understand that they were a chain made of gold, and I watched him put them in his sleeve anyway. That is the moment I recruited him, not the extortion. The keys. I threw a banquet to celebrate taking up my post, and I booked the entire 2nd floor of the Deschenglo for it, which cost roughly 4 months of my official salary. Then I stood up in the middle of it, with a cup in my hand, and said in a carrying voice, I have taken the whole floor, and it is half empty. 2 hallmasters had not come, Li, Wei, Shu, Guang. The crown prince's man and the 3rd prince's man, the 2 who had refused the rotation, absent from their own director's welcome dinner in front of every officer in the division. Sui Wen, sitting on my left, went the color of old paper. Old Kui, I said pleasantly. What is the penalty in the code for forming a faction within the lantern bearers? He had to clear his throat twice. Death for the principals, confiscation of the household, exile of the family to 3,000 Lai. Excellent. You will lead the arrests. He looked at me the way a man looks at a step that is not there, because he had understood immediately. I was not asking Kui Wen to make an arrest. I was making Kui Wen the knife in public at a dinner in front of 40 witnesses, so that from tomorrow morning every faction in that building would know exactly which old fox had done the cutting, and the old fox would have nowhere left to stand except behind me. He led the arrests. In one day we took 2 entire halls, 2 hallmasters, more than 10 captains of 1,000, more than 50 captains of 100. The lantern bearers had not seen that many capital sentences in a decade. The building was quiet in the way a hospital is quiet. Wei Bao, the new commander, threw 4 separate complainants out of his office personally and beat one of them with a stick in the corridor for arguing, which is the most eloquent form of political support available in that institution. I went down to the cells myself. Shu Guang was still shouting about legality when I got there. By what right, on whose authority, he had served 18 years. I said one sentence to him. I am not going to write it down, because it was about his family and because it worked. He never spoke again in my presence. Li Wei was cleverer and therefore easier. I am the crown prince's man, he said, through the bars, reasonably, one professional to another. When His Highness ascends, everything you want will be available to you, all of it. You have only to wait. I crouched down so we were level. I am currently holding, I said, a man of the crown princes. He waited. Do you think His Highness is going to come and get you out, I said, or do you think it is cheaper to make sure you stop talking? He sat down on the floor of the cell and did not get up. But I did not go down there for either of them. There were 3 men in that prison I had come for, and I had known about all 3 of them since before I took the post. The first was in a cell on the 2nd level and had been there for 2 years. Fan Lei, 28. He had put his name to a joint memorial to the throne, along with 11 other young officials, of whom he is the only one still breathing. The memorial argued that the realm does not belong to the sovereign. It argued that the realm belongs to the people, and that the sovereign holds it in trust. You can see how that went. Do you regret it? I asked him. He had a beard he had clearly not chosen, and one working eye, and he looked up at me from a stone floor. I regret being careless, he said. I would write it again. I stood there for a while. When a state rises, I said, the people suffer. When a state falls, the people suffer. He went very still. Who said that? Somebody who was not allowed to publish either. I had him released that hour. The second man was in the lower block and was not political. Yang Lei, 21. A street thug from the west of the city, in for exactly what a street thug goes in for. He could not read. He was enormous. And when I came down the passage, he pressed himself into the corner of the cell and shook, because in his experience, a well-dressed man coming down that corridor meant something was about to happen to him. I looked at a terrified, illiterate criminal for about 10 seconds. Come and be my bodyguard, I said. He did not understand the sentence. I had to say it again. The third one asked me first. Chung Bo, 32. Apprentice to a shop at 12. By 30, he was the wealthiest man in Yunzhou province. At 32, he brought his money to the capital because that is what a successful provincial does, and the capital took all of it and put him in a hole. Everything, the lot. Confiscated on a technicality by 3 separate offices in 11 days, and then imprisoned so that he could not sue. He was standing at the bars waiting for me when I arrived. Take me as a dog, he said. I raised an eyebrow. 3 years I have been thinking in here, he said, and what I worked out is very simple. A treasure held by a man without power is not a treasure. It is a crime that has not been charged yet. He put his hands through the bars, palms up. I do not want to be rich again. I want to be rich behind somebody. And as I walked back up out of that prison with 3 men behind me, who between them owned 1 pair of boots, the line rolled across the edge of my sight. All 5 heroes gathered. Version Dynasty Conquest is now available. Update: I stood in a stairwell in the dark for a moment. Then I said yes. The next month in my courtyard was one of the strangest of my life, and I would live it again tomorrow. Fan Lei, former imperial censor, sat every morning on the step with Yang Lei, former street thug, and taught him to read. A month, that is how long it took. Every character a working man needs, and then some, out of a scholar who had been in a cell for 2 years and a criminal who kept apologizing for holding the brush wrong. And in the afternoons, an 11-year-old taught 2 grown scholars military strategy. I did not organize that. I came home one evening, and Li had a stick and a patch of raked sand, and was explaining envelopment to a former censor and a former thug, and both of them were taking notes. For the next 30 years, I told them, at some point that month, this world is not decided by fists. Yang Lei looked up from his characters. A great general does not win because he is strong. A great general condenses the soul of an army, and in front of that, even the old heavenly master takes a step back. And I gave Cheng Bo 5,000 tiles. Build me a golden cup. How long do I have? You tell me. 3 months? He said. He did it in 2. The system rebuilt itself that week, and I want to describe what it turned into. Briefly, because it explains almost everything I did afterward. It could see people now. Not their thoughts, their quality on a scale, the way a horse dealer sees a horse. Second rate between 80 and 89, first class 90 to 94, top tier 95 to 99. And above 100, unmatched, which is not a grade so much as a warning. There was a shop, there was a lottery, there was 1,000 cubic meters of space I could put things into. And there was a currency called Conquest Fragments. And the way you earn Conquest Fragments is by recruiting people, 50 to 200 a head, depending on what the head is worth. The world had just told me, in the plainest possible language, that the resource was not power. The resource was other human beings. So, I measured mine. Cheng Wei, intelligence 99, with a ceiling of 100, 1 point below, unmatched. In the entire empire. Fan Lei, with a destiny trait I had to read twice. Jade Shatters, which grants 5 points to every attribute he has the moment a situation becomes hopeless. Yang Lei, command ceiling 95, and a trait about killing foreigners that I decided not to think about too hard. Chung Bo, Commerce 99, and Li Li, aged 11, eating a peach on my step. Unmatched, Command 103. Potential 5 stars. I sat there looking at a child with peach juice on his chin, who was going to be the most dangerous soldier of the age. And then I went inside and did not tell anybody, including him. 2 men came to my alley that week, on 2 different nights, and neither of them knew about the other. The first was in black and said the Crown Prince would be grateful if a certain man, in a certain cell, were to stop being available for questioning. He made a small gesture across his own throat, which I thought was overdoing it. I said, of course. 2 nights later, another man in black, from the third prince, with the same request about the other one. I laughed for a good while after he left. Not because it was funny that 2 princes wanted their own agent silenced, because they had both, independently on the same week, concluded that the 17-year-old they had been insulting on Zhengde Avenue was the right person to ask. Both of them now owed me a favor they could never admit to owing. That is worth more than either of their agents was. The war arrived at the end of that month, the way weather arrives. By then, I had the Eagle Eye division entirely. All 5 halls reshuffled, every network broken and rebuilt with me at the middle of it, and the order came down from the palace. Raise morale in the capital. We sat in my courtyard and took the war apart. The commander-in-chief is Grand Commandant Guo Hao, reliable, careful, extremely slow. He will not lose, said Fan Lei. He will not win either, said Cheng Wei. And that is the same thing because the treasury cannot pay for a war that does not end. This war has to be short or the economy goes over. War, I said, is politics continued by other means. 3 people looked up. Who said that? Said Cheng Wei. Somebody a very long way from here. The heavenly abode opened in the 6th month, and it changed my life more than anything else in this story, which I did not expect because it is a restaurant. 7 floors. Chung Bo built it in 2 months out of a burnt shell and 5,000 taels and a frightening amount of aggression. Each floor is a class. 1st floor, anyone with money. 3rd floor, officials. 5th and 6th, the men who decide things. And the 7th floor does not open, ever, except for 3 people in this empire, and everyone in the capital knows which 3, and the fact that the 7th floor has never once been used is the single best piece of marketing anybody in this city has ever done. The first great personage through the door was Yu Feng, the emperor's younger sister, unmarried at 30-something. The most politically capable woman in that court and the head of a faction that half the ministries belonged to. And, though nobody in the 9 provinces knew it, a 4th-rank sorcerer who had spent 20 years pretending to be nothing of the kind. We took her to the 6th floor, where there is a glass wall you can see out of and not into, and the whole capital lying underneath it in the evening. I brewed her tea myself, Jade Immortal tea, out of the lottery, and it slows the body's decline. It clears old injuries that have gone quiet in a person and settled in for life. And it makes thought come faster and cleaner for about a day and a half. Yu Feng had not smiled in public in something like 4 years. She laughed at the 2nd cup and then reached across the table and took hold of my wrist. Not a thing that happens either. The system read her while she was doing it. Top tier, charisma 99 with a bonus. 4th-rank sorcerer, concealed, potential 4.5 stars. There was another line under that, about her physique, and what it was suited for, and I am not going to repeat it, because it was written by a system that does not know she is a person, and because I decided in that moment that I was never going to be the sort of man who reads that line and then looks up. I closed the panel, then I sold her wine. Superior Jade Green, 5,000 toils a jar. The wine is extraordinary and it comes out of the system, and I cannot make it any faster than the system gives it to me. And that scarcity was not a strategy, it was a fact I was very lucky to be handed. But 5,000 toils a jar was a strategy. By the end of that first week, the following people had come through my door, the Crown Prince and the 3rd Prince, arriving simultaneously, in carriages that would not yield to each other, so that both of them had to sit in the street for 4 minutes, pretending to admire the architecture. The Prime Minister's carriage, with his son Fang Ji in it. And Mei Su, sent in the princess's place because the princess was in seclusion, who arrived on foot, ate steadily for 2 hours, and brought me a pear. I gave the pear back to her. You, said Mei Su, with total sincerity, around a mouthful of somebody else's dinner, are now my favorite person after the princess. Upstairs, on the 5th floor, the sons of marquises were drinking, and their ringleader asked me for a poem. Zhang Jie, heir of the Marquis Wu Wei, 24, going northwest with the Grand Commandant in 9 days, built like a door. I gave him 4 lines in about the time it took to walk to the table. Something about how a man ought to take up a blade and go and take back the 50 provinces of the Northwest, rather than sit bent over books earning himself a title. The room got up. I watched grown men with military titles stand there with their hands shaking. Somebody at the back said the word immortal, in the sense of the poetry immortal, and it stuck, and I have been unable to get rid of it since. Within 9 days, the price of a jar of superior jade green on the private market was 5,000 toils and rising. Yu Feng offered 10,000 for a jar that somebody else had already bought and was refused to her face, which had not happened to her since roughly the reign of the previous emperor. Feng Zhi brought a jar home to his father and his sister. Feng Ru is one of the four great beauties of the capital, and the phrase people use about her is the moon goddess reborn, the sort of thing that would make most people insufferable and has somehow not. Her brother sighed at her over the wine. "The two of you would have suited each other," he said. "A pity. He is already the emperor's son-in-law." And in the study, Prime Minister Shen was doing the only arithmetic that mattered that month. 300,000 men marching northwest, grain and fodder for all of them. 2 months to assemble it, and a treasury with nothing in it. The strangest evening of that entire summer happened after closing. An old man walked into my restaurant when the doors were shut. He was small and shabby and unremarkable, and the guards did not stop him because they did not see him, and he sat down at a table on the 6th floor and looked out at the city. I saw him with the double pupils, and my whole spine went cold. The old heavenly master. First rank. One of 5 people alive at that level, sitting in my restaurant in a mended robe with his hands on his knees. I brought the wine myself. Good wine, I said, is for people who have the fate for it. We talked about the Tao for about an hour, and I was outmatched from the first sentence, and I cheated. Because at a certain point he asked me, quite gently, what I thought the way was, and I recited to him the opening of a book that does not exist. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. That is knowledge from outside. It is locked. It is not supposed to be able to come out of a player's mouth, and I have never been able to explain why mine does. The response was immediate. Thunder directly overhead, out of a clear evening, then rain like a dropped bucket. And in the west of the capital, over the Tianlong Temple, a column of Buddha light stood up into the storm because Abbot Qing Yun had come out of a 5-year seclusion in the middle of a sentence. Emperor Kang came out of his own palace without using the doors. And in a sealed room on the other side of the city, Princess Bai Yue, 20 years old, sitting in meditation, felt every restriction in her body let go, and broke into the 3rd rank. The old man in front of me had his eyes closed and his hands flat on the table. "Say the rest," he said. I stood up. "Flowing water does not fight to be first," I said. I got as far as the stairs. "There are 3 treasures," I said over my shoulder. "Compassion, frugality, and not daring to be first in the world." Then I went out into the rain because it was past the 2nd drum and the curfew was mine to enforce, and took the division out to patrol a city where every dog was screaming. In the carriage, Cheng Wei was looking at me the way a man looks at a bridge he has just realized is much older than the river. "Not contending," he said, "is itself the highest form of contention." I did not answer. "Does my lord wish to be the first in the world?" "What use," I said, "is being first for a season?" I watched the rain on the window. "I want the kind that stays green." And then, because they had earned it, and because Yang Lei had been trying to ask for 20 minutes, "That old man in the restaurant, that was the old heavenly master." There is a particular silence 4 people make in a moving carriage when they have all just realized they serve tea to a god. Summer came down on the capital like a lid. Candidates for the autumn examinations arrived from all 19 provinces, tens of thousands of them, and the price of a room within the walls tripled, and the price of paper doubled, and the price of a decent brush went somewhere obscene. The heavenly abode was the first restaurant in the empire, not one of, the first. Students who could only get onto the 3rd floor made a scene about it one evening, on principle, loudly, about class and merit and the corruption of the age. They were beaten in the street and arrested, and I did not intervene. That goes next to everything else. Wei Bao sent for me in the 7th month. 3 months, he said. "You said 3 months for the mole. It has been 11 weeks. "I know. Do you have him?" "I will need men," I said. "Good ones, for cover." Which was true, and was also not why I went out that night. The Liu Su Pavilion is 5 stories, and the security in it is better than the security in 2 of the ministries. 7th rank on the door, 6th rank on the stairs, and on the 5th floor, a 4th rank master called Master Hu, with a golden worm living in his flesh, which is a thing I had read about and had never wanted to see. I went in over the roof and sat on a beam in the dark for about an hour, watching a woman receive 4 separate visitors and put every single one of them to sleep, with an illusion inside 11 minutes, all of them convinced afterward that they had had a wonderful evening. Mei Yun now, the most sought-after name in the capital, sells her art and not her person, and every man in the city believes it, and every man in the city is correct, and none of them know why. She knew I was on the beam. She had known for about half of that hour, which I only found out because she told me later, and is why I stopped underestimating her permanently. We did business. She gave me the Surveillance Institute's people inside the Lantern Bearers because the Surveillance Institute is her enemy and had spent 4 months arranging for her to be blamed for the map. I gave her my word that nothing below the rank of Captain of 100 in her own network would be touched. The names were worse than I had budgeted for. Master Hu Hua, director of the 6th Division, turned 3 years ago, a captain of 1,000 in the 5th, and Master Hu Lei, director of the 9th Division, the prison, the man who runs the cells where every enemy agent in the capital is held and questioned, had been working for Great Feng for a year, which means that for a year, every single thing that happened in those cells happened with an audience. Then she gave me one more thing, unasked, which is how I knew she had decided something about me. The Surveillance Institute of Great Feng, she said, has been run for the last 5 years by their princess. Personally, the eldest, the one they call the first beauty of Feng. She looked at her hands. In 5 years, she has taken my service apart almost completely. I have 4 people left in this city. 4. I sat with that. When this is finished, I said from the window, I'm going to clean out this entire capital, all of it, every service, every network, every name. I know, she said, you will be here. I know that too. I did not wait for nightfall. Everybody waits for nightfall. It is the single most predictable behavior in this profession, and Master Hu Hua had a 30-year career built on knowing what time the Lantern Bearers come. I signed the first warrant at 2 in the afternoon, in daylight, in the summer heat, and sent Ma Tian and Kuei Wen out through the front gate with it. Dong Yun, director of the 8th. Resistance is to be answered on the spot. I handed it over. But I would prefer him breathing. I wore gold armor for it. It was not only vanity. I put on gold plate and got on a white horse and took 400 men down the length of Central Avenue at a canter in the middle of the afternoon in front of the entire capital. And the reason is that when you are about to arrest 3 directors of the Imperial Secret Police in one day, the single most valuable thing you can generate is the belief that this was always going to happen and that arguing is pointless. Anyone who talks before we arrive, I told the column, will be beheaded with his household. Nobody talked. The capital stopped moving to watch us go past. Shops emptied. A tea house upended itself onto the street. And several thousand examination candidates from 19 provinces who had come to this city to write essays about virtue stood on the curb watching a 17-year-old in gold armor ride past at the head of 400 lances. And I know exactly what at least one of them said, because Li Quan heard it and repeated it to me for a year. That is what a man is supposed to look like. I would like to apologize to every scholar in that crowd for what I did to their study habits. Master Hu Hua did not go quietly, because Master Hu Hua was 4th rank and had 30 years of habits. He came out of his own front door with a spear already moving, and he did not aim at any of the 400 men in his courtyard. He came straight at me, because a hostage in gold armor ends a siege, and he had the arithmetic right. He got about 6 feet. Wu Li stepped across in front of me, 4th rank. The 3rd strongest man in the Lantern Bearers, and, as of that morning, mine, because of a rotation nobody had understood the point of. And from the roof of the eastern wing, Yu Ling opened up, which is the first time I saw what a proper sorcerer does to an enclosed courtyard. Somebody else came for me anyway, a captain of 1,000 5th rank, who had decided that if the day was going to end this way, he would rather it ended expensively. I fought that one myself. There were reasons. 400 of my own men were standing in that courtyard watching, and half of them had been reassigned into my hall 11 weeks earlier and did not yet believe in me. And a director who stands behind a screen of bodyguards is a director they will obey and never follow. He was good. That is not a courtesy. He was good. An ugly economical 5th rank soldier's style, with no decoration in it anywhere. And I went 100 exchanges with him under a hot sky, with the whole courtyard silent. On the 100th, I let out Dawnbreaker. The courtyard filled with the sea. That is what it looks like from outside, apparently. Somebody described it to me afterward as a wall of water standing up in a stone yard with the sun coming out of the bottom of it. He did not get up. I stood there in gold plate in the middle of somebody's ornamental garden, with 400 of my own men not making a sound, and I understood that I had just bought the Eagle Eye Division outright, and that it had cost one very competent man who was only doing his job. We found the letter in a hollow under his study floor. Troop dispositions, supply train routes, the timetable of the Northwest deployment. The prison was worse. Master Hu Lei, director of the 9th, ran the cells. He had already packed when I came down. The Lantern Bearers prison goes down 8 levels, and the 8th level does not have windows for reasons that are obvious the moment you get there. I went down with 60 men, past his own turnkeys, who were standing in the passage in a mass with their hands on their swords and no idea in the world what was about to happen to them. Anyone who obstructs this warrant, I said into a stone corridor, is committing treason, and treason takes the family. About half of them put up their swords. The other half did not. Kill them. That took 15 minutes, and I am not going to describe it. At the end of it, a captain of 1,000 called Ding Rui was sitting against the wall with his chest caved in, and he was laughing. "There are things," he said when I crouched down, "that matter more than living: duty and gratitude." He had to stop and breathe for a while. "Director Lee gave me my life once. If you want him, you can step over me first." "Your wife," I said. "Your children. Your mother, who I am told is 80. He looked at me with total clarity. "If every man in the world put his family first," he said, "where would loyal subjects come from?" "Well said," I told him. And then I had his entire family arrested, because I am not a man in a story, and because his network had to be closed, and because he would have done the same to mine. The capital came apart when the count went out. 3 of the 9 directors of the Lantern Bearers had been working for foreign services. The cabinet sat for 4 hours. 7 grand secretaries, and only one of them, Prime Minister Shen, arrived at the correct and unspeakable question, which he asked with the door shut. "And if all 3 of them were enemy agents," he said, "then how many years has this service been running our counterintelligence on behalf of somebody else?" Princess Bai Yue told every one of her people to go to ground and stay there for 2 months. And Emperor Kong broke a cup. They heard it in the outer hall. "Worthless," he said. "Every one of them worthless. He Jin deserved to die." He gave me an audience 4 days later and offered me a reward, and I turned it down. "Thunder and rain," I said, "are both your Majesty's grace." He liked that. He also, I noticed, filed it. "Third rank at 17 would be too much," he said. "The merit is recorded." So I gave him a present instead. Superior jade green wine, cut 1 part in 5, with water, because the undiluted version is not appropriate for a subject to be handing to his sovereign, and because I am an honest young man who does not lie, and it was still technically superior jade green. And then I asked for my reward, and my reward was a picture, an old painting in the imperial storehouse called The Palace of Great Peace. Nobody had looked at it in 140 years. It is not valuable. It is not even particularly good. The emperor was moved by my modesty. He said so out loud, twice, in front of 2 secretaries. It is, in fact, a genuine Taoist relic, and in the age of the spiritual qi recovery, it stops being a painting and becomes a weapon. And the visualization method encoded in the brushwork is ranked 6th on the list of the great techniques. I got it wrapped in cloth and carried it home under my arm. I also got the 2nd division, the prison. Chen Wu's word, the order said, is the commander's word. The final sweep took Cheng Wei 2 months. He had never done intelligence work in his life. He sat in a room with everything the division had ever collected and outthought an invisible opponent by treating the whole thing as a text with an author. He found the headquarters of the Surveillance Institute in Great Wu in a theater, not the White Moon Tower, a different one, smaller, 3 streets away, which had been quietly buying up the surrounding properties for 6 years. We took a 4th-rank martial artist, a 4th-rank sorcerer, and the network head himself, Li Kong, a 6th-rank Confucian who had been in this capital for 11 years. Li Kong was very pleased with himself, even in chains. "Your real prize left through the west gate an hour ago," he said. "You are 2 hours late, and you will be 2 hours late for the rest of your life." "Are you sure you want to laugh yet?" I said. "Master, bring him in." And Venerable Guangyi of the Tianlong Temple walked into a warehouse in the east of the capital with a 5th-rank Confucian scholar dangling from one hand. And behind him, Wang Tao came in, dragging the sorcerer who had gone over the western wall by the collar, complaining about the heat. I had asked both of them a week earlier. The fee was jade tea. Master Deng was in his 50s, small, mild, and did not resist. "I spent 30 years being nobody," he said, sitting on a crate. "I sat the provincial examination 4 times. I was never once taken into any office in Great Feng because I have no family, and no money, and no face." He arranged his sleeves. "And then their princess read something I had written and had me brought to the capital and gave me work. Nobody had ever given me work." He looked up. How would I betray that? Then he burned, to be accurate. He gathered his own righteous key and turned it inward, and it took perhaps 4 seconds, and the last thing he said was that a gentleman gives his life for what he owes. Cheng Wei stood there for a while afterward. "Bury him properly," he said. "Not the pit, properly." I intercepted my own man on the North Road that evening, alone. Wang Shu had been sent out of the city on an errand I had invented that morning. He came round the bend and found me standing in the middle of the road, on foot with no escort. And he did not slow down, because he was very good. "You did not take me to the Qingya abode for entertainment," I said. "You took me there so that I would burn it down for you." He kept smiling. "And on my first morning in the Yulian Guard, you walked me past a specific tent. The duty roster that day had been changed. It was a very convenient change." I looked at him. "There are no coincidences on the day a new captain arrives." Wang Shu got off his horse. And then he told me, cheerfully, exactly what he was, which is when I understood I had been outplayed, and not by him. He was an agent of the Surveillance Institute of Great Feng, that much I had. He was also Shadow Guard, the Emperor's own, assigned to me personally on the day I was made director of the Ninth, by the man who had just publicly given me a picture and called me modest. So, consider your position, sir, said Wang Shu, still smiling, standing in the road. Kill me, and His Majesty learns that his son-in-law detected his surveillance and murdered it, and you will never be trusted again as long as you live. Report me, and you have to explain how you found out, which means explaining what you are. Let me go, and I keep reporting. He spread his hands. You have 3 roads, all 3 end badly. What makes you think, I said, that there are only 3? I opened the pupils. 1%. That is all the awakening I had. 1% of what those eyes are, and the recoil nearly put me on the road next to him. I went into a man at the source, where the memories are made and not where they are stored, and I burned out 4 years and wrote 4 different years in their place. And when that was done, I put a chain of order into his flesh, key to a single thing, which is the act of remembering. If Wang Shu ever reaches for what he was, the chain detonates. He woke up on the North Road, delighted to see me, and reported at once with enormous enthusiasm that His Majesty had ordered him to watch me and that the Princess of Great Feng believed he was hers, and that of course he was neither, because he had served my household since he was 6. He then apologized for the delay and asked whether I wanted the buns brought at the usual time. A triple agent, running 2 of the most dangerous intelligence services in the world for me, absolutely sincerely, forever. I had to learn the entire warlock path to do that, incidentally, in 11 weeks. A sentence I can write in 1 line and which cost me more than anything else here. 6th rank martial artist, 7th rank warlock. I sat down on a milestone afterward and could not stand up again for about a quarter of an hour. 2,000 li north, in a room I have never seen, a woman was told that her entire operation in Great Wu had ceased to exist. Princess Rui Ying of Great Feng. Their first beauty, which is the thing everybody says about her, and which is the least interesting fact available. She had personally run the Surveillance Institute for 5 years and had dismantled Great Qing's network in our capital almost completely, from 2,000 li away, without ever setting foot in it. She had just lost to a 17-year-old and she did not know his name yet. What she said when they told her about Master Deng was, "I killed him." And her staff, trying to be kind, offered her the consolation she had left. At least we still have Wang Shu, right beside Chen Wu. She classified his file herself, with her own hand, at the highest seal, and ordered him buried so deep that nobody in her own service could reach him. One day she said, "I will activate him personally." Then I started arresting civil officials, not spies. Ordinary administrators, up to, and including 4th rank, on charges of varying quality, in daylight, 3 or 4 a day, for 8 days. The cabinet lost its mind. Which was the point. Prime Minister Shen Huai invited me to a family dinner on the 9th day. Not an audience, not the cabinet. His house, his table, his son, and his daughter. Feng Ru is one of the 4 great beauties, and I had been braced for that. What I was not braced for was the panel, unmatched, charisma 104, destiny trait, moon goddess, physique, tie-in, and 3 fields reading unknown, which the system had never once done for a human being, before or since. We both reached for the same tea, and our fingers touched over the cup, and both of us got a shock like static in dry weather, and both of us pretended nothing had happened, and her brother saw it and said nothing, and I have thought about that for a long time too. The Prime Minister and I did our business over the fish. He asked me to stop. I agreed to stop, and I asked for one thing in exchange, and it was not a post. If something happens to me, I said, do not finish me. He looked at me for a long moment over in very good fish. Agreed. Both of us went home pleased, and in the carriage Qing Wei finally cracked. 8 days of arrests, 200 officials terrified, 2 ministries paralyzed, all of it for a sentence at dinner. All of it for a sentence at dinner, I agreed. I went out to Lantian County in the 8th month to steal children. Lantian is where the Lin clan lives, not the manor in the capital, the clan, hundreds of thousands of people with our surname spread across a county, most of them farming. I went for a 12-year-old, Han Jian, red as unmatched, command, ceiling 101, and I did not have to lie to him or buy him. I gave him a piece of jade and a bracelet made from the bone of a 3rd-rank demon, and while he was staring at it, I said conversationally, "The boy who stands at my shoulder is 11. He is 7th rank." Han Jian went down on his knees in his own front yard. "I want to see it," he said. "The great age. I want to see it." His brother came too. Li Bing, who was at that point roughly the size of a cat. The panel gave him command 104, and I stood in a farmhouse doing sums about a baby. And then I asked his parents if I could take him, and they said yes, eventually, because his brother explained some things to them in a back room. Then a widow called Li Shu and her son Zhao Bing, who is 8, 4-star potential. And then Eastern Mountain and Lin Jing. 23 years old, living in a hut, playing a chin badly on purpose, the family's hermit. He refused me. My aspirations lie elsewhere. And if I insist, he explained at some length and with considerable elegance, why a man of principle cannot be compelled. I had Yang Lei pick him up and carry him to the cart with his nephew under the other arm. He was still arguing 4 hours later. Cheng Wei eventually patted him on the shoulder and told him not to worry. The master is a bandit but a decent person. You get used to it. I also adopted 10 children that month. Clan orphans between 5 and 10, the kind that 100,000 people produce and nobody counts. I gave them names out of a line of poetry, one character each in order, so that in 20 years anybody who hears their names in sequence knows where they came from. I bought the 3 courtyards next to my house and knocked the walls through and put a training ground in the middle. Books and strategy in the morning, fighting in the afternoon, 14 children under the age of 13, all of them mine. I know exactly what that is. I was building an army out of people who had not been born yet, and I was doing it 11 years early, and I would do it again. The examination candidates were the other half. I invited 6 of them to dinner, quietly at a private house, over 3 separate evenings, so that nobody would see 6 at once. Master Hu Ming, top tier, investigative skill, 98. Chen Zhong, top tier, letters 98, and so poor his sleeves had been turned twice. Wu Feng, who was 16. Zheng Yong, Hong Lin, Xiao Xuan. I asked them for nothing. I fed them, I talked to them about their home provinces, and I gave each of them my tally and told them that if they had trouble in this city, they should use it. I put money into Chen Zhong's sleeve on the way out where the others could not see. All that, said Li Quan on the way home, for a dinner? They are going to sit the examinations in 6 weeks. Yes, young master. So this is the only window in their entire lives when I can meet them and want nothing. I looked out at the street. First we become friends, the rest comes later, and it comes cheap. The war in the East ended in the 9th month, and it ended because of my brother. I do not like him very much, and he earned this. Final battle of the Eastern Waste. Chen Kai, 13 years old, took 8,000 cavalry into the center of the enemy formation personally, took their banners, killed 2 of their generals, and then killed the son of a 3rd-rank demon. 13. 15 years of war finished in an afternoon, and the demon clans sent for terms. Li Li went white and put his bowl down and gripped the edge of the table. I went on eating because I had known that was coming since before I met him. My father wanted to keep going. That is the part that tells you everything. The war is won, the enemy is suing for peace, and the Marquis of Andong wants to press east into unmapped territory because, in his own words, he intends to extend Great Wu by another 1,000,000 Lai. My mother, in that tent, said something she had not said in 14 years. And Chen, how is he? I have this second-hand from a man who was standing outside the tent, and I believe him. My father's response ran for some time. The general shape was that his eldest son is a talentless nothing, and has now compounded it by joining the secret police, which is not a career for a gentleman, and has topped it off by moving out of the family manor like a sulking woman. And in the corner of that tent, a 13-year-old boy who had just killed a demon looked up and learned, for the first time in his life, that he had an elder brother. They had never told him. There was one more thing in that tent. They had taken the essence of a 3rd-rank wolf king off the field, and out of it came a pill, and there was exactly one. My father did not hesitate. Give it to Hao. His reasoning was recorded, and it was not cruel, and that is what makes it what it is. Given to the cripple, it would raise him to about the middle of the pack. Given to the genius, it goes somewhere. It is a waste to spend a resource like that on a bad investment. When it got back to me, I was in my own courtyard, and Li Li was watching my face. My parents gave me life, I said. My uncle and aunt raised me. Everything after that I did myself. I went back to what I was doing. I do not need anything from them. I had 3 cleansing pills. They are not a strengthening drug. They rebuild the meridians, gradually, over years, and the effect compounds. And the honest description is that they take the ceiling off a person and then let them do the rest themselves. I kept one. I gave the other 2 to Li Li and Han Jian. Talent is not a guarantee, I told them, when they tried to refuse, which they both did, one loudly and one quietly. The world is full of geniuses. Most of them stop. Li Li's command went to 104. Han Jian's intelligence broke 100, which puts a 12-year-old into the unmatched class in the field my own Cheng Wei is 1 point short of. And then I beat both of them with a wooden sword every single day for 2 months. Your spear is slow, I told Li Li on the ground on the 3rd day. Your fist is soft, and that last move is a performance. Techniques are for killing. If it is beautiful and it is late, it is decoration. By the 9th month, Li Li was 12 years old and 6th rank. There is no record of that. I checked. There is no 12-year-old in the annals of this dynasty at 6th rank, and there had not been one in 800 years, and there was now one living in my house eating 4 meals a day. Do not go into 5th, I told him. What? Not until you have comprehended spear intent. Grandfather comprehended his at 5th rank, he said, outraged. Second uncle comprehended his at 5th. Yes, I said, and your objective is to exceed them, not to match them. He sulked for 2 days and then did what I said, which is the entire reason he is what he is now. My own panel that month read 5th rank martial artist, 6th rank warlock, 8th rank wizard, because I had picked up a third system somewhere in the middle of everything else and had not told a single living person. I was deliberately sitting on my rank. I put everything into breadth instead. Sword, fist, bow, which the double pupils make almost unfair, and the halberd, which is a battlefield weapon and not a dueling one, and I learned for reasons I did not explain to anybody. Dragon in the deep, I wrote on the panel, to nobody, not yet. The autumn examinations run for 9 days, and the candidates spend all 9 of them locked in individual cells the size of a wardrobe, writing. On the morning they went in, I stood outside the gate with a cup and raised it once and said nothing and left. 6 young men saw it. They had had exactly 1 dinner with me, weeks earlier, at which I had asked for nothing. Chen Zheng told me years afterward that he wrote the best essay of his life that day, and that he has never been able to decide whether that is a good thing. Then I saw Zhang Ji off to the northwest, and my second cousin with him. Lin Yan is 20, and on the road out of the city, he told me something I had not known. They let me leave the manor at 13, he said, and by then my elder brother was already famous. So my father told me to stay down, keep the rank low, do not distinguish yourself. He was looking straight ahead at the road. 7 years in the Imperial Guard being deliberately mediocre. 7 years so that the household would not look too bright to the palace. He turned his horse. That is finished. I gave him every pill I had left. And then I went home and stood in my own courtyard for a while and said, to a sword I had not been allowed to use properly in 8 months, be patient. Soon. My father came home in the 10th month with 1,000 cavalry off the eastern waste, and he stopped 1 li from the city gate and formed them up in the road. The men on the walls of the capital of Great Wu went white to the lips. He was there for 11 minutes. Then he came in alone with an escort of 20, and the 1,000 went to the barracks outside the wall, as they had always been going to, and nothing at all happened. Princess Bai Yue explained it to Zi Yue that evening, and I have this from Zi Yue herself, years later. That was a letter, she said, addressed to my father. Princess, it says, with 1,000 riders I can make your capital tremble. Our ancestor took this city with 8,000 and handed the throne back to your family. If you ever decide to be rid of us, I will do it again. She was quiet for a moment. And there is a second line under it, which is the one that matters. The Lin clan has 100,000 people on the register, and 3 branches and fiefed in 3 border regions. If the capital ever became impossible, they would not fight for it. They would leave and take an army and a food supply with them, and it would take this dynasty 20 years to notice how badly it had lost. That is why the throne cannot destroy my family. It has never been about the marquis titles. Not one member of the Lin household went out to the gate to meet him. Not one. Not my uncle, not the elders, not a single cousin. It had been arranged in a single afternoon, and it was arranged for the benefit of exactly 1 observer. He received his reward in the palace 2 days later. A 4th marquis title in one family, Marquis of Xiang. And Chen Kai, at 13, was given a 5th rank commission, which is what happens when the throne cannot think of anything else to do with a child who has killed a demon. They rode back down Central Avenue afterward, and the street was 6 deep with people cheering, and Chen Kai sat very straight on his horse. And then he began to listen to what the crowd was shouting. Because half of them were not shouting about the boy who killed a demon on the eastern waste. Half of them were shouting about Lord Chen, the one from the lantern bearers, the one with the poem, the one who took 3 directors in a day. And a 13-year-old, who had been told his entire life that he was the most important person in his family, sat on a horse in the middle of his own triumph and had his first bad thought. Was I a substitute? My aunt met my mother in the front hall of the manor. Xu Hua is not a warm woman and has never once pretended to be. She greeted the returning second madam with a nod of exactly the correct depth. You have walked, she said, from the gate to this hall. It is about 200 paces. My mother, who had been in the field for 14 years and had not slept properly in 9 days, said nothing. In 200 paces you did not ask about your son. The hall went very quiet. You did not forget him, my aunt said. You have got used to living without him, which is worse, and took practice. And then, because she is my aunt, if you have no use for him, give him to me formally. You bore him. I raised him. Let us put it in the register and stop pretending. My mother sat down on the floor of her own house and cried, and nobody helped her up for some time. The Hall of Merit met 4 days later, and my father went in expecting to be congratulated. There is a list in that tower. 600 years of the Lin family ranked by contribution to the clan, and every man who goes up, it goes up at once and stays there forever. And my father, who had killed a third-rank demon and held the Eastern Front for 14 years, had privately estimated his own placement at somewhere around 98th. He was 90-something. He was right about that. At number 18, 7 places above the man who founded the Anwu line, there was a name he did not expect to see. Chen Wu. He read it 3 times. "There has been an error." "There has been no error," said Elder Chen Guang. "It was unanimous." And then the 8 of them took him apart with facts, one at a time, without raising a voice, which is how that family conducts an execution. Your son improved the basic sword form of this household. 30% faster from 9th rank to 7th, for every child below 7th in this clan, in perpetuity. That is not a merit, that is a foundation. Your son is 17 and at 5th rank peak, having come from 8th in a matter of months. And we have examined him, and the foundation is clean. No burning, no forcing, no borrowed years. And your nephew Li has been living in his house for 5 months, and has gone from 8th rank to 6th, at 12. One of them hit the table. "And you wrote to this household," he said, "and forbade the boy to study. You had a mind like that in your hands, and you put a sword in it and told it to be quiet." Then my uncle said the thing he had been waiting to say. "I intend to name Wu-Er the next head of this clan. Not his own son, not Chen Bing, who at 31 is commanding on the northern frontier and is the most successful soldier of his generation. Our family," my uncle said, into a silent room, "has never lacked generals. It has lacked a politician. Exactly one, ever, in 600 years, and we have never had one at the same time as we needed one." He counted on his fingers. "Father is in seclusion. I have not left this manor in 17 years, and we all know that this manor is a prison with good furniture. And they have just taken the Eastern Army off you and handed you a title instead." He looked at his brother. "All 3 of those happened because nobody in this family can think politically. That is the whole reason. That is the entire reason." Then they told my father what I had said about him. "They gave you life," I had said. "Others raised me. We live apart and do not interfere. And that way I can still owe you the debt for being born, which I am happy to owe. But if you come into my life, then the father will stop being a father, and the son will stop being a son." My father stood in the Hall of Merit shaking. Chen Kai came to my house 8 days later, and he did not come to see me. He came to the training ground, 13 years old, 6th rank, freshly upgraded with a pill made from a wolf king, and he walked onto my sand and pointed at a 12-year-old. "Your famous talent," he said to Li, "is the reason my father forgot Brother Li existed. He called me Brother Li. He had never met me. So show me what a genius looks like." They fought with fists, no weapons. Both of them suppressed to 6th. 300 exchanges. The arena surface cracked in 4 places. Every martial instructor on that ground stopped what he was doing and started narrating it to the children as a teaching exercise, which is the highest compliment that profession has, and Chen Kai won. He was going to. He is the Supreme Bone, he is a year older, and he has been in an actual war. He got Li down on one knee and looked around the yard with his chest heaving. And Han Jian walked out onto the sand. "You said the 2 of us," he said. "I am a generation below you and a year younger than him. You said the 2 of us." Chen Kai had not said the 2 of us. Han Jian had decided that he had. They broke him, not quickly. It took a long time, and it was not pretty. And at the end of it, something in the middle of Chen Kai's chest lit up, visibly, through his clothes, and everybody on that ground who knew what they were looking at made a sound. The Supreme Bone, awake, early, and not finished. It shone for about 2 seconds, and then it went out. And he went off the edge of the arena, and my father caught him. I was not there. I had arranged not to be there. And Li, age 12, with blood on his face, said the following to the Marquis of Andong in front of every young member of the Lin clan in the capital. "Your famous genius cannot beat 2 boys younger than himself." Somebody tried to stop him. Nobody managed it. And next to Brother Li, he is a firefly next to a star. "You did not fail to raise a dragon, second uncle. You failed to tell one from an insect." My father picked up his son and carried him out and did not say a word. At home, my mother cried. My brother sat on the edge of a bed, licking his wounds, and, for the first time in 13 years, could not think of a single reason why he was the important one. And my father worked it out. "He did not come to meet me at the gate," he said, to nobody in particular. "But he sent those 2. His wife looked up. "That is the message. You thought Hao was unmatched. In 8 months I have raised 2 of him." Then my uncle came to see his brother, and gave him the single strangest piece of advice in this entire story. "It is not enough to live apart," he said. "Go to him, publicly, and have a fight." "What?" "A real one, where the whole city can watch a father and a son become enemies." My uncle sat down heavily. "That is also what Wu-Er wants. Yu Feng sent me a bow that week. I am obliged to describe it. The Dragon Phoenix Sky-Rending Bow, 5th on the list of divine weapons in the world. Draw weight 18,000 caddies, which is not a number that means anything to a normal human being. So here is one that does. In 800 years, 6 people have strung it. 800 years ago, it belonged to a prince of the northern steppe called Batu Khan, who put 3 arrows into the founding emperor of this dynasty from 30 li away and drew blood on the third. He lost. But he drew blood on an emperor from 30 li, and they have been telling that story ever since. I strung it to the full moon on the first attempt, in my own courtyard, at night, with nobody watching except Wang Lan, who has never once told anybody anything. Years later, out of the vibration of that string, a breathing technique came into the world that is ranked 3rd in the age of the spiritual chi recovery. But that is a different part of my life. My father came to the gate of the lantern bearers 11 days later, in armor, in daylight, with a face like a fortress. I put an arrow past his ear at a range of 40 paces. It missed him by about the width of a finger. It went through the wall of the gatehouse, out through the main gate, across Central Avenue, over 700 meters of open street, and buried itself in the front of a shop on the far side, where it stayed for 4 years because the owner refused to have it removed. The street stopped. "My Lord Marquis," I said from the steps, "this is a place of duty. If you have business, address me by my office. There are no fathers and no sons on these premises." "The sovereign first," said my father, in a parade voice, "and the father second. You have forced your way into the personal guard of His Majesty and made it your private house. On what grounds should I give you face?" That is the exchange the whole capital repeated for 3 weeks. It was very good. He had thought about it. Then we both went inside to continue the discussion privately, and the door shut, and the temperature in the room went to absolute calm. 2 strangers sat down at a table. "You have your rupture," he said. "What do you want?" It was the least emotional 20 minutes of my life, and I understood my father better at the end of it than I ever have since. "You have always regarded me," I said, "as a poor investment." He did not deny it. "I understand the reasoning, and I agree with it. Given what you knew, you allocated correctly. I poured tea for both of us. So, let us stop being a family and be useful instead. Let us turn the hostility into a return." Then I laid it out. The Lin household holds 4 marquis titles. There is exactly 1 rank above marquis in this empire, and it is prince, and no non-imperial family has ever held it and lived, which means the household has hit its ceiling. From here, there is no promotion available. There is only the eventual, inevitable, predictable decision by some emperor that 4 is too many. "So the house cannot rise," I said. "Therefore something has to leave it. Publicly break with the manor, publicly become the emperor's creature. Collect the 3rd and 4th generation of the clan around me, out here, where the household shadow does not fall, and build a second Lin family that the throne is not watching, because the throne is busy congratulating itself on having split the first one." He listened all the way through without interrupting once. "If this turns out not to be a performance," he said at the end, "I will kill you myself, not the household. Me. Understood. Good." And then he threw me through the door. He picked me up, and he put me through a closed door, into the corridor, and I hit the far wall and slid down it, and 7 of my ribs were broken, and 1 of them was in the wrong place. He came out after me and stood over me in front of about 60 witnesses. "From today," said the Marquis of Andong, "I have no son." He had not warned me. He had agreed to the plan, and then he had not warned me, and I have never once asked him whether that was necessary. Eunuch Gao came across that courtyard like weather, and put himself between us, 3rd rank, and he and my father stood there for half an hour without moving or speaking, while their auras leaned on each other, and the pot plants died. The emperor was delighted. The shadow guard reported that the blow was genuine, that the son had very nearly not survived it, and that the physicians were concerned. And Wang Shu, that most sincere of men, confirmed independently that Lord Chen had got drunk 2 nights later and abused his father at length in front of servants. "I did not even suggest it," Emperor Kang said, and there was actual pleasure in his voice. "I never once hinted that he should split the Lin family. He worked it out on his own." He tapped the arm of the chair. "Raise him higher, and when he is high enough, we will make him head of that clan." He was smiling. "And then the head of the Lin family will be my dog." He also quietly issued instructions that I was to be assisted in recruiting the young men of my own household. I lay on my back in my own house for 11 days and received visitors. Yu Feng came in person and dismissed my servants and did the nursing herself, a thing that no woman of her rank has done for anybody in living memory. "It does not matter," she said, when I raised the question of what the city would say. "I am not getting married. There is nothing they can take." Chung Wei threw everybody out of the compound and informed the remaining staff that he would personally remove the tongue of anyone who described the visit. Then Zi Yue arrived with 1,000-year ginseng. Princess Bai Yue had been keeping it for 5 years for an emergency of her own, and she sent it across the city on the 9th day without a note, and Zi Yue sat up all night in my kitchen boiling it because she did not trust my cook. And on the 11th day, 3 carts of medicine arrived from the Lin residence with no name attached to them, which was the most eloquent of the 3. And in the same hour that my father was throwing me through a door, the heads of 18 of the great military households of the capital arrived at the Jendong Marquis Manor and sat down together. 18. Including 2 houses that have been there since the founding. They did not do anything. They did not say anything. They had dinner. Every civil official in the capital told his family to stay indoors for a week. That is what my father did that day, and I did not understand it until much later. He did not throw me out to convince the emperor. He threw me out so that 18 households would come to the manor to find out what it meant. The examination had been stolen before I was out of bed. Chung Wei brought it to me on the 9th day, sitting on the end of my couch while I was still strapped up like a parcel. The questions had gone out in advance. That part is ordinary. That happens somewhere in every dynasty and every generation, and everyone knows it, and it is priced in. The other part is not ordinary. Names had been removed from the results and other names written in. How many? I do not have a full count yet. More than 30 of the substituted, certainly. And of the papers marked highest by the examiners, at least 11 have been struck out entirely. He waited a moment. 3 of the 11 are yours. I looked at the ceiling of my own bedroom for a while. Do we take them now? No, my lord. Let them post the list. He stopped. A crime that has been committed in a locked room, I said, is an accusation. A crime that has been posted on a board in front of 40,000 people is a fact. Let them nail it up. Then we hit it. They posted it 11 days later on the Great Square in front of the Ministry of Rights, and I have never in my life seen that many human beings in one place. 40,000 candidates and their families and their servants and their creditors, and a board 100 feet long, and men going along it with their fingers on the characters and their lips moving. Hong Lin came in 137th. Xiao Xuan came in 156th. Wu Feng, who was 16 years old, came in 272nd, which for a 16-year-old is remarkable and which he did not enjoy for 1 second, because he was not looking for his own name by that point. Master Hu Ming was not on the board, Chen Zhong was not on the board, Zheng Yong was not on the board. The 3 best of the 6, not low, absent. I brought all 6 of them to a private room that night, and I did not soften it, and I did not delay it. You did not fail, I said. You wrote too well, and somebody higher up needed those 3 places for somebody else, and so you were erased. There was a silence in that room that I can still hear. Chen Zhong said, in a completely level voice, "How high up?" "Very, high enough that this becomes dangerous the moment I move." "Then do not move," said Master Hu Ming at once. "He is the most practical human being I have ever employed." "My lord, we are 3 provincial candidates. We are not worth. I am going to move." They all stopped. "If the sky is falling," I said, "then somebody tall has to hold it up. I have looked around this city very carefully for the last 8 months. And I regret to inform you that I appear to be the tallest person available." 2 of them cried. I am not going to say which 2, because both of them are ministers now. Song Wei is the reason I still like this story. 5th-rank censor. Incorruptible in the way that is not a compliment, because it means his wife has patched the same coat for 11 years, and his children have never eaten meat on a day that was not a festival. He earns less than a competent carpenter, and gives a third of it away. Once a month, on the same evening, he walks to a cellar wine shop in an alley behind the Ministry of Works and buys the cheapest jar in the place for 3 copper coins and drinks it slowly and walks home. The people of that district call him Lord Clear Sky, which is the sort of nickname you cannot buy. I put 2 of my men at the next table, dressed as drunks, and they had a long and increasingly indiscreet conversation about the examination results. 11 days later, they left something where he would find it. He wrote the memorial himself. He verified every line of it himself first, which took him 3 weeks, and which is why it could not be answered. The Minister of Rights fell inside a fortnight. "What do we get out of that?" Li Li asked me, puzzled, over breakfast. "You told me yourself," I said. 3rd uncle was passed over for Vice Minister of Rights, and the post went to Princess Bai Yue's man. He waited. "At 4th rank and above, there are almost no positions," I said. "The number is fixed. It has been fixed since the founding, which means that for one man to go up, another man has to come down. And the only question in this entire capital is who is holding the ladder." I had dinner with Princess Bai Yue in the 11th month, and I made her an offer that changed both of our lives. She asked me first, without preamble, not to touch Qinbo. I agreed immediately, which surprised her. And in exchange, write Vice Minister of Rights for my 3rd uncle. Done. Then I put down my cup. "Now, let me give you something you did not ask for." She waited, and I watched her decide correctly to be afraid. "Let me put one of your people into the cabinet." She did not react at all for about 4 seconds, which is how I know I had landed it. "There are 7 seats," she said. 7. They do not become available. Men die in those chairs. Then we will make 1 available. And I laid it out for her. The examination fraud was not the Minister of Rights, he was the hand. The owner is Grand Secretary Li, who heads the Huainan faction, which has controlled the wealthiest region in this empire for 30 years and has never once paid its share of anything. Prime Minister Shen has wanted to put a levy on Huainan for 4 years because the Northwest Army has to be fed and there is no other money in the empire, and the Huainan faction has blocked him every single time. So the Prime Minister will be with us, I said, and he will think it was his idea and he will owe us nothing and we will not need him to. I said several other things after that, about the levy, about what the tax does to a farming household in a bad year, about a country that is selling its daughters and calling it commerce. And somewhere in the middle of that speech, without intending to, I felt something gather at my back. I did not do it on purpose. I have never been able to do it on purpose. Righteous qi, the Confucian kind. It came up behind me while I was talking about the price of grain, and it kept coming, and I went through the 7th rank of the Confucian path, sitting at a dinner table in front of the 2nd imperial princess. 5th rank martial artist, 5th rank warlock, 6th rank wizard, 7th rank Confucian. She put both hands flat on the table. Because righteous qi is the one thing that cannot be counterfeited. You cannot pill your way into it. You cannot buy it, inherit it, or steal it off a corpse. It responds to exactly one thing, and everybody who has ever studied knows what that thing is. Every theory she had about me came apart at once, and I saw it happen. Then I reached across the table and took her hand. Whatever you are planning, I said, I will help. She did not pull away. You have been fighting alone, I said. You do not have to anymore. I am here now. You can trust me. And the ice in that woman, which had been laid down over 21 years in a cold palace by a mother who only ever told her to bring honor, cracked. Not broke. Cracked once audibly in the middle. I felt it happen through her hand. Ma Tian brought me Chin Song 11 days later. Personal student of Grand Secretary Li, 29 years old, the designated heir to the Huainan faction, handsome in a way that had clearly never been useful to him before this week. 30 strokes with a salted lash. He gave us everything. Not just the fraud, everything. Every name, every meeting, the seating arrangements, who took tea and who took wine, and which of them left early and on what pretext. He talked for 6 hours and had to be given water twice. Mei Tian came out afterward and stood in the corridor and said, with the professional disgust of a man who has spent a decade at this, "Scholars, every time, worse than we are." The Huainan faction decided to kill Song Wei. He worked it out about 8 hours before they did, which is the only reason there is anything else to tell. He sent his wife and his 2 children out of the capital to a village and told them not to write. And then he sat down and began drafting a memorial accusing a grand secretary. You need to understand what that means in this dynasty. There is a statute 253 years old, which says that a censor below 3rd rank who impeaches a grand secretary must first receive 100 strokes of the rod at the palace gate in public before the memorial is read. It exists to make sure a man means it. In 200 years, 5 men have done it. 3 of them died under the rod. One of the 3 was Song Wei's sworn brother, who died in a cell 2 nights before, of, and I quote the official record, fear of the coming punishment. And the 5th, Censor Lin, survived the beating, delivered his memorial, brought down a minister, and then was killed a year later in a robbery along with 7 members of his household, including a 3-year-old. Song Wei knew all of that. He knew it better than I did. He had read the file on his own brother. I went to his cellar wine shop the night before. I put the owner to sleep with a technique that I am not proud of, and that took 2 seconds. And then I sat down across from a 5th-rank censor with a 3-copper jar in front of him. He looked at me and started laughing. "Those 2 drunks at the next table," he said. "Yours." "Yes." The evidence came far too smoothly. Nobody is that lucky. He poured for both of us out of the cheapest wine in the capital. And I did not apologize. "I have been an instrument my whole life," he said. "Every honest man is somebody's instrument, because honest men do not have their own money. I have decided that I am willing to be an instrument, so long as I get to check the direction." He drank. "You are calculating. I am principled. Those 2 things point the same way about once a decade, and this is the decade." I took out a jar and put it on the table. Undiluted superior jade green. Not the one I gave the emperor. The actual one, which the emperor of Great Wu has never tasted and never will. "Drink that," I said. "All of it." "Why?" "Because tomorrow morning they are going to hit you 100 times with a stick, and I would like you to be alive at 90. He looked at the jar. Then he drank it, and I watched a 7th-rank Confucian scholar go through the 6th and land on the 5th in about the time it takes to eat a bowl of rice. And I watched him understand what he had just been handed and what it had cost me. He wrote a poem about it that night. It is quite famous now. It is about an examination courtyard paved with bones. And it is not a good poem, technically, and it does not matter. He walked to the palace gate alone the next morning and knelt down on the stone. "This subject," he said, "impeaches Grand Secretary Li." The whole capital came. Not a crowd. The capital. Shops shut. The examination candidates walked out of their lodgings in a body. There were people on the roofs of the Ministry of Works. They counted out loud. At 60 he was still upright. At 70 he had stopped being able to hold his own head. At 80 something happened that nobody outside four people has ever understood, which is that a small persistent warmth in the middle of him refused to let go, and he realized what it was, and this hard, incorruptible 44-year-old man started crying in front of 9,000 people while being beaten with a stick, not from the pain. "Your heart," he said, and nobody in the square knew who he was talking to, "is not cruel enough." They carried him into the emperor on their hands. I watched the whole thing from an attic 4 streets away, and when it was over, my own people asked me why. Because the cold arithmetic was clear. A censor who dies under the rod is a martyr, and a martyr is worth 3 times the survivor, and I had known that from the beginning. By calculation, I said, I should have let him die. Nobody said anything. Last night I worked out that I do not want to be the kind of man who makes that trade. I was still watching the empty square. A strategist needs cunning. I am not trying to be a strategist. Chung Wei went very still beside me. "Who would follow a man," I said, "who only ever counts?" Emperor Kang had the memorial wiped clean before he would touch it, which I think tells you as much about him as anything else in this account. Then he put a Grand Secretary in prison and appointed me to investigate a Grand Secretary, which killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It gave him a page in the annals as the sovereign who did not protect his own cabinet, and it raised the boy he intended to install as head of the Lin clan. He was using me. I was using him. Neither of us was confused about it, and both of us were satisfied. And I have had far worse working relationships. Prime Minister Shen spent 2 hours at his own house trying to find out what I wanted. I played the fool for most of it. I complimented his garden. I asked about his son's wedding arrangements. I ate a great deal. And then, on the way out, at the door, I said, "Since the whole Huainan faction stands behind him, why do we not remove the whole Huainan faction?" He stopped with his hand on the frame. 3 factions, I said, are necessary. Balance requires 3, but it does not have to be these 3. Take one out, raise another. And without that, you will never collect a copper from Huainan. And without Huainan, you cannot feed the Northwest, and you know both of those things better than I do. He looked at me for a long time. "You are 17, he said. 18 next month." Fang Ru was standing in the corridor when I came out, and neither of us had anything to say, and neither of us left. We stood there for what was probably 90 seconds and felt like more. "I will be going to the White Deer Academy soon," she said eventually. I did not pick it up. She watched me all the way down the corridor. They dragged Grand Secretary Li down Central Avenue in chains 8 days later. 53 years of service. Second place in the palace examination in his year, which is the sort of thing they carve on your tomb. And the whole capital came out and threw rotten eggs at a 71-year-old man in a cart. He laughed the entire way. I was on a balcony and I heard him do it. "A good life," he was saying to the eggs. A good life. What a good life. My uncle went into the Ministry of Justice itself and took the minister out of his own office, not summoned, went in. He came out with a man tied hand and foot to a carrying pole, like a pig going to market, and walked him the length of 2 streets that way in front of the entire civil service. And then Chin Song, the personal student, the designated heir of the Huainan faction, walked to the palace gate himself and knelt down for 100 strokes and impeached his own teacher and the entire faction that had raised him. I gave him a jar first, the good one. "You are a coward and a traitor," I told him while he was drinking it, "and the sea is great because it refuses no river. A capable scoundrel is still capable." He survived at 88, and on the last day of that month, at 17 years and 11 months, I was appointed deputy commander of the Lantern Bearers. 3rd rank. There are perhaps 40 men at 3rd rank in the civil and military administration of Great Wu combined. I went home and swung a sword under the peach tree until the sun came up. I was working on the bow that night, in the dark, and somewhere around the 8,000th draw, the line at the edge of my sight changed and offered me a life. I said yes, and I was somebody else for 40 years. I was born in a tent on the northern steppe. I could ride before I could talk properly. I was 5 when my father put a child's bow in my hands and told me that everything my family would ever eat was going to come out of it, which was not a metaphor. I was 16 when I became chief of my tribe, which happened because everybody above me had died in one afternoon. And the first arrow I shot as chief traveled 3 kilometers and went through the throat of a prince of the northern court, who was wearing gold plate and sitting on a horse in the middle of 9,000 men. And after that, the tribes started arriving. 5 years of war. I built 50,000 cavalry out of grass and grievance. And in the last war, I lost 30,000 of them in a single week, because the enemy was better organized than I was, and because I had made a decision on the 4th day that I have gone over 10,000 times since and cannot fix. So at the end, with 17,000 men left and no supply and the winter coming, I did the only thing available. I went for the golden tent, alone, at the end, on a dying horse, over the bodies of my own escort, until I was close enough to see the standards, 10 kilometers. I drew, and I held it for a very long time, and I put the arrow through the throat of the Khan of the Northern Court while he was standing in his own doorway in the morning. That arrow is called Army Breaker. And then I died in the snow about 2 hours later, age 46, and I lay there and looked at the sky and thought that on the whole it had been worth it. I came out of it on my knees in my courtyard, with the bow still in my hands and my face soaked. Arrow intent. Second forbidden. But that is not what I took out of that simulation, and it took me about a week to understand what I had. I had 5 years of commanding an army, not theory, not sand tables and books. 5 years of moving 50,000 men across a landscape with no roads, of what happens to a column at the third hour of a forced march, of what a hungry cavalry unit does when you ask it to wait, of the specific noise the flank makes just before it goes. I went to sleep a politician and woke up a general, and I did not tell a single living person for 4 months. The examination case closed in the 12th month. Of 356 successful candidates, 113 had seen the questions in advance, and 32 had been written into somebody else's place. All 145 were struck from the roll, barred from office for life, and sentenced to 3 years. There was no resit. There was no resit because a resit would have meant admitting in law that the examination had failed, and this dynasty does not do that. So, Master Hu Ming, Chen Zhong, and Zheng Yong packed to go home. I caught them at the gate. "Stay," I said, "and be my staff." Master Hu Ming looked at me with an expression of enormous patience. "My lord, we are unranked. We would be servants." "I am third rank," I said. A third rank official is entitled to a personal staff, and a personal staff member holds an office of the 7th rank. I let that sit for a second, which is 1 full grade above the starting appointment given to the men who passed. There was a silence in that gateway. "You would be senior," I said, "to every single person who took your place." They stayed. Chin Song was thrown out of the cabinet track for betraying his own teacher, which everybody had known was coming, and which he had known better than anybody. He resigned first, which I thought was well judged, and then he came and knelt in my courtyard in the rain. I took him. The reasoning is not sentimental, and I said it out loud so that everyone in the courtyard would hear it. "As long as Chin Song is alive and employed," I said, "every man in this capital with something to hide knows that Chen Wu does not discard his people." And then, in exactly the same tone, without a pause, "And anybody who betrays me, I will find at 10,000 li, and I will bring back his head personally." The courtyard got very cold. That was also on purpose. Grand Secretary Li went into exile in the first month of the new year, and he went cheerfully. He was 71, and he had 30 years of network left in the provinces, and he had already worked out that 20 years of quiet rebuilding would put his faction back on its feet in time for his grandson. I got into his sleep on the 4th night of the road. It is a wizard technique, and I am not going to describe how it works. He knew what was happening immediately, which was impressive, and he met me in his own dream standing up with a sword made of 40 years of righteous ki in his hands, which was more impressive. We fought for what felt like a very long time. His sword cracked on the first arrow and burned on the second, and while he was dissolving, he laughed at me, and he got it all in one go, which nobody else had. "The break with your family is a play," he said. "You are not planning to serve anybody. You want the chair." I did not answer him. They found him in his cart at the next post station in the morning, without a mark anywhere on his body. Then the emperor ordered an investigation, because a grand secretary dying mysteriously in exile is the sort of thing historians write about, and he did not want the wrong sentence in the annals. He appointed me to lead it. I conducted a joint inquiry with the Ministry of Justice and the Court of Judicial Review, and over 11 days I walked 2 very competent senior officials, by the hand, to the correct conclusion. Death in sleep with no external injury requires a wizard of at least 3rd rank. There are perhaps 11 such people in the world. 9 of them are accounted for. The tradition is not practiced in Great Wu or Great Feng at that level, which leaves Great Qing. The Minister of Justice said, out loud, in front of witnesses, that my reasoning was the finest piece of deduction he had seen in his career. Eunuch Gao left the capital 8 days later to hunt an assassin who does not exist, and was gone for 2 months, which was in fact the single most useful outcome of the entire affair. The carve-up went through in the first month and everybody got paid. My third uncle got right Vice Minister of Rights, which is what I had promised Li Li without ever telling him I had promised it. The Lin faction got Vice Minister of Revenue, and Princess Bai Yue, who could have taken 4 second-tier posts and did not even look at them, put her Minister of Revenue into the cabinet. 7 chairs. She now had one. Zhang Lian became Minister of Justice, which made him mine, because his son works for me, and because I had spent 4 months making sure that everybody understood which of those two facts came first. And Huainan, finally, after 31 years, got taxed. The Northwest turned into a meat grinder in the second month. Grand Commandant Guo Hao had broken through into Heng Province, which the court celebrated, and had then run into the Yunmeng Great Swamp, where Guo Cheng stopped retreating. I put the map on my own floor and got down on it with a stick, and my whole household stood around the edges and watched me do something none of them had ever seen me do. He has not been losing, I said. Look at the shape. He has been stretching the line. Every city he gave up bought him another 40 li of our supply route, and our supply route is now 460 li long and runs through swamp. Cheng Wei crouched down beside me. The Grand Commandant will not lose on his own, I said. He is too careful for that. But the treasury is empty and the court is going to start writing him letters, and he is 63 years old, and he does not want the last line of his biography to be that he sat in a swamp. So at some point, he will take a chance. And Guo Cheng will be waiting? Guo Cheng has been waiting since the autumn. Somebody asked what we ought to do about it. Nothing, I said, and I heard how it sounded, and I said it anyway. It is useful to us. The only circumstance under which this court gives an army back to the Lin family is a disaster. Nobody in that room said anything for a while. My brother came to see me in the second month, and only because my uncle made him. 14 years old, in very good clothes, standing in my courtyard with his chin up, and I greeted him by naming the thing that nobody outside 4 people knows. That is a good bone you have in your chest. Every drop of color went out of him. The supreme bone. It is not a talent, it is an object, and it is in there, and being born with one is the reason his entire life happened. I took hold of his shoulder and put my other hand flat over his sternum. We have the same blood, I said conversationally. If I cut it out of you and put it in me, there would be no rejection. He could not move, not from fear. He physically could not move because I was not letting him. I held it for about 4 seconds. Then I let go and stepped back. I do not want your bone. He was breathing like a man who has come up out of water. I have double pupils, I said. That is a road with no ceiling on it. I have no use for anybody else's. And then I did the only kind thing I have ever done for my brother, and it did not look kind. I showed him the inside of me. I do not know how to describe what a person sees when I do that. He told my uncle afterward that there were stars, and a sun, and a moon, and at the center of all of it, Ziwei, the Emperor's star, sitting still. And the supreme bone in his chest lit up on its own, the way iron moves toward a magnet, and then it dimmed, and then it went out, suppressed, in front of both of us. He sat down on my step. Listen to me, I said. You have spent 14 years being told that you are the bone. You are not the bone. The bone is a piece of furniture that was in the room when you arrived. He did not answer. One day, when you believe in yourself and not in that object, break it. Deliberately. Melt it into your own body and let a new one grow. And then, do it again. He looked up. And again, I said, until every bone you have is a supreme bone, and there is nothing left in you that came from anywhere, except you. That is true, and it is the most useful thing I could have told him. And while I was saying it, my double pupils were reading the runes on that bone and copying every one of them into my own skeleton. Then we fought a war on a table. The Celestial Master's mansion makes them. A sand table 3 meters across with the terrain, live in it. And pieces that move when you tell them to, and casualties that resolve according to rules nobody outside their order will explain. We set up the Northwest. He took Great Wu because he asked to. He is good. He read the swamp correctly. He identified the supply problem in 4 minutes, and he made a decision about the left flank on the second day that I did not expect. And then I brought cavalry down on him, at 3-1, at a point he had left thin because his infantry doctrine is the Eastern Waist doctrine, and the Eastern Waist does not have cavalry. His line came apart in about 1.5 minutes of table time. And then, because he was still trying to reform it, I got on a horse myself, with a halberd and a bow, and went straight down the corridor. His own retreat had opened, and took his head off in his own command tent. He sat and looked at the table. The panel had given me his numbers while he was setting up. Unmatched, command 95, with a ceiling of 107, which is the highest ceiling I have ever seen on a living person, including my own household. Destiny trait, 7 killings. He is going to be the most terrifying soldier in the 9 provinces, and I broke him twice in one afternoon, and I did it deliberately, and I told him so. Nothing you have, I said, is finished. That is the entire message. Now go home. I wrote a letter that week, and it is the most important thing I did that year. It went to my cousin, Chen Bing, 31 years old, commanding on the northern frontier for a decade, my uncle's eldest son and the original heir to this clan. I sealed it with runes so that only his blood would open it, and I sent it with Lin Jing, and I gave Lin Jing 3 talismans of my own making, each one of which will kill a 4th rank master, because the road north goes through country where that matters. The same week, Qin Song went west into Great Qing with a set of instructions, and Cheng Bo went north into Great Feng with Li Quan to build a commercial empire. The commercial empire was real. It was also a cover, and underneath it, in 11 cities of an enemy country, they began assembling something I named the 9 Divisions, which is a very boring name for a very expensive thing. Great Qing took itself out of the war in the second month, and I would love to claim credit and cannot. Their emperor and his young prodigy, Yuan Shi, 25, 4th rank peak, had a completely sound plan to come in from the west and take a bite out of whoever won. And then the heavenly god sect came out of the far west with 36 kingdoms behind them and 5,000 golden scimitar cavalry, every single rider at 8th rank or above, all of them fanatics. The celestial maiden, Hongye of the witch god, Hall confirmed by divination that it was real, and Great Qing had to turn around. Yuan Shi went west instead of east, which is exactly what I had written to my cousin 4 weeks earlier, in a letter he had not yet opened. Chen Bing opened it with his own blood on the northern frontier and read 3 things. That the Grand Commandant was going to lose at Yunmeng, with the reasons. That Great Qing would be pulled west and would not intervene, with the reasons. And a question. Brother, would you dare do what our grandfather did and go straight through and take their capital? There was a route map with it. Every garrison marked with numbers, because the lantern bearers have been in Great Feng for 30 years, and somebody finally asked them the right question. I went back to Mei Yun in the 3rd month. She had been letting me in for months by then, which we had both stopped remarking on. I took the comb out of her hand and did her hair myself. There is no ambiguity about that gesture. It is not romantic and it is not a courtesy. A husband does that. Nobody else does that. And I did it while reciting an old poem about a candle and a bed curtain and years running out together. And I watched a professional intelligence officer of 11 years standing lose control of her own face in a mirror. I am not going to pretend that was innocent. Then we talked about the western regions, which is why I had come. 900 years ago, she said, the ancestors of Great Qing conquered the whole of it, 13 years end to end, and 30 years later, they walked out and never went back. Why? Because that land rewrites people. She was watching me in the mirror. You send administrators. They open schools and teach the children to read, and the children learn, and then the children grow up and start burning incense in the temples anyway. We sent Confucians, actual Confucians, examination men, and within a generation, they had renounced the sage. She pulled her hair over one shoulder. There is something wrong with that ground, she said. I do not mean politically. The Grand Commandant held a council of war on the 9th day of the 3rd month. The swamp had frozen. That is the whole thing. Yunmeng Great Swamp is impassable for 8 months of the year, and in a hard winter, the northern flats go solid, and 150,000 men can walk straight across the thing that has been stopping them since summer. Every general in that tent said no. Every single one. Because if a swamp freezes, it freezes for both sides. And Guo Cheng has been sitting on the far edge of it for 4 months doing nothing whatsoever. And men like Guo Cheng do not do nothing for 4 months. Guo Hao heard all of them out. We cannot wait any longer, he said. And he was right, which is the worst part. The treasury was empty. Winter supply was costing more per day than the entire campaign had cost per week in autumn. The court had written to him 3 times. Everyone in that tent understood that they had just been told to lose. The snow came heavily that month, and I put the lantern bearers to work in it. Coal and rice, distributed by the sackful. Beggars picked up off the streets and carried to shelters, whether they wanted to go or not. 400 men of the imperial secret police handing out fuel in the west of the capital in the middle of a war. For gentlemen, I told them, snow is scenery. For the poor, it is an event. Anybody who steals from this budget, I will take his head, and I want that repeated at every distribution point. It also happened to be the single best intelligence operation of my career, because there are great Feng agents in among the poor, and there always are, and men who are cold and hungry talk to whoever gives them coal, and because of something else that I told exactly nobody. The closed test opens in 11 years, and when it opens, the first wave does not arrive as princes. The balance rule puts them in at the bottom, all of them, everywhere, simultaneously. Beggars, bandits, corpses and ditches outside towns nobody has mapped. Any man in those shelters, I told Ma Tian, who says where am I, or who are you people, or what year is this, in that specific tone. Bring me all of them. He looked at me for a moment and then wrote it down, because he had long since stopped asking. I stood in the doorway of a shelter that evening, watching 400 people eat. I used to be the thief, I thought. I came into this world early and through a hole in the wall, and I took everything that was not nailed down. And now, the world is mine. And when the rest of them come through that hole, I am going to be standing on the other side of it, and I am going to meet them as foreigners. I went to the White Deer Academy in the snow, officially to look at the snow. 2 hours outside the capital, 1,000 years old. A library of 9 stories, larger than the imperial one, which is a fact the throne has never been comfortable about. I went for a man on the 7th floor. Wenhai had been in that library for 10 years, not studying in it, in it. He had started at the bottom left of the 1st floor and was reading the entire building in order, and the standing joke of the academy was that he would finish at about 90 and then die of having nothing left. He had refused an invitation from the 2nd imperial princess on the grounds that he was busy. I walked up 7 flights, found him in an aisle, and said one sentence without introducing myself. "The heart is itself the principle." He turned around. In my world, that sentence took 400 years to arrive. In this one, it took about 6 seconds. Everything these men do rests on the principle being out there, in the grain, waiting to be collected object by object. There is a famous story about a scholar who sat in front of a bamboo grove for 7 days investigating bamboo and got a fever. If the principle is in the heart, then the 7 floors underneath us were a filing error. Wenhai sat down on the floor of his own library. The head of the academy found me an hour later. Fan Yong is 70, and the motto carved over his door says that a gentleman does not rescue, which is a joke about a story in the classics that nobody has ever explained to a visitor. He did not look at me. He looked at Cheng Wei, and he did it with a chi-reading gaze that I had not known existed. "Who taught you? That is not our lineage. That is the Academy of Great Feng. That is the line of the sage himself." Cheng Wei said nothing. Then the old man told me something I have never been able to confirm and never been able to forget. After the sage wrote The Way of the Sovereign, he said, he wrote a second book, The Way of the Hegemon. The two of them together are not philosophy. They are a lever. Anybody holding both could turn this world over. Where is it? That, said Fan Yong, is the question. Fang Ru was at the academy that week. She had said in a corridor that she would be going there soon. I had not picked it up. And then, 11 days later, I rode 2 hours through snow to look at scenery. I went to her that night with a jar. The real one, undiluted. She was the 3rd person in my life to get it. My marriage to the princess is an instrument, I said. That is not a complaint and it is not a secret. Even if she has come to like me, and I think she has, her side of it is 70 parts calculation, and she would give you the same numbers. She did not move. We will walk the same road for a while, and then different ones. That is not a hope. It is a schedule. I looked at her. Give me 5 years, perhaps 10, and the obstacles will not be there. Fang Ru looked at the wine and then at me. Then I will wait 10, she said. The next morning, in the courtyard, in the snow, I gave Wenhai the whole of it. Do not go outward, go inward. Knowledge and action are one thing, and if you know something and have not done it, you do not know it, you are reciting, and the entire practice is the extension of the innate conscience to its limit. He fought me for an hour, well, and then asked the question. Everybody asks. There was a plum tree in the corner, in the snow, closed. Before you looked at that flower, I said, the flower and your heart were both quiet. You looked, and its color became clear all at once. And then the courtyard did something. I did not intend it. I have never intended any of them. The plum tree opened, not bloomed, opened every branch in about 2 seconds, in the 3rd month with snow on the sills. The snow on the flagstones went to water and ran off between the flags. And the peach by the gate, which had no business doing anything until the 5th month, put out buds. I told them, into a silent courtyard, that spring had come. The head of the academy came out of his own hall at a run, 70 years old, and stopped in the archway and said nothing for a long time. I went from the 7th rank of the Confucian path to the 4th in about 11 minutes. That is not normal. The 4th rank is not reached by study. It is reached by establishing a teaching, which happens perhaps twice in a century, and the men who do it get temples. Fan Yong bowed to me. He is 70. I was 17. And then he did the thing that mattered, which was to acknowledge in front of his own disciples that a new branch of the school existed and that I had founded it. Guo Hao walked onto the ice on the 19th day of the 3rd month with 150,000 men. Guo Cheng let him get most of the way across. Then he opened his hand, and out of the reeds on the northern edge came the thing he had been sitting on since the summer, 3,000 fire guards, not one of them below 8th rank, demon-bred horses, a phrase I had assumed was an exaggeration, and chained together in formation so that the whole 3,000 moved as one object, and at the front of it, Guo Cheng himself in the flame dragon armor, which is 12th on the list of divine weapons in the world. The army of Great Wu came apart on the ice in about 40 minutes. Guo Hao took 3 arrows and kept his position, and then Guo Cheng came through his guard personally and took his left arm off with a spear. And then 2 young men who had been given the rear and told to stay there stopped obeying orders. Zhang Ji went into the encirclement with 8,000 cavalry from the south, straight at the seam, without waiting for permission, and broke it open by about the width of a road. And Lin Yan, my second cousin, 20 years old, 7 years of deliberate mediocrity in the Imperial Guard, held the entire picture in his head from a hilltop, and fed men into that gap in the right order at the right speed for 6 hours. They pulled the Grand Commandant and 50,000 men off that ice and into Yun City. Guo Cheng stormed Yun City all night. He did not take it. And here is the part that nobody in the empire knew for 4 months. Lin Yan had grain. 3 to 4 months of it, for 50,000 men, already inside those walls, because on the march up from the south, he had been stopping at the estates of wealthy households and requisitioning their granaries and carting the contents into Yun City, which had made him very unpopular, and which he had done anyway. He did that because of a letter. Guo Hao gave up his command 4 days later, in a bed, with one arm. "You are both better than I am," he told 2 men in their 20s. "The command is yours. I will take the responsibility for the defeat." The court sat on it for 6 days. Prime Minister Shen proposed moving 150,000 men off the northern border and putting Chen Zhong in command, which is to say, putting my uncle back in the field for the first time in 17 years. The emperor refused and did not give a reason and did not need to. And then Yu Feng said a name, Chen Bing. And Emperor Kang agreed in under 4 seconds. And I have never admired anybody's arithmetic more, because the entire calculation is visible in the speed of it. Chen Bing wins, and Great Wu has its victory. And the general is a 31-year-old with no faction. Chen Bing loses, and the Zhendong Marquis Manor has lost its best soldier, and the emperor's problem solves itself. There is no outcome in which the throne is worse off. I sat in the corner of that hall and did not say one word from beginning to end, because every single thing I had done since the previous summer had been arranged so that this sentence would come out of somebody else's mouth. The world caught fire that spring. Yuan Shi took 30,000 cavalry directly into the Golden Scimitar Cavalry of the Heavenly God sect, and broke 5,000 fanatics in a frontal charge, and finished the Western War in a fortnight, and entered the world's first tier at 25. And Chen Bing came off the northern border and took 13 cities in 1 day. Not in one campaign, in 1 day. He had the route and the garrison numbers and a folded map with the weak points marked in a hand that was not his. Princess Rui Ying of Great Feng set the trap in a river valley 3 days before the new year. 200,000 men under the Duke Qin, in ground of her choosing, against 150,000. Lin Jing stood on a hill and looked at that valley for a long time and then said to my cousin, "If I were them, I would be waiting here, exactly here." The battle lasted 3 days. Chen Bing destroyed 200,000 men, 60,000 dead, 40,000 prisoners. And then he sent 20,000 light cavalry after the remnant, and they killed 20,000 more in the pursuit, which is the part nobody puts in the songs. The world went very quiet for about a week. And then, the Tianji Pavilion published its lists. Nobody knows who they are. Nobody has ever found them. Every few generations they publish, and every court in the 9 provinces reads it and pretends not to. 36 names to a list. Divine generals, divine strategists, heaven's pride, which runs to 108, beauties, heroes, divine weapons. Chen Bing came in 8th among the generals. Guo Cheng 9th, which tells you what the compilers thought of Yun Meng. Yuan Shi 15th, Zhang Jie 28th, and Chen Kai, age 14, 35th. And then somebody read out the divine strategists, and my name was on it, 9th in the world. The entry said, "The hidden author of the Battle of Yun City, who predicted the Grand Commandant's defeat and had grain moved into the city in advance." I stood in my own courtyard and read that out loud twice and then went and sat down. Because I had spent 11 months building a life on the principle that nobody would ever be able to see the shape of what I was doing, and an organization nobody can find had just printed it on a board in every city in the 9 provinces. I was also 37th in the Heaven's Pride, which was flattering and irrelevant, and first on the list of beautiful men, which I have never lived down and which my own household still brings up at meals. First among the strategists was a man called Hu Peng, 25 years old, no country listed. I had never heard the name, and neither had anybody I asked. And first in the Heavens, Pride was Ya Ming, 26, 3rd rank. Nobody has entered the 3rd rank before 30 in 500 years. Princess Bai Yue was first on the list of beauties and was not on the list of strategists, which is the most impressive thing here because I had measured her myself. Command 102, Intelligence 106, Politics 107, Charisma 108. She is above me in 3 of 4, and the compilers of that list, who found me hiding behind a grain shipment, could not see her. The emperor summoned everybody on every list to the palace for New Year's Eve. Bai Yue and I arrived together, in the snow, and I would like to record that the hall stopped. Not politely, it stopped. 200 people, including 400 years of aristocracy, and every conversation in that room ended at the same moment. They put us next to each other, which was not an accident. The room was extraordinary that night. Fang Ru came in 2nd on the list of beauties and did not look at me once, and I did not look at her, and both of those were decisions. Yuan Ru came with her order. 18, 4th rank. no expression on her face at any point in the evening. She sat down 2 tables away and then, without any warning, turned her head and looked at me for about 4 seconds. Later, back at the Star Tower, she told her senior brother that when she is near that man, she feels something, and that she does not have a word for it, and that the nearest she can get is that it is quiet. The girl who was born without emotions had just described being at peace, and her entire order came apart over it for a month. And the Buddhist daughter, Su Ling, came from the Tianlong Temple. Her bones have sutras in them. That is not a metaphor either, and when I looked at her across a room full of candles, they lit up, and she felt it happen, and she put her hand flat on the table and said nothing about it to anybody until she got home. Halfway through the banquet, a rider came in from the northwest and reported to the throne in front of 200 people. Chen Bing had taken Ye City and was 1 march from Feng City. Feng City, Zhongdu, the ancestral capital of the great Feng royal house. The hall came off its hinges. Grown officials stood on chairs. I sat very still with my hands around a cup and watched a room full of people celebrate something I had written down on paper in the 2nd month. The third prince spoiled it about an hour later, on purpose. He put up a man called Chen Zhong, 39th on the Heaven's Pride, and challenged me to a friendly exchange in front of the throne. 3 days earlier, he had fed Chen Zhong a pill to push him into the 4th rank. I was 5th. And the crown prince, who has not forgiven me for taking his people out of the lantern bearers, smiled and said that on a night like this, we should all forget about rank and office. Bai Yue started to stand up. I put a hand on the table in front of her, which is the single most presumptuous thing I have ever done to that woman in public. I am bored, I said, and got up. I took an ordinary sword off the rack, not the halberd, not the bow, a parade sword out of the palace armory with a decorative pommel, 3 strokes. The first one went along the shaft of his spear and opened his forearm, because a man in that grip cannot let go fast enough. The second one put him on the floor. The third one came down through the spear and through what was behind it, and Chen Zhong did not get up. The hall did not make a sound. A 5th rank had just broken a 4th rank in 3 exchanges in front of the emperor, and everybody in that room who knew anything about martial cultivation understood exactly what that meant, and everybody who did not was being told by the person next to them. I put the sword back on the rack. My father was at the 3rd table on the left. He watched the entire thing without moving, looking for the flaw, and he did not find one, and I could see him not finding one. And the crown prince, who is a great deal cleverer than his brother, revised his entire policy on the spot. Do not press him, he decided, in a room full of noise. Buy him. 2 people were watching me from the edges of that hall, and I clocked both of them. One was Huang Jin, the 3rd son of the Marquis Wu of Jin, the boy whose arms I broke on my first morning in the Imperial Guard and whom I threw out of the service by lunchtime. He was standing against the wall in a good robe with a cup in his hand, and he had been rehabilitated somewhere along the way, and he looked at me across that room with the flat, patient attention of something under a rock. I had broken his arms in his career and had then never thought about him again, not once, in 11 months. That was the single most expensive mistake of my life, and it took 4 years to come due. The other was a boy of 17 standing on his own by a pillar with a sword he had clearly carried in himself, 5th rank, and underneath it, in the panel, a sword physique, born with it. The real thing, the kind that appears twice a century, standing in a corner of a palace banquet where nobody had spoken to him all evening because he had turned up in a farmer's coat. Song Chu. I did not go over. It was not the night for it. After the banquet, we went out into the city, because it was the last night of the year, and Central Avenue does not sleep. Lantern riddles, a circus, 3 separate opera companies competing at the tops of their voices, a dragon dance, a lion dance, an erhu player who was bad and very happy about it. Bai Yue and I walked into that, and the crowd parted around us without meaning to, and I heard the word immortal about 9 times in the first 100 paces. There was a stall selling masks. I picked out a white one, exquisite, the kind they use in the old plays. How much? 8 coins, young master. I gave him a whole piece of silver and took 2 masks and started walking. Young master, your change. I turned around. Keep it. When you have finished selling tonight, go home early. Buy some extra charcoal. He had a face with about 70 years of weather on it, and he stood there holding a piece of silver with his eyes filling up, because nobody dressed like me had ever once in his life thought about his fire. I bought you a mask, I said. Bai Yue looked at the mask, then at me. I want to put down what I did not know at the time, which she told me later, in the dark, in a small bed, in a completely different mood. Every New Year's Eve of her childhood, she had wanted to go to Central Avenue and see the lanterns, every single one. And every year the palace banquet ended, and the rules put her back in a cold building on the wrong side of a wall, 200 paces, and 1 entire universe away from a street full of people eating fried things. She had never once owned a mask like that. I will put it on you, I said. I stood behind her and tied it, and my fingertips went across her cheek doing it, and both of us felt the same small, violent thing at the same moment, and neither of us said anything about it for 11 months. Wear it properly, I said. She smiled under it, which I could not see and could hear. The prince consort has eyes only for the princess, said a voice at my elbow, in the tone of a person who has been very patient. He bought masks for her, and none for us, and they are so pretty. Mei Su, holding a candy on a stick, with her lower lip out. Bai Yue went red, which is a thing I did not know she could do. Yes, I will buy you one, said Ziyue, laughing, and took her away, because Ziyue is the most tactful human being in the 9 provinces. And behind me, Cheng Wei collected Yang Lei and Li Li and Han Jian with 3 words and removed them in the opposite direction. Both of us noticed the entire maneuver, neither of us mentioned it. We walked for about an hour without saying very much, which is not a thing I do. Lion dancers, a man swallowing fire badly, couples everywhere in masks holding hands, because that is what the masks are for on the last night of the year, and everybody in this city knows it except foreigners and princesses. At some point, I bought a paper cone of something fried at a stall. She had looked at that stall twice on the way past without stopping and had not said anything, and I had seen her do it. Eat it while it is hot, I said. It is disgusting cold. She held it and did not eat it for a moment. She told me afterward what went through her head, and I would rather not have known. She thought, he has been watching me the whole time. And then she thought about being 5 years old and liking chicken legs, and her mother never once finding that out, because her mother's entire relationship with her consisted of telling her to be excellent and to bring the family honor. That is why she does not tell anybody what she wants. Not strategy, practice. Then the crowd surged, because the fireworks were starting, and we had wandered into the best viewing spot on the arched bridge without knowing it, and 400 people arrived at once trying to get where we already were. I got both arms round her and put my back into it. The fireworks went up over the river. I am not going to try. I have seen the sea open, and I have seen a frozen heavenly court, and I am not going to try to describe fireworks over a river, because the point of that moment is not the fireworks. The point is that she stopped bracing. Her head went down onto my shoulder, which I have to assume was as surprising to her as it was to me. Beautiful, she said into my collar. What? She lifted her head and put her mouth by my ear so that I could hear her over the crowd, and laughed and said it again properly. And then she said, still laughing with a girl's voice which I had never once heard her use, do you know, I grew up in that cold palace, and I swore I would be the best in the world. The sky went up again, a whole battery of them, all at once, the ones the Celestial Master's mansion builds and which nobody else can make. In my heart, I said, you are the best in the world and the only one. I felt her stop breathing. She was crying under the mask when the last of it went out, and she was not making any noise, and she did not wipe her face because she did not want me to know she had done it. Today, she said, I saw the most beautiful fireworks in the world. While I was buying a mask 3 streets away in the palace, my future was being sold in a side hall. Huang Jin had stayed behind after the banquet. He was there for the Marquis Wu of Jin's household, because his father and his 2 elder brothers were all on the northwest front and had not come home for the new year, which is the sort of family detail that sounds sympathetic until you see what it produces. A eunuch took him to a side hall and left him. Then another eunuch took him further in. Emperor Kang did not turn around. How has the crown prince been lately? And Huang Jin, kneeling on the floor, delivered an intelligence briefing on the heir to the empire in about 40 words, a level of economy I did not know he had. That is like him, said the emperor. He seems gentle. He has the air of a ruler. Approving words, nothing behind them. At the banquet tonight, the emperor said, in exactly the same voice, that Chen Zhong challenged the prince consort. Was that the crown prince? Huang Jin did not answer directly, which was correct because Emperor Kong distrusts a fast answer more than a wrong one. He narrated some history about the crown prince's grudge against me and let the old man assemble it himself, which the old man did with satisfaction because he enjoys being the cleverest object in a room. I found out later from Wang Shu, who is the most sincere man alive, that the emperor had helped arrange my original quarrel with Huang Jin in the Imperial Guard, personally, to see what I would do. He had also used my purge of the lantern bearers to clean the third prince's foreign contacts out of his own intelligence service. He had known for years that both of his surviving sons had their hands inside his secret police, and he had been using that as a filter. Chen Wu, he said, is the prince consort, Bai Yue's husband. We are all family. Huang Jin on the floor went cold because he had been in that room long enough to hear what that sentence was. From now on, you will report to me in detail, the emperor said. Who the crown prince meets, whom he recruits, what he does. A pause. Do it well, and the title of Marquis of Jinwu will be yours. Which is a very generous offer to make to a third son. Huang Jin left the palace on foot, bought a black mask off a stall for 2 coins, and disappeared into the festival crowd. He walked for half an hour, changing direction at random. He went into an alley, into a house, and watched the road behind him through a crack in a shutter for a full quarter of an hour without moving. Then he went to a small tavern where the third prince was waiting. You took your time? His Majesty was with the cabinet, and I was concerned about being followed. The third prince liked that. He collects caution the way other men collect horses. What did my father want? Chen Zhong, whether it was the crown prince. Huang Jin sat down. I did not answer directly. His Majesty is suspicious by nature, and a direct answer would have made him wonder. I gave him the history and let him arrive at it himself. And the third prince laughed. My father, he said, prides himself on being the most intelligent man alive and has not noticed that he is old. 54 years on that throne. 54. That is more than a whole life for most people. He was enjoying himself enormously. His temperament, his methods, his tricks, everything about him has been solved by anybody who was paying attention. He thinks he is holding the strings. He is a tiger at the end of its life, and his people bow very low because it is cheaper than explaining. Huang Jin did not laugh. His eyes were flat. In the court, he said, the Prime Minister, Yu Feng, and now Chen Wu have all read His Majesty's temperament and are working it like a puppet. The third prince stopped smiling for a second. The Grand Secretary and my aunt, I expect, he said. That Chen Wu is that young and that far along is a genuine surprise. 9th on the divine strategists. Do we expose him? No. Let him run for a few more years. He turned his cup around. He has no faction. Everything he has came out of my father's hand, and everything that came out of that hand can go back into it. That is the only fact about Chen Wu that matters. He looked out of the window. Military power is the only thing that is real. The rest is decoration. Outside, the fireworks were coming up over the river. He watched them with genuine hatred. Why did we not have those, he said, when we were children? Why do those people out there have them? Nobody answered. On what grounds? In the tower of the Celestial Master's mansion, the old man watched the same fireworks alone. They exist because he likes them. That is the whole reason. Somebody 400 years ago noticed that the old Heavenly Master enjoyed fireworks, and it became an annual state expenditure. That, he said to nobody, looking down at 400,000 people in the streets, is real luck. He is not being poetic. It is a technical position, and his entire order holds it. Luck is not a substance in a treasury. Luck is what a population does when it is warm and fed and not frightened, and it accumulates or it drains, and a dynasty that makes its people miserable is spending capital it cannot see. Wang Tao came up the stairs afterward with Yuan Ru. It is about Junior's sister. Speak. She met Chen Wu at the banquet tonight. He hesitated, which he does not do. She says she felt an affinity. The old man turned around for the first time. Is that so? And the girl who has no emotions described it, carefully, like a surveyor. His aura was comfortable. It seemed to come from the same source as mine, and to be different at the same time. And his eyes are unusual. Looking into them, I felt a wave of chaos. There was a universe in it. It was vast, and it was also oppressive. She thought about it. I would like to be near him again. Her master sat down. She is a Tao fetus. There have been perhaps 4 in recorded history. She is not a person with a talent for the way, she is an incarnation of the thing itself, and there is nothing that suppresses a Tao fetus, and something at that banquet had made her feel small. He remembered his own evening in a closed restaurant, drinking wine with a boy who had recited to him, out loud, a text that does not exist in the 9 provinces, and who had brought thunder down on a cloudless night while doing it. There is more, said Wang Tao. Say it. When he used the power in his eyes, she resonated with him for a moment. He swallowed. Master, she says that she felt his emotions. The old Heavenly Master's hands came off his knees. He has spent 18 years trying to give that girl a feeling. He has tried everything his order has. He has taken her to funerals and weddings and battlefields. Nothing. Being born without emotion makes the early stages of cultivation effortless, and it walls off the middle stages completely. And every master who has ever raised a Tao fetus has watched it stop at the same place and stay there for 400 years. Then we have found the door, he said. On the highest peak of the Tianlong Temple, under a Bodhi tree with roots like a dragon's spine, Su Ling woke Abbot Qing Yun with a ripple of Buddhist qi because ordinary noise does not reach him anymore. Is it New Year's Eve already? He said. He is a small, thin, unremarkable old man who looks like somebody's grandfather and who is one of 5 people alive at the first rank. Master, tonight at the banquet I met a young man. She was frowning, which she does not do either. I believe he saw my Buddha bone. Dao Shu opened his eyes properly. Nobody can sense that bone unless she activates it. He cannot sense it, and he put it there. Under his gaze, she said, it revived by itself. The light in it shook. What is his name? Chen Wu. The old abbot looked out over the capital for a while, at the lanterns and the last of the fireworks. It seems, he said, that this child has a connection with the Buddha. New Year's Day was the quietest day of my life that year, and it is the one I go back to. I sent every one of the 14 children home to their families for the holiday, every single one. They had been in my compound for 8 months, being drilled twice a day, and it was time for them to go and be somebody's grandchild for a week. Everybody in this capital spends New Year's Day visiting relatives. I had nobody to visit. The men who did not go home were Cheng Wei, Yang Lei, Fan Lei, Chen Zhong, Master Hu Ming, and Zheng Yong, none of whom had families in this city either, and all of whom turned up at my house at noon without being invited. We had hot pot. That is the entire event. 6 men and a servant and a girl who runs the household, around one pot, in a house with no ancestors on the wall, eating for about 5 hours. Yang Lei read a poem out loud, badly, and everybody applauded, and he went red to the ears. Fan Lei, who had spent 2 years in a cell for telling an emperor that the realm belongs to the people, got drunk and cried a bit and then apologized 4 times. Cheng Wei won every single drinking game, coldly, without appearing to try. Years later, when 3 of those men were running provinces and one of them was running a war, they all separately told me the same thing about that afternoon. That in that small courtyard, for one day there was no rank. Nobody was anybody's subordinate. There was one pot. I have built a great many things since. I have never once managed to build that again. 2,000 li north, on the same day, there was no festival. Ye City had been stormed the previous afternoon. 800,000 people, walls 40 feet high, and my cousin had gone through it in a night. The command post was a large ordinary courtyard house belonging to a merchant who had left in a hurry. Not the city lord's mansion, that was deliberate, and it was Lin Jing's idea, and it was the first of about 11 things he did that week that saved 100,000 lives. I knew I had not misjudged you, Chen Bing said at the head of the table. I did not know you could govern. Here is what Lin Jing had said on the road before they went in. We are deep in enemy territory, and we look unstoppable, and we are 11 days from being annihilated. Prepare for a stalemate. We do not need to win the hearts of Ye City. We need them not to hate us enough to open the gates behind us. And Ye City sits behind Feng City. Hold it, and we can go forward or back. Even if we are beaten, we will have something to negotiate with. And here is what he did. Standing order against burning, looting, and killing, which every army in history has issued and none has enforced, the province detail beheaded 111 of our own men on the first night before anybody believed it. Then he took the government offices at sword point and recalled every great Feng clerk and minor official in the city, and put them back at their own desks with our guards behind them. Then he made those same Feng officials walk the streets with drums and gongs, telling their own people not to panic. By the evening of New Year's Day, a city that had fallen 30 hours earlier was hanging red lanterns. Crime was down. That is a matter of record. The occupied city of Ye had lower reported crime in the first week of the occupation than in the last week before it, because Lin Jing had put 2,000 soldiers on street patrol and had hanged the first 4 looters where the public could see them. Chen Bing climbed onto the wall that night and praised him in front of every senior officer he had, loudly, using the words, Qilin of the Lin family. He did it on purpose. Lin Jing was 23, held no rank, had no battle merit, and had just been given administrative authority over a conquered city of 800,000 people. And an army is a machine for despising people like that. And Lin Jing did not enjoy it, which is the part I like. He told me afterward exactly what went through his head, while a general was praising him on a wall. In my third uncle's courtyard, he thought, I am not the best at anything. Cheng Wei outthinks me. Master Hu Ming out-administers me. And the title Qilin of the Lin family was already given by my uncle to a 12-year-old. 10 years younger than me. Strategy, military affairs, and politics. All 3. He stood on the wall of a captured city being called a prodigy and thought about how far behind he was. Then he told my cousin what to do next. Speed decides wars. Go north and take Zhongdu, high walls, ancestral capital, and they will not believe you are coming. There will be an army between here and there. Yes, and we have no supply line, so we either take a city with grain in it, or we start burning villages. And if we start burning villages, we lose the province in the war. He looked out at the dark. Leave me 20,000, take the rest. As long as I am here, this city will stand. That is a Confucian hermit who 6 months earlier was playing a qin badly on a mountain and refusing to come down. In a broken courtyard on the other side of Ye City, 3 men were eating mutton with the door watched. It is too quiet out there, said the bearded one. Something is wrong. They are not leaving, said the young one. That is what is wrong. And the old scholar, who was the only one who understood it, put down his bowl. When an army sacks a city, it takes the grain and goes, and the city is ours again in a month. This one executed its own looters. It reopened the government offices. It recalled the clerks. It is doing the tax registers. They looked at him. That is what a dynasty does when it changes, he said. They think this city belongs to them. They are not raiding. They are moving in. He put his hands flat on the table. That is 100 times worse than a massacre, and there is not one person in this city who understands it except us. Their plan was to spread the word that Great Wu could not hold Yu City. The common people, the old scholar said sadly, will believe anything. Down in the Yunmeng Great Swamp, Guo Cheng had already worked all of it out and was about to do the most reckless thing of his career. Lin Yan and Zhang Ji over there are about your age, he told his nephew. Tomorrow I will leave you 50,000. Can you hold them? I can. What about you, Commander? A commander needs to see the whole board, said Guo Cheng. Otherwise, he is only a general. Then he laid it out, and every word of it was right. If I were Chen Bing, I would use Ye City as a base and leave a garrison and go for the capital. If he takes Feng City, then Ye and Feng are two nails in our body. And the moment Great Wu reinforces, the whole northern half of this country stops existing. So he was going to ride 1,000 lia overnight and cut the nail out before it was driven in. Uncle, said Wang An, we have no orders from the princess. If you leave Yunmeng without authorization, the court will destroy you. And Guo Cheng said the thing that made me admire him for the rest of my life, and I have never met him. When a general is in the field, he acts. The princess is intelligent, and she will understand. And if the state's business is difficult, and every man is too frightened for his own skin to plan for it, then Great Feng will fall anyway, and it will deserve to. He picked up his helmet. If they want my head for this, they may have it. Everything I am, the Shao family owes to her. I have nothing to be afraid of. His nephew was crying and pretending not to. Do not be greedy for merit, Guo Cheng said from the flap of the tent. Do not try to win, just do not lose. I read the whole thing off a column of smoke. It came in as 2 secret reports on the 2nd day of the new year, while the capital was still eating, and Cheng Wei took about 90 seconds with them. This morning, there was significantly less cooking smoke over the Feng camp at Yunmeng. He has taken the main force out. Fan Lei, whose military instinct is the weakest thing about him, to block the northern army or to take Ye City. Ye City. No hesitation. Blocking Chen Bing leaves him a road. Taking Ye City leaves him in a 100,000-man trap with no supply and no way home. And Zhongdu's walls are too high to fall quickly, so he has time. I said, Lin Jing is holding Yu City. That landed on the room the way it was always going to. They had all lived with Lin Jing for months. Chen Bing was a name on a list. Lin Jing had lost at cards to Yang Lei on this floor. Send it north tonight, I said. Sorcerer relay, not couriers. He gets a day and a half of warning instead of nothing. I stood there looking at the map afterward for a long time. Guo Cheng had found the one loose stone in 11 months of building, from 400 li away, on his own, with no intelligence service worth the name, in about a week. The whole world is on this board, Cheng Wei said quietly beside me. Chen Bing, Lin Jing, Guo Cheng, every one of them is a piece. Yes, and not one of them can be relied upon to do what the piece is supposed to do. No, I said. That is why it is a game and not a plan. I had dinner at the Prime Minister's house that night and told him about half of it. I teased Fang Zhi at the door about his engagement first, which had been announced the previous week to a daughter of the Fan family of the South. The Fan family is a provincial clan with 1,000 years in one county and connections into the Miao country beyond the southern border, and the head of it failed the examination in the same year Shen Huai came first, and the two of them have been friends for 40 years. That is not a marriage, that is an exit. The Prime Minister of Great Wu had just quietly arranged for his line to have somewhere to go, in a region with mountains and its own grain, at a distance from the capital that would take an imperial army 4 months to cross. I did not say any of that out loud. I said it to Fang Ji with my eyebrows, and he understood me, and neither of us mentioned it again. Fang Ru ate with her head down and said almost nothing. Since the White Deer Academy, the distance between us had been changing about once a fortnight, and neither of us had any control over it, and both of us were too intelligent to discuss it. Over the fish, the Prime Minister asked me about the northern expedition. I can only do what I can do, I said. The rest is fate. How confident are you? Guo Cheng left Yunmeng last night. He put down his chopsticks. He is going for Ye City. Ye City, yes. And who is holding Ye City? One of my staff. Shen Huai's eyes came up, and for the first and only time in our acquaintance, he looked startled, like a man who has just heard a noise in a locked room. Explain. So I did, some of it. I had anticipated that Yunmeng might go badly. I had sent an aide north months ago to tell my cousin to prepare to march. The aide had stayed on as his strategist. Shen Huai sat back very slowly. That is not influence, he said. That is direct intervention in a war. He looked at his own hands. You saw the Grand Commandant's defeat coming, and you saw that His Majesty would give the command to Chen Bing, and you moved a man into position before either had happened. How confident are you in this aide of yours? I gave him the sentence. He is of my clan. He can govern a country and bring it peace, and he can dominate a battlefield with a sword. 12 characters. Shen Huai has been in that court for 30 years, and I watched him try to think of somebody currently alive who deserves that description, and fail. I also told the emperor at noon that day, incidentally, through the proper channel. Placing yourself in the open has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that if the war is won, a share of it is yours by record. The disadvantage is that everybody can see you. Inside Feng City, on the same night, a middle-aged man knocked on a courtyard gate. Zhu Ling opened it. She is 19, she was not wearing anything on her face, and she is the sort of beautiful that stops being an advantage very early in life. Huang Wei. Inside, a boy of 16 with a round face and a nickname, Wang Chen, called Chenner, sent immediately to pour tea, and Xu Ming, who is a commander of the Lantern Bearers and has been living in the capital of Great Feng for 31 years. The garrison has tripled in 9 days, said Huang Wei. Marshal Lin cannot be far. It is time. The numbers, 200 of Xu Ming's men, 200 of Wang An's, and the brothers who had come in over the past month, about 800. The task, open the south gate from inside when the assault comes. Because Feng City's walls have never fallen to an assault in 900 years, and everybody in that room knew it. How 800 armed men got into the ancestral capital of an enemy empire is the part I am proudest of, and it is almost unglamorous. 6 weeks earlier, before the Northern Army had orders, before anybody in the world was looking at Feng City, that city was at peace and its gates were taking bribes. Goods carts came through by the 100 every day, and the guards did not open the ones that had paid. So, we paid for 5 weeks in small amounts at 3 different gates, and we walked several hundred men and a quantity of armor through the front door of an empire. 2 weeks before the assault, the gates locked down completely, and nothing has gone in or out since. By then, it did not matter. The commander-in-chief is a divine being, said Huang Wei, and he meant me, and he had never met me. He knew 6 weeks ago that the army would come here. I hear Lord Qin is 18 this year. Then Huang Wei said the thing that I have not been able to put down since. Headquarters says that when this is done, we can come home. He looked at his hands. 23 years I have been in this city. I came here at 22, I married here, my children were born here, and they think they are from Feng. He was smiling. Sometimes I forget. And then the wind changes, and it comes off the fields, and it does not smell like my mother's kitchen, and I remember. He looked up. I want the mutton soup, he said. That is all. That is the whole thing I want. And Xu Ming, who had been in Feng City for 31 years, said, to nobody in particular, if we go home now, I might still see my parents. His family are from the south. His ancestors are in the south. He had not seen either since he was 19. 2,000 li west, the Qing emperor was standing in front of a map the size of a wall with Yuan Qi behind him. When do we go? Whenever your majesty commands. When Feng City falls, said the Qing emperor, then we march. If Great Wu takes it, we attack Great Wu. If Great Feng surrounds the northern expedition, we attack Great Feng. He put a finger on the map. When 2 tigers fight, one gets hurt. If I stab the wounded one, the other one turns around and eats me. He tapped twice. So I help the wounded one, and together we finish the strong one. And then I deal with the cripple at my leisure. Yuan Qi bowed and went to get his horses. On the wall of Ye City, Lin Jing watched the horizon and said something that cost him a great deal. Everything is arranged, said Wei Jing, who was a Lin family guard of 30 years, and who was nominally in command because Lin Jing has no rank. Is somebody coming? Guo Cheng, he is here. Wei Jing's face changed. Should we tell the marshal to come back? If he comes back, we are surrounded in this city and starve. There is exactly one road. We hold Ye City, and he takes Feng City. Then he did the arithmetic out loud, and it went further than the wall in front of him. The world is one board, and every move touches every other. Great Qing has finished with the heavenly god sect. Whether we win here or lose here, we will not come out of this ahead, and we may come out of it very badly. Then send word to the court. I can see this step, said Lin Jing, and my third uncle can certainly see it, which means it is being handled at a level neither of us is standing on. He turned around. Issue the following order. And then he gave the order I would have given, and which I am glad I did not have to. No movement in the streets from this hour, every citizen in their house. Anybody outside is executed where they are found, and gather every male over the age of 10 from the wealthy households of this city, and hold them, Wei Jing argued. Sir, the whole point was to run this city well, to not be hated. There are Feng Surveillance Institute agents in this city, and there are 11 great households in it, and if 2,000 people appear at the north gate at the wrong moment while Guo Cheng is on the wall, we die, and after us so does everyone in the province. He watched the horizon. Extraordinary times. If we lose Ye City, there is no future to be humane in. His voice did not change. After we are dead, who cares about the flood? They came before dawn on the 4th day of the year. The walls of Ye City still had the red lanterns up. 60,000 men crossed 4 li of open ground in silence, which is a difficult thing to do, and which tells you what Guo Cheng's army was. He stood on a hillside and looked at the city with third-rank eyes. "Give the order," said a square-faced general at his shoulder. "It is the dead hour. Let me lead. I will have our flag on that wall by dawn." "No, Commander, it is too quiet. There are too few men on the walls." Guo Cheng did not lower the glass. "Either they know we are coming, or the man holding that city is very good. There is a third possibility, Commander. He might be an idiot." Guo Cheng turned around and looked at him for about 4 seconds. "Never have that thought on a battlefield," he said. "You will be a headless corpse before the 3rd hour. Even if you are certain, and I mean completely certain, never assume the man opposite you is a fool." Then he sent him anyway, because he had no better option and the ladders had to go up. The square-faced general went up the wall alone, ahead of his own ladders at the 4th watch, and he was 4th rank and worth 100 men, and he had every right to expect what happened next to be easy. His skin screamed at him about a foot below the parapet. He got the spear across in front of his face by pure reflex, and an arrow went off it in a shower of sparks and took a piece out of his ear. He came over the top into 200 armored men, standing in absolute silence in the dark, waiting, and in the middle of them, a boy in armor who did not raise his voice. "All of you at once, kill him quickly." 3 men came out of that line, 4th rank, all of them. My cousin had left 4 behind for exactly this, and Lin Jing had held them on that wall for 11 hours doing nothing. One exchange and the square-faced general was coughing. He got the warning out. He roared it down at his own men below, which was the correct decision, and which is why he died, because it cost him the half-second he needed to get off that wall. And Wei Jing, who is a marksman, put an arrow through his forehead in mid-air and pinned him to the stones at the foot of the wall. 60,000 men watched their vanguard commander come off a wall with an arrow through his head before the ladders had even landed. Morale does not degrade. It falls over. On the hillside, Guo Cheng did not move a muscle. Inside, he was thinking about how he had said it in plain words, twice, and how a man he had trained for 9 years had gone up that wall anyway because he wanted the credit, and how the cost of that was not one general, but the first 4 hours of the assault. "No more concealment," he said. "They are ready. Take it in one push." And 70,000 men stopped suppressing themselves at once, and the whole hillside behind him lit up like something geological. 500 li away, Chen Bing was standing on a peak with 110,000 men in the dark behind him, and Feng City in front. "Their commander is careful," he said. "There will be no surprise. We do it the other way." Then he turned around to a black forest and put everything he had into his lungs. "Soldiers, in front of us is Feng City, Zhongdu, the ancestral capital of the royal house of Great Feng. Nothing. 110,000 men breathing. Will you come with me and put the banner of Great Wu on the ancestral ground of Great Feng?" The forest came up like a struck match. "Take Zhongdu, take Zhongdu, take Zhongdu." In the deepest part of a hard winter, the air over that hillside got hot enough to see. "If we take it, we are heroes," Chen Bing shouted. "And if we do not, I will die here with you." What is so terrifying about that? No fear of life or death. No fear of life or death. No fear of life or death. He turned his horse and pointed a spear at a city. 2 red dragons stood up off that land that night, 500 li apart, and neither of them knew what the other one was doing. Yi City held all night against 70,000 men. Guo Cheng commanded so well that the aura coming off his 70,000 read as 100,000 to the men on the wall, which 2 separate officers reported independently. Lin Jing stood in the camp behind the north gate, with messengers arriving every 40 seconds. "Reinforce the west. Axes and swords to the 2nd tier, and hold it. Watch for Guo Cheng personally. He will come in on the seam." And on the hillside, Guo Cheng frowned, because every dispositional trick he tried was being read. Not blocked. Read. Somebody on that wall was seeing the shape of his orders while they were still happening, and getting slightly better at it every hour, which meant it was somebody young. "Concentrate everything on the north gate," he said, at the 6th hour. "I want men on it before sunrise." Under Feng City, the dead were piled where the ladders had been. An old man in white armor stood on the wall, watching my cousin work. The Duke of Lin Hong is of Guo Cheng's father's generation. When they were young, he and Han Ping were called the twin stars of Great Feng, and then Han Ping's career went up, and his did not. And then Han Ping lost at Huaiyang and died, and the Duke of Lin Hong became the only pillar that empire had left. "Chen Bing of the Lin family," he said, watching the assault find the weak point in his own dispositions for the 3rd time in an hour. "They are not to be underestimated, that house. Then, because he is 71, is a chaotic age really coming? They are all so young." Chen Bing looked at the south wall for a long time, and then made the only decision available to him. Everything on the south gate, and tell them. The first man onto that wall will be ennobled by my own hand when we ride home. The messengers went down the line, screaming it, and the eyes of an entire army changed. That is not greed. In this world, that is the only door out of the life a man was born into, and it had just been put in front of 100,000 farmers' sons at 4 a.m. Xu Ming and Huang Wei put their armor on a kilometer from the south gate, and then Xu Ling came out of the back room in armor with a red-tasseled spear. "No," said her father. "I am 7th rank. Chenner is 8th rank peak. Neither of us is afraid to die." She had clearly rehearsed it, and it did not matter because the argument was correct. And if you and Huang Wei fail, the nest goes over and no egg survives. They will find us within a day. We die either way. I would rather die pushing. Huang Wei, who had a wife and children in that city, said, "Let them come. More hands, more chance." And it was Xu Ling who made the timing call, not the two commanders, the 19-year-old. "Wait," she said, "until the assault outside is at its worst and every man on the south gate is facing the wrong way." They waited 2 hours. The smell came over the wall. "Now," said Xu Ming. Something in that courtyard made a noise like an animal, and 800 armored men came out of 11 houses into one street and covered a kilometer in under half a minute. I am going to tell the next part exactly as it was reported to me, without decorating it, because it does not need it. They hit the gate detail from behind, and for about 90 seconds it worked perfectly. Then the wall garrison came down the stairs, and it stopped working. Wang Chen got between a blade and his father's neck and took it across the face. Then, some minutes later, he nearly lost his right arm. "Father, the gate, I am here." Xu Ming looked back once. Of 800, there were perhaps 60 still standing. He turned around and did not look back again. A Feng soldier put a sword over Wang Chen's head, and Huang Wei blocked it one-handed, because the other arm was already gone above the elbow. "With the adults here," he said, "how would you die first?" He kicked a spear up off the ground into the boy's palm. "Go and help your father. I have this." Huang Wei carved out about 4 meters of empty ground in front of that gate mechanism and held it, on his own, with one arm, for slightly under 2 minutes, and he killed a man with every stroke. Then a spear went into his chest and out of his back. What he thought about, in the last of it, was fish noodles. Not his wife, not his children, who were 3 streets away and asleep, his parents' kitchen in a village in the south of Great Wu, and a bowl of fish noodles, and how he had been going to go home this year. Then let my soul go home, he thought. And he took hold of the spear that was through him and pulled himself further along it, hand over hand, until he could reach the man holding it, and he took his head off. "One more," he said. Xu Ling saw all of it from 10 feet away and killed the man standing over her frozen brother and shouted at him to go and help their father. Xu Ming reached the mechanism with a wound across his whole body and put his hand on the release, and every remaining piece of strength he had went out of him at once. The gate moved. Outside, my cousin saw a line of light appear in a wall that had not opened in 900 years and made a noise I am told was not a word. Inside, Xu Ming smiled, because a gate that has started to open takes time to close, and time was the entire product. Then a spear came out of the dark across 60 meters and put him against the wall of his own city and left him there. The Duke of Lin Hong had arrived 1 minute late. "Close the gate! Kill them all!" Xu Ming could not hear any of it by then. He was looking at the gap in the gate, and at the 2 children of his who were still, against every reasonable expectation, alive. He was dying, and they were not. Perhaps, he thought, that is a kind of rebirth. There was a wind coming through the gap in the gate, off the plain, from the south. He put his hand out into it. That is the wind from home, he thought. Chen Bing came through a gap wide enough for 1 man at a time, and he came through it first. Inside the gate, the ground was not visible. Of 800 men, 2 were alive. He swept the enemies off Xu Ling with 1 pass of spear and tent, and put his own guard around both of them, and shouted at his army to protect them. And 100,000 men coming through that gate saw what had opened it for them. And it did something to that army that lasted the whole war. Xu Ling found her father on the wall. She did not make a sound. There is a note in the report about that, from an officer who was standing next to her, and he wrote it down because it disturbed him. Then Chen Bing met the Duke of Lin Hong, 4th rank against 3rd rank. He was pushed back 6 steps and left grooves in the paving and stopped. "Half a step into the 3rd rank, the old man said, out loud, surprised. "The body is there, the QE is there, but you have not condensed the intent." And then he decided to kill him, because in 10 years, this one would be unstoppable. What happened over the next few minutes is the reason my cousin is what he is now. He was being taken apart, holes in him, armor saving his life 3 separate times. And instead of disengaging, he stayed inside the range of a 3rd rank master and used him. The Duke of Lin Hong worked it out, and it enraged him more than anything else in that battle. "Are you using me as a whetstone?" He was. Chen Bing was standing in front of a man of his own grandfather's generation, being methodically destroyed and reaching for the intent while it happened, because a thing like that only comes when you are about to die, and he had decided that this was the cheapest death he was ever going to get offered. He did not get it that night. He got most of the way. And when it became clear that he was going to be killed before he arrived, he did the sensible thing. Surround him! He wanted to go mad. He did not particularly want to die. The Duke of Lin Hong looked up and found that the entire South Gate district was full of Great Wu. And then he did the thing that made this personal for two people for the rest of their lives. He turned around, looked at the corpse he had pinned to his own city wall, and put a fist of raw force into it from 30 meters. And Xu Ming stopped existing. Nothing left. Not a body to bury. No, father. Two children watched that happen from inside a ring of Great Wu soldiers who were holding them back with their arms. Street fighting, said the Duke of Lin Hong to his own men in the voice of a man closing a door. The city stands while we live. The city falls when we die. I was fishing. People assume I am inventing that detail for effect. I was sitting at the edge of the pond in my own garden with a line in the water. And with the double pupils, I could see every single fish in it. Dozens of them, coming up to the hook, circling it, taking it in and letting it go. I did not move for any of them. A golden one came up out of the deep end, and I flicked my wrist and had it. There are a great many fish in a pond. I only ever fish for the one I came for. Cheng Wei came across the grass and stopped and took a breath first, which he has only ever done twice in my hearing. Feng City is taken. I did not turn around. All 800 are dead, he said. Everyone, except Xu Ming's son and daughter. A pause. Xu Ming himself was killed by the Duke of Lin Hong, and then his body was destroyed. I looked at the fish in the water for a long time. I understand, I said. I will petition for a title for Xu Ming and the others, personally, and request that his children be permitted to come home. Because without those 800 men, my cousin needed 50 or 60,000 lives to get through that wall, and he might not have got through it, and that is the arithmetic, and everybody in the 9 provinces except me thought the gate opened by luck. Their deaths meant something. That is the best I can do, and it is not enough, and I know it is not enough. And after the gate opened, street fighting from dawn until mid-afternoon, he cleared them out. We went in with 110,000 men, and there are 60,000 left. Cheng Wei was reading it flatly. Chen Bing is seriously wounded. The Duke of Lin Hong took a spear through the body and was carried off the field and is not expected to command again. I listened to all of that with my hands still on the rod. And then, and I am not proud of this, something at the corner of my mouth moved, because the battle was won, because the peace had held, because the game was alive. Bring my court robes, I said, standing up. I am going to the palace. I put the fish in the basket on the way out, and it was a golden carp, and it looked exactly like the fish in the story that turns into a dragon, and I looked at it for about a second and a half, and then went to lie to an emperor. Yes, city was still standing at noon. Guo Cheng had been at it for 14 hours. The city was a boat in a storm, and had not gone under, and he put his armor on to lead the last assault himself, because a third-rank commander on a ladder is worth about 8,000 men in the first 10 minutes. On the wall, Lin Jing had lost his coat, his composure, and most of his voice. My men are gone, a general shouted at him, with a knife wound across his breastplate showing ribs. There is nobody left to send. We cannot hold. Then die there. I want the gate. I do not care what it costs. Sir, anybody can die today, said Lin Jing. Your brothers can die. You can die. I can die. Yes, city does not fall. Do you understand me? Those are human lives. He was crying. And not only tears, which is a thing I had read in poems and had assumed was a poem. And Lin Jing, 23 years old, holding a city with a 4th-rank officer refusing an order in front of 200 men, drew his sword and pointed it at him. It is a military order. If Yes City falls because of you, and we somehow live through it, I will execute every one of you and exterminate your families to the 3rd degree. A Confucian scholar with no rank at all suppressed a 4th-rank martial artist by aura on the wall of a burning city, which the report notes and which the officer confirmed afterward. The man went and carried out the order, and then a rider came up the hill to Guo Cheng at a flat gallop, and the whole thing ended in one sentence. Commander, Zhang Du has fallen. Guo Cheng, who had not changed expression in 14 hours, went the color of paper. He stood there for a long moment. Waste, he said. Then he looked at Yes City, which he could have had with one more push, and no longer mattered in any way, and gave the only order left. Withdraw. We ride for Feng City. On the wall, Lin Jing watched 70,000 men turn around and walk away, and understood what it meant, and smiled at a horizon 500 li away. Then he sat down on the stones, with his back against the parapet, and stayed there for some time. The emperor did not turn around when I came in. What is it? Your Majesty, Feng City, we have it. The rosary stopped. Then he did turn around, and his eyes had gone gold, and every trace of the man who has been bored for 50 years came off him at once. Tell me all of it. I told him all of it, in order, with the numbers. 800 men infiltrated over 6 weeks, he said when I got to that part. Before the Northern Army had orders. Yes, Your Majesty. He looked at me for a while. You and the lantern bearers would be worth more than Wei Bao and the lantern bearers. A pause that I did not enjoy. Why did you not tell me before? Because it was 800 men against the Duke of Lin Hong, and the Duke of Lin Hong is careful. And if it had failed, then Your Majesty would have been carrying a hope that had already died. I did not want to give Your Majesty something and then take it away. He nodded slowly. You are careful, he said, and you are not greedy for credit. That is rare in a young man. Then I gave him the 2 things I had come to give him, that Guo Cheng had ridden 1,000 li and besieged Ye City all night, which he already half knew, and that the lantern bearers and Great Qing were reporting that the heavenly god sect threat was finished and Great Qing was mobilizing, and that the target was very probably us. The Emperor's eyes came down to slits. Is there a way out of this? And there it was. 11 months of work, and the entire thing came down to whether a 54-year-old autocrat asked one question in one particular tone of voice on one particular afternoon. Your Majesty, there is an old story about a snipe and a clam. He waited. They fight in the shallows and neither will let go, and the fisherman walks past and picks up both. I looked at the floor. Great Qing is standing on the bank. And so the correct move, I said, is to open peace talks. The palace maids and eunuchs in the corners of that hall did not move and did not breathe, and every single one of them understood that they were standing in the room where the shape of the next 50 years was being decided, and that if they twitched, they would be killed for it. Emperor Kong frowned. Then the frown came off, which is the only reason I am alive, because if that sentence had come out of any other mouth in the empire, he would have had the speaker taken out and beaten to death as a foreign agent. Go on. Some things cannot be got on a battlefield with the lives of soldiers, I said, and can be got very cheaply at a table. Then I told him what to ask for, and he laughed at me. Feng to cede territory, Feng to pay our war costs, Feng to buy back their own 2 cities. You are young, he said, and he was almost fond about it. Politics between states is not a market stall. They have lost, but they will not hand you their coat as well. I put my forehead down and accepted the correction, and inside I was very happy, because the correction meant he was now negotiating with me about the price and not about the principle. So I dropped the silver, which I had never wanted, and asked for the only thing I had ever wanted. Then let them keep their money, I said, and let them cede Chu Prefecture. He went still. A whole province, I said, added to the empire, not a battle, not a siege, a province permanently in the annals under Your Majesty's reign. I let it sit. And when the histories ask what this war was for, and why so many men died at Yunming, there will be an answer that a farmer can understand. I watched territorial expansion and historical record go into the man like wine. You may leave. I got as far as the door. Summon the cabinet, he said behind me. And then, to the shadows. He turns 18 after the new year. Eunuch Zhou came out of a dark corner. Such a talent, said the Emperor, should be brought fully into this family. He turned the rosary once. Perhaps it is time they were married. My cousin took over Feng City with a set of orders that half his officers did not understand. Tell the men below not to be too excessive. We may be in this city a long time. And then specifically, and nobody touches the ancestral temple of the Great Feng royal house. He said not to be excessive. He did not say do not. There is a reason, and every commander in the world knows it, and none of them write it down. 100,000 men who have just spent 9 hours being killed inside a city are not an army for the next day and a half. They are a weather system, and a general who stands in front of them and forbids everything gets a mutiny and loses the city he just took. So he narrowed it instead of forbidding it, and men died in that city over the next 2 days who did not have to, and he chose that, and he could count. An officer asked about the temple. What is their ancestral hall to do with us? And Chen Bing, who was not a philosophical man, gave the only answer of his life that has ever been written down. An emperor is entitled to his own way of dying, and a royal house is entitled to its dignity. A man has to have a floor under him somewhere. If one day your own ancestors were dug up and burned, how would that sit with you? He looked at the officer. I am not respecting the ancestors of Great Feng. I am respecting ours. Then he turned south, toward a capital 500 li away, and understood that his part was over, and that the next battlefield was one he could not fight on. He had handed the baton to somebody else, and he knew exactly who. A small piece of news appeared in the capital on the 5th day of the new year. It appeared everywhere at once, in 19 districts, in the same afternoon, in a very organized manner, which is not how gossip behaves. The item was that His Majesty might be willing to negotiate, and that the court believed the war should continue, and that Minister Shen had so far said nothing. That last clause is the whole thing. That is the load-bearing lie. It tells the entire capital that the prime minister has not yet decided, which means his decision is available, which means everybody spends 4 days lobbying him instead of forming up against the idea. On the 6th day, the actual news arrived, and I did not have to do anything else. Guo Cheng, with the Duke of Linhong's surviving units, threw himself at Feng City for a day and a night and failed to take it back. And then he turned south and ran into our 2nd Northern Expeditionary Force, 70,000 fresh men who had crossed the border 11 days earlier and were still forming up. He destroyed them in about 4 hours. 30,000 came back over the border. Of 70,000. The capital, which had spent a fortnight celebrating, stopped celebrating. The cabinet was summoned again. And the same men who had twice stood up and declared that this war was inevitable and righteous and short sat in that hall and studied the table. And at last Prime Minister Shen Huai spoke and said the sentence that ended a war. Let us negotiate. What we cannot take on a battlefield, let us take at a table. I heard about it in my own courtyard, and I put down my cup, and I sat there for a moment. Perhaps, I thought, my era has begun. One move left. In a palace 2,000 li north, a young man was giving away an empire and enjoying it. The little emperor of Great Feng was sitting on the throne with his sister beside him and the whole cabinet in front of him, and somebody had just proposed that Guo Cheng be executed for leaving Yunmeng without orders. Princess Rui Ying let it stand for a moment and then buried it. He acted without authorization, she said. And because he did, the front did not collapse, and he then destroyed a 70,000-man relief army. Merit and fault cancel. Nobody argued, because Great Feng has exactly one general left, and everybody in that room could count. Then she put the actual matter on the table. Great Wu wants to negotiate. Uproar. And Prime Minister Yu Bo, who is gray and old, and who put that boy on the throne and then handed the power back instead of keeping it, waited for the noise to finish. The princess has already decided, he said. She had. The great age has not arrived yet, she said. What we need now is time, and there is a specific reason we cannot fight Great Wu to the end, and it is not their treasury. She looked around the table. Great Wu is held together by the Lin family, and their emperor is so afraid of the Lin family that he will not employ them. He has just been forced to, and a 3rd-generation Lin has taken 2 of our cities in 9 weeks. Somebody said something about Chen Bing being one man. That is my point, said Princess Rui Ying. That is the 3rd generation. If this goes on long enough that the 2nd generation is sent out, or the Marquis of Zhendong himself comes out of that manor, then Great Wu can fight us and Great Qing at the same time, and win both. She sat back. 5 or 6 years, and our own young men will have grown up. Buy me 5 years. Then the little emperor stood up. Sister, Prime Minister, gentlemen, from today you may settle these things among yourselves and tell me the result. The hall stopped. Sister, the imperial seal stays with you. If any of you needs it, go to my sister. Somebody started a protest, and he waved it off, smiling, relaxed. I have no interest in power, and I trust all of you completely, and my house is strong enough that none of you could threaten it if you wanted to. I know exactly what I am. I am a man of average ability in a room full of my betters. He came down the steps. If I insisted on holding this, it would be bad for Great Feng. What I hate most is an outsider standing over insiders, telling them how to do work he does not understand. He stopped at the door. My sister is 1,000 times what I am. It is hers. And he walked out and did not look back, and Yubo said into the silence, Inaction is action. His Majesty is a benevolent ruler. Everybody nodded, and every single one of them privately understood that in 100 years, the histories would treat that boy better than they would treat any of them. I walked out of the palace gate onto Central Avenue with a deputy envoy's commission in my sleeve and felt the hair go up on my arms. There was a girl standing in the crowd. White dress, fair, eyes with something in them that I could not name. Nobody else could see her. That is the part that frightened me. There was a Tao rhythm around her that made 400 people's eyes slide off, and she was standing in the middle of Central Avenue at midday, and she might as well have been a lamppost. She walked straight up to me. Double pupils, she said, delighted. I did not expect another double-pupiled one in this life. My own pupils are concealed. Nobody has ever seen them. Yuan Ru, who is a Tao fetus, gets a vague impression and nothing more. And I looked at her with everything I had, and I got nothing. A wall of light where a person should be. Something primordial in there, something that did not belong to this age. May I have your name? Chen Wu, I said after a moment. You can call me Chu Yan. She smiled at me like a girl at a festival. The character for a swallow, not the one for stone. It was a pleasure, she said. I hope we meet again. And she walked off into a crowd of 400 people and stopped existing. I went and found Song Chu that night in a small tavern because the boy at the pillar had been on my mind for a fortnight. Come and work for me, I said, and I will keep you in wine forever. He looked at me and said nothing, which I respected. I invited you to the heavenly abode this evening. Why did you not come? That place is too high for somebody like me. I hear you want to try jade wine. Tonight you can. Sixth floor, the good one, as much as you like. I want to drink jade wine, said Song Chu, and I will go and drink it myself. And when I go up to the sixth floor of the heavenly abode, I would rather do it on my own legs than on your invitation. He is 17. He was wearing a farmer's coat. He said that to the deputy commander of the Imperial Secret Police. I did not push, and I did not sulk. I put the jar I had brought on the table. This was prepared for you. You did not come, and it is still yours. And then I put down a book, a sword manual. Your swordsmanship is good, and that is all it is, because your background is a ceiling and you know it. I wanted to recruit you. You are not willing, and I am not going to force you. But I am not prepared to watch that talent rot in a rented room either. I stood up. Study it. I will wait for the day you make a name. He sat there afterward with a jar of wine and a manual worth more than his home county, and could not work out what had just happened to him. Zheng Yong, walking behind me down the street, was appalled. Should we not just take him, tie him up, put him in the prison for a few days? He will come round? That kind of tool does not work on that kind of man. Then we get nothing. What is planted today, I said, comes up later. The karma is in the ground now. Stop watering it. The peace talks ran for 7 days and were, for the first 3, the single most undignified thing I have ever been in a room for. Minister of Rights Meng Quan was chief envoy. I was deputy. He is Yu Feng's man, put into the ministry after I destroyed the previous minister of rights over the examination fraud, and he treated me with a deference that had nothing to do with my age and everything to do with what happened to his predecessor. The princess tells me, he said over tea before it started, that if I am uncertain about anything I should ask you. I gave him the whole position in one breath. The only thing that matters in this negotiation is Chu Prefecture. It was taken with our soldiers' lives, and there is no reason on earth to give it back. Yes City and Feng City are in the middle of their country, and we cannot hold them, and everybody knows it. Trade them. They will not exchange a province for 2 cities. It is not an exchange. I put my cup down. We are handing back 2 cities, one of which is the ancestral capital of their royal house. They should be thanking us. Meng Quan laughed out loud for about 6 seconds. You are a politician, he said, and I am an honest man who took an examination. In front of you, I feel like a boy. Then I told him the lie that made it work. Also, I said quietly, His Majesty wants the territory. And Meng Quan's eyes changed, and he stopped thinking of Chu Prefecture as a negotiating position, and started thinking of it as the throne's own line in the sand, and he fought for it for 7 days like a man defending his family. An entire province was requisitioned by an 18-year-old under cover of his emperor's vanity, and the man doing the actual work never knew. The first 3 days were shouting. A Feng official opened by demanding 3 million tiles a year in perpetuity on the grounds that 100,000 of our men were currently surrounded, which was not true, and he said with total conviction. One of our men came back with a line about how, if Great Feng wanted Ye City and Zhongdu back, they were welcome to bring silver and buy them, since everybody knows how rich Great Feng is, and surely they can afford their own ancestral ground. That word did about 6 days of work in 4 seconds. 2 of their delegation had to be physically restrained. The official record of days 1 to 3 uses the phrase frank exchange of views, and I was there, and I can tell you that a vegetable market at closing time is more decorous. We won it on tea. I am not joking, and I have never been joking about this. Every morning of those 7 days, I brewed a pot of jade immortal tea and poured it for our entire delegation before they went in. It clears the head, it sharpens thought for about a day and a half, and there are perhaps 9 people in the world who have ever tasted it. By day 5, the Great Feng delegation was making arithmetic errors after the 2nd hour. By day 7, their senior man had to have a point read to him twice. Our side had not lost a step since Monday and did not know why, and Meng Quan put it down to patriotism. I have won a great many things since with armies. I remain quietly convinced that a province of 30 million people changed hands partly because I had better tea. Great Feng's counter came on the 8th day, and it was designed by Prime Minister Yu Bo, and it was very, very good. They would cede Chu Prefecture. Their reasoning, which I only learned in full much later, was this. Chu Prefecture has been theirs for 400 years and has never once been governed. It is mountainous, self-contained, xenophobic, literate, and completely unmanageable. Every official Great Feng ever sent there was quietly frozen out within 2 years. They had deliberately made the whole province the battlefield in the summer, partly for strategy and partly so that the Great Wu army would exterminate the unruly for them before they took it back. A Chu Prefecture that does not obey, Yu Bo told his princess, will cause trouble sooner or later. Sell it while it is worth something. In exchange, silver, iron, copper, medicinal herbs, and full open trade. No barriers. Free commerce between the 2 empires, in both directions, permanently. Meng Quan could not name what was wrong with that, and knew that something was. I could name it exactly. Great Feng is the weakest of the three empires militarily, and by an enormous distance the strongest commercially. Open that border, and in 10 years their merchants own our grain prices, and in 20 they can starve a province of Great Wu by adjusting a number in a ledger in their own capital, and they will never have to raise a soldier again. It is a war. It is a war with a longer fuse. It is only trade, I told Meng Quan, cheerfully over tea. They are good at business, we are good at soldiering. Let them make money off us and we will make money off them. Commercial tax is a third of the revenue now. He was not convinced, and he let it go. Because I was the 9th-ranked strategist in the world, and he was a man who had taken an examination. Here is what I was thinking. Will Great Feng still exist in 20 years? There are 4 years left, at the outside, before the curtain goes up. When the spiritual qi returns, an economic war conducted in peacetime becomes a piece of paper in a fire, and the only currency left is force. And in the meantime, an open border is my border. Chengbo is already in 11 of their cities. Every caravan road they open for their merchants is a road my people walk on, and I had spent 2 months building the 9 divisions specifically so that this clause would be worth something to me. Emperor Kang approved it in an afternoon without reading the trade annex, because he had been offered a province. The treaty was sealed on a bright cold morning in the 2nd month. Prince Long of Great Feng put his seal on it, and Meng Quan put ours. 30 million people changed empires. Chu Prefecture, which our soldiers could not hold with their lives, was brought into Great Wu permanently by a group of civil officials in a room, and every single person at that table went home believing that they had cheated the other side. Both delegations went to dinner afterward at the Heavenly Abode, which is my restaurant, which nobody mentioned. Prince Long held a cup of superior jade green up to the light for a while. I always assumed the stories were an advertisement, he said. I withdraw that. This is a divine thing. Then he looked down the table at me. When the border opens, he said, will this be for sale in our capital? Production is limited at present, I said. In time, perhaps. I sold wine to the man whose province I had just taken, at his own defeat dinner, and he thanked me for it. The gag writes itself. I did not have to do anything. They cleared the snow off the capital for 9 days. Every street, every gate, every roof that could be seen from a main road. More men and more money than the new year, because anything that damages the image of Great Wu is now a criminal matter. Great Qing arrived first, which surprised everybody, and told me everything about how badly they wanted to be in that room. Their vanguard came down the east road on a golden horse, in golden plate, with a halberd across the saddle and a full face mask, and 1,000 elite cavalry behind him, moving as one animal. Yuan Qi, 25, 15th on the Divine Generals list, which is an insult, and everybody knew it was an insult, including the men who compiled it. They stopped at the gate and did not dismount and did not say anything, and looked at the crowd until people at the front began to step backward into the people behind them. Meng Quan walked out alone in front of 1,000 cavalry. Gentlemen, he said pleasantly, please dismount. He is a civil official of about 55 who has never held a weapon, and he stood in front of that column on his own with his hands in his sleeves because this is the capital of Great Wu, and behind him is the whole thing, and even a dragon lowers its head here. I let it run for about 8 seconds and then walked out and defused it, smiling, because that is the division of labor, and because we had rehearsed it. You may bring 50 men inside the walls. The rest will be quartered outside the gate. We are a country of ritual, and they will be fed. Both sides had always known it would be 50. That entire standoff was theater, and every man in it was a professional. Then Yuan Qi put his horse across my path. I hear you are of the Lin family, he said loudly in the middle of a public street. Your ancestors earned their glory on horseback. I waited. When did a direct son of the Lin family become a lapdog, 7 feet a man, and instead of a battlefield, you want to be an imperial son-in-law? Do you intend to rise through women? The street went quiet in a way that streets do. You are the eldest son, and you have lost the ability to fight. You spend your days scheming. I wonder whether your ancestors, wherever they are, can lift their heads. He said it well. It was well constructed, and it was aimed at the exact place where it should have gone in. General Yuan, I said, I have heard you are brave and skilled in battle, and that at your age you are already on the Divine Generals list. I looked up at him on his enormous horse. I had no idea you were also so eloquent. Somebody in the crowd made a noise. I do not know whether I have any ability, I said, but I hope that if we ever meet on a battlefield, the general's fighting will be as sharp as his talking was today. Then I stopped looking at him, and I did not look at the Qing prince either, and I turned and addressed an antique carriage in the middle of the column. I did not expect the celestial maiden Hongye to come in person. The whole delegation went rigid. The celestial maiden Hongye of the witch god, Hall, is the personal disciple of the Grand Shaman, and the Grand Shaman takes exactly 1. In Great Qing, her rank is equal to the crown prince's, and this is written into their law. She has no succession rights, and in every other respect, she outranks him. A voice came out of the carriage. It was gentle, and it was not young or old. I came following the guidance of the witch god, and then nothing else, for the whole of the rest of that day. Great Feng arrived 2 days later behind Prince Long, and everybody in the capital came out for one man. Jia Ming did not wear armor, and did not ride a war horse, and did not look like anything. Heavy eyebrows, plain clothes, a face with nothing showing on it. He came through the east gate at a walk in the middle of a delegation, and half the people who had climbed onto roofs to see him did not realize they had, which is exactly why Great Wu was more frightened of him than of Yuan Qi. A fourth-rank general is a problem on a battlefield. A third-rank martial artist is a problem in a corridor, in a stairwell, in a room, at any hour, and there is no way to post a guard on him, because the only people who could stop him are needed elsewhere. I did not go to the gate for that one. I sat at home and read the reports as they came in, because both of those delegations had begun negotiating the moment their boots touched the paving, and I wanted to see the shape of it before I met any of them. That night, in my own room, with the door shut, an aura filled the space for a quarter of an hour and did not leak past the walls. Fourth-rank warlock, martial artist, fifth. Warlock, fourth. Confucian, fourth. Wizard, fifth. Sword, second forbidden. Halberd, first forbidden. Archery, second forbidden. I could have gone into the fourth rank as a martial artist that month. I had been able to for 11 weeks. I did not because Yuan Ru is 18 and fourth rank and nobody blinks. And the reason nobody blinks is that her master is the old heavenly master. And I do not have a master. And a young man with no visible source who arrives at the fourth rank at 18 is not a prodigy. He is an unexplained object. And I already knew what Emperor Kang thought about me, because Wang Shu had reported it to me himself, cheerfully, over buns, that he cannot work out how to hold the knife. Everybody picked their champions the night before. In the Great Feng residence, Prince Long went round the table. Xia Feng would take the literary field. Sixth disciple of the master himself, major in the classic of destiny, and one of exactly 7 people the sage of the academy has ever taken personally. Lian, the 7th disciple, said, "I am not strong in the classics. I enter through chess. I will challenge the world with chess." And then Prince Long turned, with a deference I noted, to the man who had not said anything. "General Gao, the military side is yours." A pause. "I want the Dragon Phoenix bow." The room stopped. "That bow has been in the collection of the Great Wu royal house for 800 years. I am told Yu Feng gave it to that Chen Wu. It is in his hands." "Then I will challenge him," said Xiaoming. And this is the only time in this entire account that I will admit to liking something about the man. That bow should not be lying under dust. After 800 years, it should be allowed to shine again. Everyone in that room felt it move in them. They should have. His background is not ordinary, and Prince Long is one of about 4 people who knows it. Before the Heavens Pride list, nobody had heard of Xiaoming. He was a farmer's son who had spent years alone in the mountains at Changshan, hammering his own body flat. When Prince Long went to recruit him, he took a third-rank expert along as insurance, and Xiaoming beat that man in 5 exchanges in a farmyard, and Prince Long went home and told his princess that he had found something out of a legend. They made him a third-rank military officer directly from commoner, which has not been done in 200 years. In the Great Qing residence, they sat around a stove. Yuan Shi took the 4th-rank bracket. Zhou Hao took swords, Wen Hai took blades, and both of those boys had crossed the western regions alone at 17 and beaten everyone their own age from one end to the other. And Xiaoming? Silence. Nobody wanted it. The 3rd rank is a narrow chasm, and there is no honorable way to fall into it. "Leave him to me," said the celestial maiden Hongye. Every man round that stove sat up, because her voice was calm, and because if she was prepared to say that in front of witnesses, then the thing they had all been carefully not asking for 4 years was true. She is 3rd rank, and she is under 25. The exchange opened on a cold, bright morning in the largest square of the inner city, and people had been sitting on the flagstones since before dawn to hold a place. Every military marquis in the capital came, which had not happened since the founding. Marquis Wu Wei, Kuijan, my father. Somebody in the crowd near me said the only sensible thing said all day. They are arrogant and impossible men, and when the country is in trouble, they are the ones who get up first. In the royal box, the crown prince opened with a knife. "Great Feng wants the Dragon Phoenix sky-rending bow," he said over tea. "They have already come to me about it." "I have it," said Yu Feng sweetly. "His Majesty knows." "Where is it now, Aunt?" "They came to me offering an exchange, a divine weapon of equal grade, out of our own royal collection." He knew perfectly well. He was making her say it. "I gave it to Chen Wu." She did not look up. "He did me a service. I heard he was practicing archery." "I had no idea," said the crown prince, "that my aunt and Chen Wu were such friends. How delightful." And he said it while looking directly at Bai Yue. She drank her tea and did not hear any of it, which is a skill. Chen Kai came over to me before it started, in very good clothes, and said the words Big Brother out loud in front of about 900 people. He was down for the 6th rank bracket and had been told that he would be supervised because they were afraid he would embarrass the country. They do not trust me. Do not show off, I said. Win narrowly. Do you understand what I'm telling you? He thought about it for a second longer than he would have 3 months earlier. Father and uncle said the same. Because what we have now is temporary. What matters is later. A genius with potential is impressive, and that is all it is. Potential converted into actual combat power is the only thing that makes a man impossible to remove. He nodded and went away, and did exactly as he was told, and won 3 bouts by a margin of about 1 exchange each, and nobody who was not counting noticed him. Emperor Kang arrived in Emperor Gaozu's campaign chariot. That vehicle has been used 4 times in 800 years, and every one of those times there was a war on. The entire square went down on its knees, and so did the delegations of 2 enemy empires, and I remember thinking, with my forehead near the stone, that the old man had just told the 9 provinces exactly what he thought this exchange was. Let it begin. And then nothing happened. 200 of the most dangerous young people in the world sat in 3 blocks and looked at each other, because losing an ordinary duel costs you your face, and losing this one costs your country its face, and nobody wanted to go first. Into about 4 minutes of that silence came footsteps. They started as ordinary footsteps. By the 4th one, people were putting their hands out to steady themselves on the person next to them. By the 6th, the ground was moving, and there was a sensation in the square, like a hand closing on the back of the neck. Jia Ming walked to the center of the arena and looked around at 2 enemy empires without any expression, and then he pointed at me. Do you dare? There is a particular noise 9,000 people make. That is Lord Chen. Lord Chen is 5th rank. He is 18 and he is 5th rank, and that is remarkable, and it is not 3rd rank. 3rd rank challenging 5th. First on the Heaven's Pride challenging 37th. Is this reasonable? I got up. I had no intention of doing anything that day. I was there because the Emperor was there, and I had a separate operation running in my head that had nothing to do with that square. I walked up the steps without letting out any presence whatsoever, so that from the stands it looked like a well-dressed young man wandering onto a stage by mistake. I did notice on the way that this arena had been built 4 weeks earlier under my own direction by my own division. I had not expected to be standing on it. Meng Quan stood up, on a signal from Yu Feng that I saw pass across 40 feet of crowd. General Gao, you are 3rd rank. Is this a proper challenge? Jia Ming looked at him. Lord Chen is 18. The general is 26. There is a considerable difference in age, and a victory won that way would bring the general no honor. Beautifully done. He never once said I was weaker. He said I was younger, which implies that at 26 I would be his equal, and gave both empires a staircase to walk down. Bai Yue was already half out of her seat. She is 3rd rank herself, and she knows precisely what the gap between 3rd and 5th is. Of course, said Xiaming. I understand. Then he looked back at me. I hear the Dragon Phoenix sky-rending bow is in your hands. Your archery must be worth something. Do you dare shoot with me? 9,000 people exhaled at once. I do, I said. If I win, said Xiaming, you give me the bow. If I win, I said, that is a divine weapon. Put up something of the same grade. He stopped. He had not considered it. Not out of arrogance in the ordinary sense. He had not modeled a world in which he lost an archery contest, in the way you do not plan what to do if the sun does not come up. He walked off the stage, into his own delegation, to a man carrying a large wooden box, and opened it. Murderous intent came off that box like heat off a stove, and people 3 rows back stood up. He lifted out a halberd. This is the Red Dragon Battle Halberd, he said, 3rd on the list of divine weapons. It is 2 grades above the bow in your hands. The square came apart. Will that do? I looked at it. In my sight, it was a sleeping animal, coiled, red, breathing. That will do, I said. I happen to be short a halberd. How shall we compete? I will use only the strength of a 5th rank, said Xiaming. Bows of the same grade, distance, accuracy, and penetration. Agreed? Agreed. 2 men agreeing the terms of a duel in 11 words, and the whole square holding its breath in between. They brought out matched bows of good but ordinary make, and the special plate armor they use for tests. And we checked each other's equipment, and neither of us found anything, because neither of us expected to. I will go first, he said. Please. 2 kilometers, 5 sets of armor. There is a specific noise a crowd makes when a number is said that it does not believe. I will explain, because I did not understand it either until Wei Peng explained it to me the following week. At 5th rank strength, with a good but not exceptional bow, a competent archer in the Imperial Guard can put an arrow 900 meters and hit something. 2 kilometers is not shooting. 2 kilometers is artillery. And the plate they use in those tests is designed so that a 5th rank with a heavy sword, standing over it, swinging down, cuts 3 sets, and stops. He was proposing to do 5 in a line from 2,000 meters with an arrow. They set it up. It took 11 minutes, and nobody in that square talked about anything else while they did it. Jia Ming drew. The arrow left. There is nothing to see. There is a noise, and then a considerably later noise, like a door slamming in another building. The relay came back across 2 kilometers in shouts, man to man, and the last man in the chain was a 5th-rank captain of the Imperial Guard whose voice broke on it. The first arrow went through all 5. He told somebody afterward that his own limit was 900 meters and that he had gone home and sat down. 9,000 people made a sound I have never heard before or since. Jia Ming did not react. Your turn. Concede or try. 2,000 meters, I said. 6 sets. The square went very kind, which was worse than jeering. Lord Chen has courage. He knows he cannot, and he is going up anyway. He is representing the country. He cannot surrender. A glorious defeat. Nobody will laugh at him. They set up 6. I did not look at them for more than a second. I drew and released. Something went with that arrow. I saw it, and Jia Ming felt it, and nobody in the stands saw anything, which is that an immortal phoenix went up out of the bow and traveled with the shaft. And that is not a poetic description. That is the profound truth I copied out of the weapon the first night I strung it. 2 kilometers away, a man began screaming a number. 2 kilometers! 6 sets! Through! On the high platform, Bai Yue put a hand over her mouth for about half a second, and then took it away again. The third prince said a word that a prince should not say in a public place. And Yu Feng, in a box in front of 400 people, looked at me on that stage and said, out loud, to nobody, "He really is the man I chose." 2 kilometers, said Jia Ming. 10 sets. The square stopped breathing. He drew and a crimson dragon came up around the bow, and this time the whole crowd saw something, because at that level, the QE stops being invisible. The relay ran back. The guard at the far end had gone to inspect and had found that the area around the target was radiating heat like a forge in the first week of the 2nd month. The 10th breastplate had not been pierced. It had been melted through in a hole the size of a fist, exactly where a heart would be. 2 kilometers, I said. 11 sets. I did not look at Jia Ming when I said it. Looking at him would have made it a taunt. Through. The great Feng delegation had come into that square smiling. They had stopped. The great Qing delegation was doing arithmetic. Yuan Qi, who is 15th in the world, with a bow among other things, had privately concluded that at 5th rank suppression, his own ceiling was somewhere between 8 and 9 sets, and he had just watched 2 people go past 11. Then the 4th Prince of Great Qing said the thing that ruined the afternoon for me. Chen Wu is still concealing his strength. Yuan Qi turned. He has been 1 set above Jia Ming every single time, said the 4th Prince quietly. 5 and 6, 10 and 11. That is not a contest. That is a man calibrating. Jia Ming worked it out at the same moment, on the stage, alone. His eyes changed, and I watched a competitive impulse turn into something a great deal more dangerous, which is interest. 3 kilometers, he said. 5 sets. 3 kilometers. At 3 kilometers, a 4th-rank martial artist cannot resolve a man-sized object. He was proposing to hit 5 sets of plate armor at a range at which he could not see them, at 5th-rank strength. He took a very long time over it. 4 breaths at full draw, which is agony and complete silence in a square with 9,000 people in it. The arrow left like something coming out of a siege engine, and the air along the line made a series of cracks. At the far end, the guard walked into a zone of heat that he described in his report as being like arriving in July. 4 sets pierced. The 5th cracked and held for a moment, and then gave, and the arrow lodged in it and then melted where it stood. Great Wu lost that square in about 3 seconds. Every face I could see had gone flat. The bow was gone. The best archer in 800 years had just shown everybody why. And Jia Ming with the Dragon Phoenix in his hands is a man who can shoot an enemy commander out of the middle of an army from over the horizon. And everybody in that square had just watched their own country hand him the ability. Into the middle of that, calmly, at conversational volume. 3 kilometers, 6 sets. The noise that square made was not a cheer. They set up 6 sets of plate 3 kilometers away in the 2nd month of the year, while 9,000 people stood on benches. I drew, and behind me the phoenix came all the way out. I did not know it was visible. It had never been visible before. The report of the Ministry of Rights, which is the official record of the entire exchange, and which is now in 3 imperial libraries, describes an immortal phoenix standing over the arena, with its wings open and fire coming off it. 6 breastplates went out at once, all 6 in the same instant. And the arrow did not stop. It came out of the back of the 6th set and traveled several hundred meters further before it lost momentum and fell. The call came from the stands before the relay reached us, because at the front of the Wu Shun block sat about 30 men with third and fourth rank eyesight. Marquis Wu Wei, Zhang Jie's father, was on his feet. It went through, and it went further than LV Wen's. "We won!" somebody else roared, a top-tier marquis of an 800-year house jumping up and down like a man at a horse race. "We won! That boy has something." And in the third row of that block, my father sat very still and watched an arrow he could see land where it should not have landed. He did not celebrate. He was doing something else, and he told me about it years later in one sentence. "You hit it very well," he was thinking. "What did you find? And is what you are showing me now anywhere near the top of it?" "Shall we continue?" I said. Xiaoming did not answer for a long time, and then, instead of naming 4,000 meters, he shook his head and did something considerably cleverer. "Your archery is very strong," he said, loudly enough for the front 30 rows. "You have gone exactly one set above me every single time, so your strength is more than this." He had lost, and on the way down, he had taken the one thing I cared about and put it on the table in front of 2 enemy empires and my own emperor. I did not confirm it, and I did not deny it. Denial is confirmation with extra steps. "Since we are not continuing," I said, "bring the halberd." Prince Long physically took hold of the box. "This weapon cannot go to them." "This is Wu country," said Xiaoming perfectly evenly, and his heart was breaking and I could see it. "If we do not give it, we do not leave with it either." And then, inside himself, in a sentence somebody reported to me later, and which I treasure, gambling. Never again. Not once, ever again, as long as I live. He carried it up the steps himself. "You cannot handle it," he said, close, with lightning going off behind his eyes. "How would I know without trying? And even if I cannot handle it, it is still mine." He gave me a very long look and threw the box. Here is a thing nobody in the 9 provinces knew that day, and that I only learned much later. When Xiaoming was born, the neighbors in his village said a red dragon crossed the roof of the house. And when he was 3 years old, playing alone on the hill behind that house, a meteorite came down 20 feet from him, made a crater, and did not scratch him. When the dust settled, a 3-year-old walked to the edge of the hole and found the red dragon battle halberd lying in it. He is a farmer's son who crossed every class barrier in 26 years, and every single time he needed something, the world put it in front of him. I opened the box and the thing inside was awake, thick, hot, hard. That was the first impression from the handle before anything else, and then it started to buck. It was trying to get out of my hand, not slipping, fighting. There is residual consciousness in that weapon, and it had lived with one man since he was 3 and it did not want me, and the spiritual chi has not returned to this world yet, and it was doing that anyway. Xiaoming watched me with the halberd swinging in my grip and thought, quite reasonably, "You will take it home, and you will put it in a box, and it will be furniture." I opened the pupils, chaos and runes, and then 2 things stood up over that arena, in a place where only 3 people present could see them, an immortal phoenix, and a true dragon. Both of those are profound truths, and I own neither of them, honestly. I took them off the arrows of the dragon phoenix bow the first night I forced it open with these eyes, and I have been shooting with half of that stolen property all afternoon. In the sky over that arena, a red dragon and a true dragon looked at each other, and the red dragon lay down. It is not a fight. It is not even a contest. It is rank, and there is a hierarchy older than any empire, and a red dragon in front of a true dragon does what a captain does in front of an emperor. In the crowd, the girl called Qiu Yan said, to nobody, in a voice of pure academic delight, "The double pupils have revived." "You are mine," I said. The halberd went quiet in my hand, like a dog sitting down. Xiaoming's face came apart for about a quarter of a second, which is the only time I ever saw it. "Thank you," I said. "I will take good care of it." He turned around and walked off the stage and did not look back, and I stood there in the middle of the largest square in the capital, holding the 3rd divine weapon with 9,000 people screaming, and I was thinking about exactly one thing, which was, that was a disaster. I had come into this square intending to be invisible, and I was going to Chu Prefecture in 6 weeks, and I had just demonstrated in front of 2 enemy empires and my own emperor that I am a young man of 18 with concealed depths, a divine weapon, and something in his eyes that a legendary halberd is afraid of. Everything I did for the next month was damage control, and it very nearly did not work. Nobody wanted the stage after that. They eventually went again because the day had to continue, and a young man of great Qing came up and drew a sword, and said he had walked the world with it, and would challenge the world with it. Zhou Hao. He would not fight anybody below his own rank, which is rare, so he proposed the plate test instead. The son of the Marquis of Huaiyang went first and cut 12 sets, which on a battlefield means 12 men in one stroke, and which would ordinarily have brought a house down. Nobody clapped. And we had all just watched 11 sets of plate go over at 2 kilometers. Zhou Hao cut 20. A Feng swordsman, 23rd on the Heaven's Pride, cut 22. Zhou Hao cut 26 and did not appear to be trying. The square went quiet because Great Qing was about to take the sword, and then a voice came out of the front of the royal box. "I will do it." It was a girl's voice, and it was cheerful, and she was holding a stick of candied hawthorn. "That is Princess Bai Yue's maid." "A maid? Is this a joke?" The crown prince turned to Bai Yue with a frown and said, "Second sister, do not be ridiculous." "Mei Su has some talent with a sword," said Princess Bai Yue without any expression. "Let her try." And the third prince laughed and backed her instantly, purely because his brother had objected, which is the entire basis of that man's foreign policy. Mei Su went up the steps eating. She did not name a number, she asked one. "How many can you cut at your strongest?" Zhou Hao frowned. He did not want to fight a maid, and there was no dignified exit available. "About 32. "Then I will take 35, said Mei Su. The square told her she was mad, out loud, in several directions. She looked at the plate. Her eyes changed, and the entire arena felt it, and about 1,000 people put their hands up in front of their faces without knowing why. One flash. Everybody's eyes stung. When they opened them, 35 sets of armor were lying in halves. A small cheerful girl with sugar on her fingers had just cut through more steel than a top-tier swordsman of Great Qing. Behind the third prince, Zhao Xuan, who was his prize swordsman and who has been at 4th rank for a year, shook his head very slightly. He could not do it either. The third prince's face was a study. He had spent 4 years and a fortune assembling talent, and a maid from his sister's household had just gone past all of it while eating. In the Qing block, the celestial maiden Hong Ye spoke for the second time that day. "Call Zhou Hao back. The girl is still concealing herself. There is no reason to make him go to his limit in order to lose." Zhou Hao conceded without a stroke, which took more courage than fighting. And in the crowd, a 17-year-old in a farmer's coat, who had been about to step forward and had been beaten to it by 4 seconds, closed his hand around his own scabbard until it creaked. "I am no match for her," thought Song Chu. And he went home that night and finally opened the sword manual I had left on a tavern table, the one he had been too careful to touch for 5 months, because it is a technique that seeks life through death, and one error tears the meridians apart. "The moon shines the same on every hillside," he wrote in his own journal that night. "I have left those mountains, and I have seen the world. I cannot go back. Then let it end brightly." Li An took the afternoon and half the evening with a chessboard. 7th disciple of the master, in a scholar's robe, mild as milk, and he broke a Great Qing official who had passed the palace examination in under a quarter of an hour. 4 more went up. None lasted 15 minutes. Beside Bai Yue, Zi Yue's hands were flat on the rail. Bai Yue has said in private that Zi Yue's chess is grandmaster grade and that there are perhaps 5 people alive who could take her. The two of them looked at each other for about a second and a half. Zi Yue sat back. Her reasoning, which she gave me afterward and which is the single most disciplined thing I have ever heard from a 20-year-old, was this. A princess is permitted 1 swordsman. Nobody in the 9 provinces finds a swordswoman in a princess's household remarkable, because that is what money is for. A princess with a grandmaster chess player beside her is a princess with a strategist beside her, and everybody who matters understands what chess measures. Mei Su's talent cost nothing to display. Hers would have cost everything. She sat in that stand and watched somebody else be brilliant and did not move, and my regard for her went up permanently. Then Xu Wei came out, chess saint of Great Qing in his 60s, who once walked to the Academy of Great Feng alone and played the master himself for a day and a night and lost by a hair, and who has never been beaten by anybody else. "He has come down to challenge a boy," somebody said, scandalized. Black and white went down fast and without hesitation for the first hour, and then slower, and then a shout, and 9,000 people looked up, and over that arena there was a battlefield in the air. 2 armies, black armor and white armor, advancing, cutting, taking ground, giving it. Xin Huai, who was standing near me, said in a strange voice that the old books record that when men of true chess Dao meet, the board manifests, and that he had always assumed it was decoration. Every professional soldier in that square stopped watching the players and started watching the sky, because they could see actual military school doctrine in it. Envelopment, feigned retreat, a reserve committed late on the left in a way that 2 separate generals afterward described as instructional. "Are those 2 Confucians?" somebody said. "They are more military than we are. The game ate the entire day. Nobody left. High officials sent servants home for food and ate it on the benches. Street vendors set up outside the square and did 4 months of business in 9 hours, and the imperial guard and the lantern bearers looked at each other and let them, because it was cold and life is hard." At sunset, Zhu Wei had been motionless for nearly an hour, sweating in the 2nd month, trapped in a shape he could not get out of. Then a black stone came down, and in the sky, the black army carved itself an escape corridor out of an encirclement, and Li An looked up in genuine surprise. He thought for a while and put down one white stone and closed it again. I built this killing move for 6 hours, he said afterward, mildly. Of course I had a second one. Shu Wei played once more, and Leon said quietly, "This is only the last struggle," and sealed it. The chess saint of Great Qing put down his stone. "The younger generation," he said, "is formidable." And Leon, age 23, said the thing that made half the square like him. "Senior, you did not lose to me. You lost to yourself. You gave me the first move and you thought little of me for the first 20 stones. And if you had not, I could never have built that shape." Shu Wei looked at him for a long moment. Then a 60-year-old man stood up and bowed to a boy and said that he had learned a great deal and walked off the stage and out of the profession. The whole square, both enemy delegations included, watched an entire career end well. That night, in the Lin residence, Shen Huai came home and drank his tea and asked his son one question. "Who should we send to Chu Prefecture?" Fang Zhu hesitated, which he does not do. There has been a voice from below. "Which voice?" "They are saying that perhaps we should send Chen Wu." Shen Huai's eyes came open like a lion getting up. "Who is saying it? Who proposed it?" "I do not know where it started, but a great many officials now think it is a good idea." I want to lay out why that question made a man of 60 put down his cup, because everybody outside that room thought it was a promotion. I am not merely the deputy commander of the lantern bearers. I am the prince consort. For 600 years, since Emperor Wei Wei put down the maternal clans, the settled political fact of this dynasty is that men who marry into the imperial house do not hold power. Ever. Under any circumstances. There is no law. It has never needed a law. And a prince consort has been given a province exactly once in 800 years, during a civil war. "Find out who started it," said Shen Huai. And then, to his own son, the thing he did not say to anybody else. If they send him to Chu Prefecture, they are pushing him into a fire pit. He will never come back from it, and there will be a day when it is convenient for somebody to make sure of that. That same night, in my own courtyard, I sat on a step and looked at the moon. Cheng Wei came out and did not knock. "You are going to Chuzhou." I did not turn around. "You are guarded all the way through," he said. "You do not trust anybody. And I am going to tell you something you already know, which is that a man needs friends, or if not friends, companions." He sat down on the swing in the corner of that yard, which is a thing I had put there for the children. "I am guarded," I said. "That is not the same as trusting nobody." "Then it is only me you do not trust." "At the beginning I was wary of you," I said. "You remember how we met. It was not a warm occasion." He laughed once. He did not sleep for 2 days after that first meeting. "You passed a long time ago. Everything you have done this year is enough. Then why will you not tell me anything?" I looked at the moon for a while, because knowing would not help you yet. "If we ever get close to that point, I will tell you." He sighed and rubbed his face and gave up. And I heard myself say it out loud for the first time, in a courtyard, to one person. "You are right. I want Chuzhou." The night did not change. "I want to go to Chuzhou." Cheng Wei took a long breath and let it out. He had guessed. He had guessed weeks earlier, during the negotiations, and he had been carrying it around waiting for me to say it. "You knew." "I worked it out at the treaty table," he said, "because the treaty was wrong." I waited. "We won that war, and we came out of the negotiation worse than we went in. Full open trade with an empire that is better at commerce than we are by a factor of about 3. I saw it on the second day. I told you. And you not only let it happen, you pushed it through." He turned his head. "A man does not push through a bad clause by accident. So the clause was not the price. The clause was the purchase. And what you were buying was Chu Prefecture. And you have been buying it since last summer." He counted it off on his fingers, and it was worse hearing it from outside. "The Grand Commandant's deployment into Feng's Chu Prefecture. Chen Bing appointed to the Northern Expedition. Grain moved into Yun City before the rout. Yi City held, Feng City taken. Peace proposed to the throne in the 1 week the throne would accept it. And a province handed over. That game," he said, "started last summer, and it is still not finished. And there are perhaps 4 people in the empire who know that the second largest contribution to this war was made by a man who never left the capital, and 3 of them think you were collecting intelligence. The Tianji list ruined that. The Tianji list ruined that," he agreed. "So let me ask the question I have been carrying for a month." He got off the swing. "Why, not the state's interest. You have never once been sentimental about the state. Not patriotism. Not to prove yourself, because you have systematically hidden every achievement you have and erased your own traces on 3 of them." He stopped in front of me. "You gave more to this war than anybody alive except the men who died in it, and you claim nothing. Nobody does that. So what do you want?" "Chuzhou?" I said. "Yes. And now tell me why you want a mountain province full of people who have never obeyed anybody." I did not tell him. Instead, I told him something worse. "You are the imperial son-in-law," he said, when he realized I was not going to answer. Let me at least say the obvious thing out loud. In a settled dynasty, when a consort goes out to hold territory, one of two things happens. Either they purge him within 4 years, or they recall him to the capital and keep him here in comfort for the next 30, and he dies frustrated at 60. I know. You are 18. You are deputy commander of the lantern bearers, second only to Wei Bao, and everybody with eyes knows you will have that whole service in 4 years. Everything happens in this city. Everybody in the 9 provinces spends their whole life trying to get closer to this street. He gestured at the wall. And you want to go and sit on a mountain. I smiled at him. Do you trust me? He stopped. Would you come with me to Chuzhou? I said. That is conditional on trusting me. There is a swing and a wall and a moon in my memory of that, and 2 people whose entire lives got decided in about 4 seconds. Wherever you go, said Cheng Wei, I will go. It appears I no longer have another option. Then he stopped smiling. But if you truly mean to do this, you need an exit. Plan it now, in this courtyard, tonight. Because if you go out there without one, the ending is going to be tragic and it will not even be interesting. And then he asked the question I had not been ready for. Is this about Princess Bai Yue? I turned my head. Why would you say that? A feeling? He was uncomfortable, which he never is. I have met her a handful of times, and I have observed her at closer range because of you, and she... He stopped. He is a man who has said out loud, in a restaurant, to a stranger, that he was shopping the imperial house for a candidate to rebel with, and he could not finish this sentence. What about her? According to the observation technique in the book called The Royal Way, said Cheng Wei, which I studied for 4 years and have never once used in public, Princess Bai Yue has a faint dragon chi around her. He braced. He had been sitting on that for months. He expected me to be horrified, or to laugh at him, or to have him killed, all 3 of which were reasonable. Who says a woman cannot be emperor? I said. He physically stepped back. You are not surprised. Bai Yue hides herself very well, I said. What we are all looking at is a small part of her. She is going to be enormous. He sat down on the swing again, quite suddenly. He had spent 3 years secretly evaluating the sons of the imperial house one by one, and rejecting every single one of them, and he had recently begun looking at the daughter, and he had thought he was the only person in the 9 provinces who had ever had that thought. And a boy of 18 had just confirmed it in a tone you would use about the weather. Your Highness the Princess, he said carefully, wants that seat? You are asking whether a person with the appearance of an emperor necessarily becomes one, I said. The answer is no. It is a permit, not a promise. And in 800 years of this world, it has never been issued to a woman, and you do not know what to do with that. No, he admitted. I do not. The world is more complicated than you think, I said. The things you are certain are impossible are usually merely unprecedented. He looked at me for a long time, and I could see him deciding again that he was never going to get to the bottom of this, and that he was going to keep walking anyway. This chess game has reached its last move, I said. Everything has been for this one move, and the clock is running, and it is time I left this city and looked at the world. I stood up. You are right about consorts who go out to hold territory. Historically, it ends badly, every single time, without exception. I went to the door. But nobody can see the future. Ha! The next day was the second day of the exchange, and the square was fuller than the first, because a whole night of the capital retelling the archery duel had done its work. By breakfast, men who had lost their bouts the previous afternoon were famous in 3 provinces. That is what a stage like that does. You are not beaten by being inadequate. You are beaten by drawing an opponent out of a legend, and afterward everybody agrees that you were a prodigy who met a prodigy. A great Qing man came up early and opened the 7th rank bracket. My name is Li Yao. I am 7th rank. Anyone of comparable skill may come up. Age is not the issue. Skill is the issue. A captain of the Imperial Guard went up with a spear and lasted under 10 exchanges. 3 more 7th ranks went up, and the best of them lasted 20. Then Zheng Yong went up with a great sword, and the murmur went round that this was a man who had been able to enter the 6th rank for 2 years and had deliberately not, because he was chasing saber intent at the 7th. 20 exchanges, 40, 80. At 100, Zheng Yong lost his grip and went off the stage. Nobody else moved. Everybody in that square did the arithmetic on themselves and looked at the floor. And then a very large young man got up from behind my seat and walked up the steps. I let him. I want to be precise about that. Yang Lei asked me the previous night, and I thought about it for a while and said yes, on one condition, which was that he never under any circumstances display any talent for military command. A martial artist below the 3rd rank is furniture to the people who matter in that square. A 22-year-old with a sword who happens to belong to Lord Chen is an amusing detail in an intelligence file. A 22-year-old who can move an army is a thing that gets him killed. The Great Feng and Great Qing files on him were both 4 lines long. Street thug, prison, illiterate, retainer of Chen Wu. Nothing further. Everybody in the square knew his face because he stands behind me and nobody had ever once looked at him. He got up there and did the single most Yang Lei thing available. You should rest first, he said to Li Yao, who was bleeding from the mouth after a 100 exchange fight. When you are recovered, we will go. Li Yao sat down cross-legged and recovered for a quarter of an hour, and the swordsmen ran their bracket in the meantime, and Wen Hai of Great Qing watched the entire thing and closed his eyes because none of it was worth the time. Then, a former street thug and a top 7th rank of Great Qing hit each other for 140 exchanges. 9 months earlier, that man could not read. He had gone from 9th rank to 7th in half a year on my resources, and I had told him something that most people would consider insane, which is, do not climb. Stay where you are and go to the absolute ceiling of the rank you are in and convert every scrap of it into combat strength, because a man who arrives at the 6th rank hollow is a man who will be 6th rank at 40. He stayed, and a 7th rank Yang Lei beat a top 7th rank of Great Qing so comprehensively that the 3rd prince's own swordsman said, out loud, that at the 7th rank he himself would have lost. The crown prince said gently to the people around him that such a fierce general was wasted on Chen Wu and belonged in the army. The celestial maiden Hongye of Great Qing diagnosed him in one sentence and got it exactly right and was exactly wrong. His QE is extraordinary and he did not use all of it. It is a pity that he is over 20 and only 7th rank. His youth was wasted somewhere. The physique is already set. He will never reach the profound realms. The 4th prince relaxed. Neither of them had any way of knowing that the boy had been in a prison cell 9 months earlier, or that cleansing pills exist, or that in 4 years that man will be standing on the wall of a city in Chu with an army behind him. This stroke is called Dawnbreaker, said Yang Lei at the end, to a man who had fought him honorably. It is my master's technique. You may be proud of losing to it. Then he cut, and the sun came up in the middle of the square. His version is not mine. Mine is a golden sunrise over water. His is a blood sun, thick, hot, and much heavier, because he is a much heavier man than I am. Li Yao's spear shattered. Both of his tiger's mouths split open. He went off the stage backward. Yang Lei stood there in the sun, looking faintly apologetic, and became famous in 3 empires in an afternoon. Wen Hai challenged me in the afternoon, and I refused him in front of 9,000 people. He came up the steps with a heavy blade on his back, dressed like somebody who lives in a forest, having beaten every swordsman in the world that morning, and he pointed at me. The square wanted it very badly. You are 4th rank, I said. I am 5th. Let me get to 4th, and then I will come and challenge you. Only the blades, he said, not the ranks. If you suppress yourself, you will not show your blade properly. Wait until I break through. Then we can do it honestly. I watched a man decide whether he was being respected or handled. I will wait, he said at last, and then we will do it honestly. He went down the steps with real regret, because his own services file on me says that Chen Wu is a vicious swordsman with a great many corpses behind him, and he had wanted to see it. Half the square thought I had dodged him out of fear and said so, at volume, and one man near the front was still saying it an hour later. Here is what was in my head. Winning would have got me fame. I have too much fame. I have had too much fame since about 11 o'clock the previous morning. I had come to that exchange intending to sit at the back for 4 days with my hands in my sleeves and be forgettable, and then go quietly to a mountain province and disappear for 4 years while everybody in this capital got on with the business of forgetting my name. And instead, the current had picked me up and put me at the front, and I had won a divine weapon in front of the throne, and if I now demonstrated that my sword was also unbeatable, then the number of people in this empire actively thinking about Chen Wu was going to go from 4 to about 400. I could not afford to be visible. I had never been more visible in my life. I went to see Yu Feng that night, and I did not use the gate. She was in a rocking chair in her own courtyard, in the dark, looking at flowers she was not seeing. Why so unhappy? She came up out of that chair like a struck match. How did you get in? Which is a fair question. There are men in that household who would give a 4th rank expert serious difficulty, and I had walked past all of them and been standing at her shoulder for some time. I learned a technique for concealing presence. She let it go, which she should not have, and is the first indication I had that the most politically capable woman in that court was not thinking clearly about me. I told her I wanted Chuzhou. She said no. You are Bai Yue's consort, and you are of the Lin family. Your position is sensitive from 2 directions at once, and there is not one man in that cabinet who will agree to hand you a province. There are voices in the court already. There are voices, she said, because somebody put them there, and I could name him. She sat forward. Chuzhou is a swamp. Great Feng seeded it. And do you imagine they intend to leave it seeded? That province has been theirs for 400 years and has never once been governed. And it will be your name on it. That is why it is worth having, I said. Everywhere safe is already taken. You have a career that ends in the cabinet. The lantern bearers are a career that ends on a scaffold. I said it flatly because it is flatly true. Name me one commander of a secret police service in 800 years of this dynasty who died at home. There has never been one. Not because they were wicked, because the service is outside the ordinary machinery, and being outside is what keeps it independent. And it is also what means that on the day the court finally decides to be respectable, there is nobody standing next to you. She was quiet. To become what I intend to become, I said, I need a base. The lantern bearers are not a base. They are a knife. She got up and came over to me. You could take a rich province, she said. I can arrange one in a fortnight, somewhere warm with good roads. Why gamble on that one? The odds are appalling. Because if I govern Chuzhou properly and bring 30 million people into Great Wu with their own consent, that goes in the histories. I watched something proud and something frightened arrive in her face at the same moment. The frightened one won. It would be 4 years, she said. At least 4. And there it was. I reached out and took her hand, which she was not expecting, and she looked around the empty courtyard automatically before she remembered that she is 30-something and unmarried and answers to nobody. Let go. Feng. I said her name and nothing else, and it worked, and that is not a technique. I have never been able to do it on purpose. I will be back in 4 years at the most, I said, and when I come back I am taking you out of this capital. She looked at me for a long time and then gave me a smile with nothing in it. Do you know, she said, anything? I know you have cultivation, I said, and I know you are not His Majesty's sister by birth. She did not react at all for 4 or 5 seconds. You are a natural intelligence officer, she said. The parentage is not difficult. The dates do not work, and anybody who counts can see it. But you are the first person in 30 years who has known about the cultivation. Then she sat down on the step of her own house and told me the thing she has told nobody. His Majesty has been on that throne 54 years. I am in my early 30s. The late emperor died 54 years ago. Work it out. You are of his mother's clan. When His Majesty was 10 years old, his mother's clan was purged. All of it. His mother was executed. Her voice was completely level. My father was her elder brother. He escaped with his cultivation destroyed and hid for 20 years. And eventually, for the sake of the line, he married a girl from a farmer school family in a village nobody has heard of. Your mother. My mother. She looked at the flowers. When His Majesty found us, I was 3 years old. And on the night before we left that village, I saw my father kill my mother. I did not say anything. He drew her blood, she said, and he drank it. The courtyard was silent. He thought I was too small to understand. I did not understand. I remembered. A few days after we reached the capital, he died, of the old injuries, they said. And I was adopted by His Majesty, who was young then, and had a face like a hero, and who made me a princess. Her hands were flat on her knees. And when I was 20, I found something in the imperial archives about a bloodline. My mother had no cultivation. She was a farm girl. And my father was ruined and desperate, but he was still a man of the capital with a very high opinion of himself, and he did not marry a farm girl by accident. Her blood healed him. 20 years of destroyed foundation, gone in one night. She turned her head. Now ask me why I have hidden my cultivation for 30 years. Because you have the same blood. I reached the 4th rank at 22, she said, in secret, and I stopped. I have been standing at the 4th rank for 11 years, deliberately, because at the 3rd rank that inheritance wakes up. And if it wakes, then the people who knew what my mother was will know what I am. She looked at me. His Majesty may very well have drunk my mother's blood too. Feng, he had no talent for cultivation as a boy. Everybody says so. It is in the record. And after my father brought me to this city, it changed. She was perfectly steady. And there is something in him, when I am close to him, that I recognize. She smiled, and it was the worst thing I saw that year. When I was small, I thought he took me in because I was sweet and he was lonely. I have since worked out that I am food that has not been eaten yet, and that if I had not turned out to have a political brain and become useful for balancing his court, I would not have lived to 30. Then she said, in an ordinary voice, if I have told you all this, then I have 2 options. Kill you or trust you completely. Which do you think I have chosen? You will trust me, I said, or you would not have told me so much. She laughed properly for about a second. I knew that would not frighten you. I gave her the cleansing pill I had kept. It was the last one. I had been holding it 11 months for an emergency of my own. I do not need it, she said at once. My realm is capped by choice, not by talent. Do not waste that on me. You are wrong about what it does. It does not push you up. It changes the meridians slowly, and the effect compounds. And the longer you take it, the more it becomes yours. I put it in her hand. I tested it on 2 12-year-olds. One of them broke 100. She looked at it. There is no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 days, I said. You can hide for another 30 years. And then one day one of them is badly wounded, or old, or stuck below a threshold with a lifespan running out. And on that day they will think of you. They will not need to know what you are. They will only need to be desperate, and to remember that your mother's blood worked. Her fist closed around it. I did not tell her the actual reason. The actual reason is that in the version of history I carry around in my head, under the reign of the Empress, Yu Feng is not mentioned once. Not in the annals, not in the biographies, not in a footnote. A woman with that political mind, that rank and that talent is not there. I had assumed for a year that she died in the coup, along with everything else in that palace. Standing in her courtyard that night, I worked out that she might not have lasted that long. And I am not a good man, and I have never claimed to be, and I found that I intended to change it anyway. Do not suppress it anymore, I said. Take that, finish accumulating at the 4th rank, and go into the 3rd. And when the bloodline wakes and they feel it, tomorrow I will send you a technique that hides vital signs. Realm, inheritance, presence, all of it. I was already at the wall. It is what I use. There is such a thing? There is now. I came back the next night with a manual, and she had it inside an hour because she is what she is. Then she took the pill. I watched a woman who had been standing still for 11 years go into the 3rd rank in about the time it takes to drink tea, and keep going, and start climbing toward the middle of it. And then the aura hit the walls of that room and folded itself away to nothing exactly as the manual promised. She opened her eyes. I cannot sense you, she said, and I am 3rd rank now. That is the idea? Then how long have you been able to walk into this house? I did not answer that, and I left, and she stood in her own doorway afterward for some time. I know that because she told me, 4 years later, in a completely different province. On the 3rd day, Jiaming stopped pretending. 3rd rank, he said, in the middle of the arena. Anybody who wishes to fight at the 3rd rank may come up. He let his aura off the leash for the first time, and 4th rank cultivators in the front rows started backing into the people behind them. The square emptied itself outward by about 20 feet without anybody deciding to move. A middle-aged man got up out of the great Qing block, unremarkable, restrained, the sort of man you would walk past in a market. Xu Ping, somebody said in a completely different voice, junior brother of the Lord of Saber City. The file on him. Comprehended Saber, intent at the 6th rank. 3rd rank at 35, 10 years in that realm since. As a young man, he practiced beside a cold pool for 5 years, cutting the water every day, and left the mountain when he could split a waterfall in half. The first clash put his hands out of position, and he stared at the boy in front of him with an expression I have only otherwise seen on men looking at animals. Is that all? Said Xiaoming. Blade City is nothing much. Xu Ping is a great swordsman. That is not the same as being a great fighter, and for 100 exchanges, the square watched and very great swordsman be prevented from being either. At the end, he put everything he had left into one cut. The one he learned in a cold pool at 19. The one that opens a river. It did not open a red dragon. He went off the stage backward, staggered 10 steps, and cracked the paving where he stopped. You lasted almost 100 exchanges against me, said Xiaoming from the edge. You may be proud of that. And then, in exactly the same conversational tone, he ruined my week for the 2nd time in 3 days. If I were in armor on a battlefield, with the red dragon battle halberd in my hands, I could kill you inside 50. Every single eye in that square came off him and landed on me. Fortunately, Lord Chen took the divine weapon off him, somebody said behind me, loudly in relief. Otherwise, there would be nothing to be done about that man. Which is true, and was now a fact that 2 empires had heard out loud, and meant that, from that afternoon, there was a specific object in my possession, that a specific person very badly wanted back. Then a man in a python robe walked up the steps, and the square made a noise like a dropped tray. Nobody had seen him in 20 years. Prince Ming, His Majesty's youngest brother, 2 years old when Emperor Kong took the throne, raised by the emperor personally, and for 20 childless years, the acknowledged heir in everything but name. Then the crown prince was born, and Prince Ming went into seclusion and stopped existing. He looks 40. He is almost 60. Young men these days are terrifying, he said cheerfully to Xiaoming. They called me a 1 in a million talent when I was your age. Next to you, I am nothing. He was carrying a halberd too. Shall we? And Xiaoming, for the first time in 3 days, smiled. At last, he said, let us fight. 300 exchanges, a 3rd rank peak of 60 years against a 3rd rank of 26, and it went to the peak, and only just. Xiaoming's halberd broke in his hands at the 290th exchange, because it was an expensive weapon and not a divine one, and Prince Ming's own weapon came through the gap and very nearly finished him, and then something in Xiaoming's spine came up that the whole square saw and nobody could describe, and he punched a 3rd rank peak in the chest and broke 3 of his ribs while losing. If you are given time, Prince Ming said afterward, breathing badly, With your age and your talent, you may one day be able to challenge the martial god realm. Nobody has said those words about a living person in 400 years. And in the great Qing block, the celestial maiden Hongye looked at the sky and said quietly, "I see killing intent covering Kyoto." The fourth prince turned around fast. "Great Wu has decided to kill? If you were the emperor of Great Wu," she said, "what would you do? Cut it down before it grows, whatever it costs." "We leave in 5 days," said the celestial maiden Hongye, and went back to watching the arena. The emperor sent for Yu Feng that night, and then, when she had gone, for something in the corner of the room. "They tell me you are out of seclusion." "The day before yesterday," said Eunuch Zhou, commander of the Shadow Guard, from a dark part of the hall. "The realm is stable." "After the great Feng delegation leaves this capital," said Emperor Kang, "go and kill Xiaoming, personally." "Your Majesty, how is Eunuch Fan's health?" "The 1,000-year ginseng helped, Master says perhaps 5 or 6 years." And Emperor Kang of Great Wu, who has held this empire for 54 years, sat in the dark for a moment with his hands on his knees and thought about the fact that the last first rank inside his own palace walls is dying. "Why," he said to nobody, "can I never cross that threshold? Is the second rank really so difficult?" Then, in a different voice, "Have Eunuch Fan handle the other one personally. Some members of the great Qing delegation are not to leave." "Your Majesty, the palace." "What is there to be afraid of?" said the emperor. "I am not helpless." Eunuch Zhou went back into the dark, and the old man sat alone for a while. "Chuzhou," he said, "Chen Wu." Ziyu came to fetch me for dinner that evening in a purple dress, and I established over the course of one carriage ride that the future chancellor of this empire can be reduced to a stammering wreck by a compliment about her handwriting. "I have already eaten," I told her at the door. "The princess has been waiting. She has not eaten either." "Then since the princess is being so gracious, and I would hate for her to starve, I suppose I must go." Ziyue told me, once we were moving, about Xia Feng, 6th disciple of the master, major in the classic of destiny, and that day she had walked into the Confucian establishment of Great Wu and challenged all of it and beaten every single one of them, including the great Confucians of the Imperial College and White Deer Academy, including Qin Bo, who is a vice minister of rights and who is Princess Bai Yue's man. Righteous key over that square visible from 30 li away. I made a note of the name because in the age of the spiritual qi recovery, the Confucians stopped being scholars. Their words become law, literally. A sufficiently advanced Confucian in that era says a thing, and the world checks whether it is true, and then makes it true. And the ones who get there first end up as the pillars, holding up whichever dynasty had the sense to employ them. Then Ziyue looked at me sideways. "You want to go to Chuzhou? Is that what tonight is about?" "Not entirely." She turned her cup around. "There have been a great many voices in the officialdom about it. At first I thought it was an accident. Then it kept growing, and now I think that either you have a hand in it or you started it." I nodded. "You have the makings of a prime minister," I said, and pinched her cheek. She had absolutely no defense prepared for that. The color went from her cheeks to her ears, to her collarbone in about a second and a half, and she sat with her hands in her lap for the next street and a half, being very dignified. Then she said, in a small, tense voice, "If you really go to Chuzhou, given His Majesty's temperament, he will marry you to the princess immediately. And is sooner better than later?" "I would not." I leaned in a little. She looked away and lost and stopped talking. I would like to say I did that because it broke her guard and produced better information. That is even true. It is not the whole reason, and I know it. And then, in the carriage, in the dark, she said the other thing. "Whenever you marry the princess," she said, "I will still be yours." I let a moment go by. "Are you mine because I am the imperial son-in-law? If I were not, would you still choose me? Or would you be saying this to whichever man they had put in the robe?" She started to answer immediately, and then stopped herself, and thought about it, which is why I like her. "Probably not," she said. "If the princess's husband had been an ordinary man, she would not have looked at him twice, and neither would I. At the beginning, neither of us thought anything of you. You were a shield." She looked up. "It was your ability, and your character, not the robe." Then quieter. "Mei Su and I are not maids. We grew up with her. The princess would never force either of us. You have not had much opportunity to notice that." We sat in the dark for the rest of the ride and did not say anything else. The Phoenix Pavilion was as it always is, and Bai Yue was sitting in it, and since the fireworks she had begun to invite me to dinner without a reason. It had happened perhaps 6 times. Twice she had made conversation about nothing at all for a whole hour, which for that woman is the equivalent of somebody else giving away a house. I sat down and ate a phoenix claw because they do them in that kitchen the way nobody else in this empire does, and because it is now a private joke that neither of us has ever acknowledged. "Why do you want Chuzhou?" she said, straight in, no approach. "You wanted it before the war started. which means the deployment, the northern expedition, and the treaty were all one thing, and you were inside all three. I want to see the outside world, I said. The capital looks glamorous, and it is a room with a great many people watching me in it. That is not the fundamental reason. No, I agreed, it is not. So I put the whole board on the table, because there was no version of that evening in which she did not eventually take it apart anyway, and because I had decided on the walk in that I was going to spend the most expensive thing I owned. Bai Yue, she looked up. Do you want that seat? Her pupils contracted. Not even Ziyue knows. That is the thing to understand. She has spent her entire adult life letting people believe that she is playing for influence, because a woman who says the other thing out loud is not ambitious. She is insane, and insane is a diagnosis with a rope attached. In 4 years at the outside, I said, I will put you on that throne. This world may be about to produce an empress. I said it the way you would mention a change in the weather over dinner with a chicken foot in my other hand. You have a great spirit, she said at last. But can this world hold an empress? And then, sharper, and why would you imagine I have ever entertained such a thought? Because I told you that you could trust me, I said. In a few weeks I will be your husband and our fates will be soldered together, and there is no version of this where we are separable. Nobody else knows. This is a guess. All I want is to know whether it is right. She looked at me for a very long time, and neither of us blinked, and I have been told that this is what people mean when they talk about building trust, and I think what happens is that two people run out of ways to lie at each other. Then she looked away. I want that position, she said, and she said it with the authority of somebody who has already decided, years ago, alone, and has been waiting for a single other human being to say it to. What happened next is the reason I stopped being frightened of her and started being frightened for her. I began to explain what she was missing. She interrupted me and did it herself. Military power, intelligence, and local support, she said. You are telling me that the break with your family is theater, so the Lin household is available, which is military power. You are in the Lantern Bearers, which means you have kept private channels that you can hand to me, which is intelligence. She was speaking quickly now, and I sat there with my hands in my lap. And Chukcho is the third. You want to hold that province, not for the court. And you would not even need the Lin family for soldiers, because Chukcho is a frontier at the intersection of 3 empires, and by law, it is entitled to an army. And if you are competent, you can raise one there without a single person in this capital being able to object. She stopped. I put my cup down. Yes, I said. That is all of it. And your price? I want to be made a king. She waited. Your father would never do it. Your brothers would never do it. This entire court would go into the street first, because I am a consort, and consorts get houses and not fiefs. I looked at her. But if you take that seat, then ennobling your own husband is not a scandal. It is housekeeping, and our children would be the ones sitting there afterward, so nobody would even be able to argue that it threatens you. She thought about that for a long moment, and I watched her check it for a trapdoor and not find one, because there is not one. It is an honest deal. It is a deal in which I have not told her what I intend to do afterward. You have already laid the groundwork in the court, I said. If you go on buying senior officials, somebody will notice within a year. So I stopped, she said. I am not buying ministers. I am buying students, Imperial College and White Deer. Every one of them is a commoner, and none of them are worth watching, and in 12 years, they will be the entire administration. I sat back. That is the best long-range political decision I have ever seen anybody make, and she made it at 19, alone, in a cold house, with no allies. There is one more thing, I said, that you should know about why people do things. She waited. Everyone acts for goals and interests, almost everyone. But there are people who do things for no return, and there is exactly one reason for it, which is love. She looked at me as if I had produced a farm animal from my sleeve. When this world eventually gets strange enough that nothing feels real, I said, there will be 2 things left that are. The way and that. And that one can go, places the way cannot. There was a silence. Then, said Princess Bai Yue, with enormous difficulty in the voice of somebody using a foreign word for the first time, do you love me? I do, I said. And I have not arrived at the highest form of it, because I still want things for myself, and I am not going to lie to you and say otherwise. Which is the truth, and is why it worked. And the highest form is not about appearance or rank or age, I said. It is choosing a person and then handing the rest to time and letting time be the witness. She did not say anything at all after that, for a considerable period, and I let her not say it. She told Ziyue afterward, and Ziyue told me years later. I will help him, but something is not right. I could feel that he was sincere, and he was also frightening, and he knows me far too well. He knows me, and I do not know him. A person born to rule trusts nobody. That is not a flaw. That is the equipment. And then, apparently, she was quiet for a while, and then she said, he is going, so let him go. Our fates do seem to be tied, and what she was seeing while she said it, she admitted much later, was a bridge over a river on the last night of the year, and fireworks, and being held. 2 days later, the emperor asked her the same question with the exact opposite intent. She went into that hall and became somebody else at the door, sunny, uncomplicated, 21 and slightly silly. Somebody has suggested sending Chen Wu to Chuzhou. He is to be your husband. What do you think? I am a woman, father. Matters of the court are for you and the ministers. He is your husband. You may speak. If he goes, it will be 4 years at least. He is my husband, and if father needs him, then it is right that he serves the country. If father thinks him suitable, then it means he is of use to Great Wu, and I am glad. She said all of that with her eyes down and a bright empty smile, and Emperor Kang looked at his eldest daughter and was pleased with her. You are 21 this year? Yes, father. Chen Wu is 18. If he returns in 4 years, you will be 25. That is too old. He was briefly almost human. Hurry the wedding. Set it for the beginning of the 3rd month. Have the Board of Astronomy find a day. You are my eldest daughter. It should be a great one. She thanked him and bowed and left, and the smile came off her face the instant she turned around, because she had just been told the answer to a completely different question. It is the end of the 2nd month. A princess's wedding takes 3 months to prepare, and this one had been given 9 days. He was not marrying her to me. He was making certain that the man about to be handed a frontier province was, in law and in name, one of his own before he handed it over. The decree came down Central Avenue 8 days later with 120 armored imperial guards in front of it, which is not how a betrothal is announced. The capital thought it was a coup for about 90 seconds. Shops closed. A tea house went over. Then people saw the carriages behind the cavalry, and the palace maids, and the eunuchs, and the boxes. Something has happened. That is not a disaster. That is a wedding. That is what it looked like when Her Highness was married. That is the largest one since the Crown Prince. They followed it through Central Avenue and into Wuyi Lane, and by the time it turned the last corner, 4,000 people already knew where it was going. Master Hu Ming was hanging red cloth over my gate before the column arrived, because Master Hu Ming is the best administrator I have, and knows things 11 minutes early as a matter of policy. Every servant in my house is Lin family by birth. Every one of them was in new clothes by noon, and absolutely nobody had to be told to be pleased. Brother Li, said Li Li at my elbow, grinning like a split melon. Are you really marrying that princess? It is settled, the 7th day of the 3rd month. His Majesty chose it himself. Han Jian did the arithmetic in about 1 second and made a face. That is 9 days. 9 days. For an imperial wedding. Where the usual figure is 3 months, and the Ministry of Rites employs 11 full-time people to argue about the order of the procession. Chuzhou is a mess, I said. Somebody needs to go and clean it up. And Han Jian, who is 12, looked at me for a moment and then nodded slowly because he had just understood the entire thing and had not needed it explained. Eunuch Gao read the decree at my gate. The same man who had read the betrothal into the hall of the Zhendong Marquis Manor 11 months earlier, when I was a 17-year-old nobody standing at the back of my own family, and who was now reading it at a house with my own name on the gate. I gave him 3 jars of superior jade green and a box of jade immortal tea, and he was so pleased that he forgot to be dignified. Red envelopes went to every guard and maid and eunuch in that column. Wedding sweets went into the crowd by the basket, and in the middle of all of it, seeing Eunuch Gao out, I felt a pair of eyes on the back of my neck. Not hostile, not from the crowd either. It came off the mouth of a small alley across the lane, and it was patient, and it was measuring something. I looked. There were 4 ordinary people standing there, and none of them were it. Brother Li, where are you going? I will be back, I said, and went into the crowd. I did not take anybody with me. There was no point. If somebody in this capital could take me, then Li Li and 3 guards would only make it more expensive in a currency I was not willing to spend. 3 alleys along, a voice came down from an attic window. Were you looking for me? A woman in white, veiled from the crown of her head, sitting on a windowsill with her feet crossed. If your highness wished to see me, I said, you could have come to the house. There was no need to stand in a crowd. I heard you were getting married, said the celestial maiden, Hong Ye of the witch god hall. I came to see. Will you come up? I went up. She talked for a while, with complete openness, which unsettled me more than a threat would have. The witch god is asleep. The witch is not a god, it is a race, and they had powerful bodies and almost no divine sense, so their wise men built divination, which she described as being the same order of achievement as the human Bagua, and which nobody in Great Wu has ever heard said out loud. She carries the ancient witch inheritance, gradually reviving. The grand shaman, who is first rank, only learned the art. I followed the guidance of the witch god to this city, she said, and I found nothing. The divination said that something in the capital of Great Wu has changed, and that the change may be an object or a person, and that it will eventually affect the entire 9 provinces. It would not tell me which. She tilted her head under the veil. So before I leave, I came to see the young man who appeared out of nowhere a year ago. And, you are abnormal, said the celestial maiden Hongye. We use divination. We use the eye of the witch god. Neither of them can see you, and neither of them can predict you. That does not happen. And then, without warning, the attic changed. Ripples went out across the void in a pattern I recognized as rules and order, the same shape as the great doll, and her body went crystalline. And something enormous and holy turned its attention on me through her. It was not her looking. She was a window. I have never in my life felt anything like being looked at by that. It is not hostile. It goes through you and does not stop, and everything you have ever hidden is not hidden. So, I opened my eyes. Golden and dark, sun and moon, all four pupils, chaos key coming off them in a room the size of a henhouse. And then I put a chain of order out of my own eyes, shaped it into a hook, and drove it into the thing that was looking at me. Blood came out of a god's eye. The crystalline woman sitting 3 feet from me made a sound, and her whole body shook, and I did not stop. I went up the chain. What I saw at the other end was a world, red, primordial, enormous, full of beasts the size of hills, and standing behind a divine mountain, there was a giant, bare to the waist, taller than the mountain, who could have reached out and taken the sun off its hook. I watched him punch a world-ending animal to death and eat it, and then he noticed me. Across a distance I do not have a word for. A thing that was not a person looked at a boy in an attic, and I felt the pressure of it arrive like weather. And I put a second chain into his eye from 100 million li away and started reading. I got divination, the whole discipline, from the root, the way it was built and not the way it is taught. I got what a witch is. I got several of their divine abilities, and I had started on the giant's own origin when the chain snapped. It threw me back into my own body. In that one instant, my wizard realm went a 4th rank peak with the 3rd in sight. My understanding of that entire system multiplied by roughly 10, and I acquired divination outright. I was also bleeding out of the corners of my eyes and could not feel my hands. And then, because I am incapable of leaving anything alone, I looked at her. The veil is not cloth. It is a treasure, and it was fighting me, and I put everything I had left into it, and it opened for about 1/4 of a second. She has the most beautiful eyes I have ever seen. They have a galaxy in them. That is not a figure of speech. I am reporting what was there. Then Chaos Key slammed the veil shut, and I could not have seen through it with a battering ram. And every hair on my body stood up. She hit me with everything. I got a hand up because the double pupils warned me about half a heartbeat before things happen, and the entire attic ceased to exist, and I went backward across an alley and through the far wall and stopped 50 meters from where I had started with my mouth full of iron, 3rd rank, at full power, on an 18-year-old at 5th. I stood up. You were concealing yourself, she said, and for the first time, there was something in her voice. A man who has just entered the 3rd rank could not have taken that. You have a split lip. The lantern bearers and the Imperial Guard were already coming from both ends of the district at a run. Are you insane? I shouted, and I put my voice into a line so that it arrived in her ear and nowhere else. This is the capital. Do you want to do that again? Because I will personally guarantee that you do not leave this city. She looked at the soldiers coming and calculated and vanished. I found her 4 streets away in a quiet alley with her back to me. You spied on me first, I said. I paid you back with a cheap trick and you lost very little. There is no call for this. She turned round. It is not that, said the celestial maiden Hongye, with total seriousness. It is that you have seen my face. Everyone who sees my face either dies or... She stopped. My exact response, which I have never regretted and never stopped enjoying. Or marries you, I said. Absolutely not. I am getting married in 9 days, and your highness is a far too exalted a station to be anyone's minor consort. I am afraid this is beyond my means. There was a silence in that alley that I could have leaned on. You, said the celestial maiden Hongye of the witch god hall in a new voice, are a lecher. According to the divination, she went on, rallying, whoever sees my face will either die or form a karma with me. So, I will find an opportunity and kill you. What sort of karma requires killing? Is it the mark between your eyebrows? Everything went out of her at once. There is a scar between her brows. The grand shaman has told her it is innate. She carries that same inheritance, and witches are naturally hostile to the great Tao. And she has both things living in one body at the same time, which should not be survivable, and which is why a 1st rank made her a celestial maiden Hongye at 19. You saw it after all. I did. I do not know either, she said, and she sounded very young. The future is deep, and karma is deeper. I only know that the Grand Shaman's divination and my own agree that this face cannot be seen. Not now. And then, flatly, so I will find an opportunity. You are very petty, I said. I glanced. You looked at me first, and then you punched me through a wall. I have just untangled about 4 things for you, free of charge, and now you are planning to murder me over eyebrows. I laughed while I said it. Inside, I was doing arithmetic. I knew the emperor was about to ambush the foreign delegations on the road. I could have had her killed inside the walls that week and made it a great Feng matter, and it would have worked, and I have never had any principles about killing women that I did not also have about killing men. I decided against it, and the reason was scheduling. I was leaving for Chuzhou in 6 weeks, and I could not afford one more loose thread in this capital. Give me 4 years, I thought. 4 years, and I will be able to afford anything. Come and have tea, I said. There is nothing more you can do here, and I find you good company. I am not drinking tea with you. You are far too slippery. She hesitated. What is in your eyes? They hurt my divine eye, and I do not believe you only saw my face. They see through illusions, I said. Your own perception is unusually sharp, incidentally. Our file says the celestial maiden Hongye is not a fighter, and the file is wrong. You are not third rank. Your physical body is terrifying. You could walk through most of the third rank and not stop. She looked at me for a moment. Then she turned to go, took 2 steps, and stopped. Congratulations on your marriage, she said, and she was gone. I stood in an alley bleeding from the mouth, trying to work out what had just happened to me. Then I went back and paid for the attic. 3 people had minor injuries and 1 man was hurt badly. I covered every physician's bill and told my own officer to prepare gifts, and said I would call on all 4 of them personally, which I did 4 days later, before the wedding. They were completely innocent people standing in a street, and that had been a full-strength blow from a third rank. And the honest truth is that it is a small miracle none of them died. My man wrote the word sparring in the report and did not look up. There was a young swordsman waiting in my hall when I got back. Gao Shan, 28, 4th rank peak, 11th on the Heaven's Pride, and he had not competed at the exchange. I have come to place myself in your household. Why me? I said. Half the capital has offered you a position, and I know it, because I read the reports. He scratched his head. Because after a month in this city, I understood how small I am. What is a sword worth here? I refused 11 men and made 11 enemies, which is arithmetic I should have done sooner. He looked at me. Also, I like wine. I have had the jade wine from the heavenly abode twice. The truth is I cannot afford it. That is the actual reason. I have never held it against him. Show me the sword. 1 stroke, straight up, no display, and the light of it went into the sky and dissipated without breaking anything, which is the hardest thing in the discipline to do. You already have a Grandmaster's bearing, I said. You are moving on the 3rd rank, and in swordsmanship, you are at least the equal of that Qing swordsman Zhou Hao. His opinion of me went up about 40 places. Will you go to Chuzhou for me, ahead of the rest? I will. 2 jars of superior jade green for the gentleman, I said, and watched a 4th rank peak swordsman light up like a child. The instant he was out of the door, I turned to Master Hu Ming. Everything he has done in the last 5 years, every school, every town, every name he has met in this city. My lord suspects him? No, but he is not you. I put my hand on his shoulder. I would appoint you to anything without asking a question. He came here on his own 2 feet with a smile, and men who arrive on their own are the ones you check. Master Hu Ming looked at the floor for a moment and then nodded, and I have never once seen him look pleased about anything before or since. The delegations left on the 4th evening, Great Qing by the west gate and Great Feng by the north. I changed into black and went out to watch because I wanted to see what an ambush of that size looks like when a state does it. Great Feng went out with 1,000 elite armored men on a night march. Jia Ming was in the middle of it in full red plate on a demon-bred warhorse, carrying a new halberd he had spent a fortune on that week because his last one broke, with a precious bow across his back. He had been dressed for a battlefield since noon. They are here, he said, in the middle of a road, and shot an arrow into the dark at nothing. 7 or 8 lie away, a light came up and cut it out of the air. 3 third-rank experts came out of 3 directions at once. One of them wore a mask, and Xia Ming recognized his walk from the arena, which is a horrible thing to be able to do. How generous, he said. 3 at the 3rd rank. I am flattered. They hit him together, and he took it, and he did not die. The horse was crushed to death under him, and he went 20 meters backward and put a crater in the road and got up, with his arms shaking and his eyes gone very cold. Then 2,000 men in black came out of both sides of the road, exactly twice the number of the escort. In the middle of the column, Xiaofeng put her hand flat on the roof of a carriage and read the sky with her righteous key, which in her is not white but a strange deep blue. There is a way out of this, she said. The Emperor of Great Wu has not committed himself completely. The delegation will get home. Some of us will not. And Leon, the chess player, went to Prince Long's carriage and said, Your Highness, give me the army. He got it. I watched a 23-year-old Confucian scholar with no military training whatsoever take 1,000 men and hold 2,000 elite troops for 4 hours with a doctrine that was not military, and every officer on our side afterward described it the same way. It was not tactics. It was chess. He was playing a board. He was moving 11 pieces and looking 20 moves out and treating the men as material. He said later that at the moment he took command, he lost all sensation in his body. For the sake of a machine, he wrote afterward, I used a battlefield as a board and men as stones. And then a marquis went in, and it stopped being a game. Marquis Lin Feng, Wu Xun Group, second generation, publicly believed to be at the 4th rank peak, 3rd rank, and one of Emperor Kang's concealed cards. Once he personally entered the line, Leon's shape broke in about 6 minutes, and the prodigies of Great Feng started dying. Most of those young men had come to this capital voluntarily, thousands of Liai, because their country had just lost a war, and they wanted the world to see that Great Feng was still producing people. Kill them! Wu country is inhuman. We came for an exchange, and they ambush us on the road. We came from far away for our country. We are born people of Great Feng, and we will die ghosts of Great Feng. No fear of life or death! I was up a tree on a hillside 400 meters away in the dark. Great Feng's spirit is intact, I thought. Their history is longer than ours. Their royal house descends directly from the previous dynasty, and they have the imperial seal of the empire that last unified this world, sitting in a box in Feng City. And by any honest reading of legitimacy, this world belongs to them, and not to us. And they have been declining for 200 years, and boys were dying in a road for them at 3 in the morning. That is a thing you cannot buy and cannot fake and cannot take off a country by winning battles. Then a 2nd rank arrived. I did not sense it. Nobody sensed it. It had been standing somewhere near that road for the entire engagement, and it came for Zhao Ming's back while he was holding off 2 third ranks in front. And there is not a thing a man in that position can do. Zhi Ming felt it and could not turn, and he was, by his own account afterward, furious rather than frightened. My life has not even started, not here. And then a sword light came out of the dark and blocked it. 2 men walked out of the trees, one masked, holding a sword, and one over 50 with a heavy blade and a face like the side of a hill. Shu Heng, said the masked man, the lord of Sword City. To think there was a swordsman of that quality hiding in the palace of Great Wu, said Shu Heng, top 10 in the world, 2nd tier below the 5 first ranks of this age. And Prince Long had been quietly writing to him for a month, because his niece is thorough, and because if he had not one Great Feng prodigy would have left that road. While that was happening, 4 li west, a boy with a heavy blade was being run down. Wen Heis, badly hurt, tiger's mouth split, still moving, with a 3rd rank named Zhang Wei closing on him at leisure. And a girl walked out of the trees. Is this what assassination looks like? She was in white. Nobody in that wood could see her properly. And she looked at a dying swordsman with genuine cheerfulness and said, Your blade work is quite good. Why do you not come with me? This is my prey, said Zhang Wei. Get out of the way. I want your prey for company. Traveling alone is boring. It is dangerous here, said Wen Hai, who had not spoken all night and whose voice had gone. You have to leave. It is fine. I am very strong. Zhang Wei drew a long sword he had apparently never used before and put it through her fist. It did not go in. It struck her bare hand and threw sparks. And then the blade screamed and shook in his grip, and a 3rd rank expert went backward across a clearing with his mouth open and nothing coming out. Would you like another? Said Qiu Yan. He did not. He stood absolutely still and let both of them walk into the trees, and afterward he said the only sensible thing available. She is 15 or 16. Xiao Ming entered the 3rd rank at 26, and he is a legend. What is wrong with this world? I went onto the battlefield for one person, and I am not going to pretend it was a rescue. Xiaofeng was being sent out by her junior brother, who has loved her since they were children and has never said so, and Marquis Lin Feng had already decided that the master's disciples were the only prizes on that road worth the diplomatic cost. He tore a spear out of a soldier's hands and threw it at her back from 60 meters. I got a talisman in front of it. The impact took me off my feet and very nearly took my arm off with them. Thank you, she said, turning round. And she is beautiful, and it was a bad moment to notice it. You are welcome, I said, and hit her in the back of the head and picked her up and left. Marquis Lin Feng came after me and got one punch in. Wizard talismans, then warlock force, then plain physical body, in about 2 seconds, and our fists met and I went backward across the field and he took 3 steps back and stood looking at his own hand. No 3rd rank fluctuation in that man, he was thinking, and it used 2 systems and then hit me with its bare hand. Then he decided to let me go, because Xiaofeng was a diplomatic problem he could neither kill nor release, and a mysterious man in black taking her off his hands was the single most convenient thing that had happened to him all night. Li An saw it and screamed and could do nothing, and I have thought about that once or twice. She woke up in a cave. You are a woman who can read fate, I said, with my entire face wrapped. Why not stay? She tried to read mine. There is a specific thing I have to describe here, because it is the only time anybody has ever told me what I look like from that side. She found nothing. Not a bad future, not a hidden one, a blank. She said out loud, in genuine distress, that a person who exists cannot leave no trace, that a destiny is fixed at the moment of birth, and that she was looking at a hole. Then I performed the ritual. It is an ancient thing the witch clans used for binding war servants, and I had it because I had taken it out of a celestial maiden Hongye's own origin through a chain of order 11 days earlier, and I ran it through the double pupils. The mark went into her, rooted, surfaced between her brows like a birthmark, and disappeared. She spent some minutes trying to find it with her own righteous key and could not. What have you done? From now on you are mine. I explained the terms because I am not a monster, and because terms work better when they are true. She gets a portion of my comprehension, a portion of my physical strength. I can teach her techniques directly through the mark, and the requirement is that she does as she is told, because that mark can decide whether she lives, and short of that, it can make her wish it had not. Your master is a very great man, I said. He cannot remove this. She stood against the wall of a cave and looked at a masked stranger. Do not attempt anything, and do not tell anybody about tonight, and I will let you walk out of here, I said. Or tell your master, and let him try. And when he fails, I will activate the mark, and you will stop being a woman with a future and become a servant with one. Then I threw her 2 talismans. Those will keep you alive on the road. Go back to Feng country. What do you want me to do? I got to the mouth of the cave. You will find out, I said. We can speak heart to heart now. I am inside yours. And I went out into the dark. She stood there for a long time afterward, and what she wrote in her own journal, which I read 4 years later, under circumstances I am not going to describe, was that she believed she had fallen into hell, and that the most frightening part was that she still did not know the name of the demon. The reports came in the next morning while I was eating. Jia Ming critically wounded, Prince Long critically wounded, Xia Feng missing, believed taken by an unidentified expert of at least 3rd rank combat power, and on our side, Marquis Lin Feng is dead, killed by the Lord of Sword City after he pulled his blow, and the mysterious 2nd rank out of the palace was wounded by Xu Heng. I nodded through all of it. The emperor had just lost one of his concealed 3rd rank cards and had his best-kept secret injured in public, and Great Feng had lost a generation of prodigies, and Great Qing had lost Zhou Hao, and did not know where Wen Hai was. The palace went into total lockdown for 2 days, and I found out why on the 3rd, and it was better than anything I could have arranged. The old eunuch who guards that palace is at the end of his life. 1 year, they think, vitality exhausted, kept upright on medicine that costs a county's tax revenue. The Lord of Saber City said it out loud, 2,000 li away, when the news reached him. That old eunuch has not got long. 60 years that man has been famous. They used to call him the first man below the 1st rank. He was expected to make it. He is old, and his vitality has declined, and he came out anyway, said the Lord of Saber City, and there was no mockery in it. At his peak I would have been careful. As he is, it was not enough. Fate is unkind. In the end, that old senior was one of the ones who stands at the door and sees everybody else off. Xu Ming's title came through 9 days later. Posthumous, hereditary, with the son inheriting it, and both children promoted to commander of 1,000 on my own signature, and a pension paid out of my household to every one of the 798 families that could be found. I had said I would, and I did, and it cost me almost nothing. A loss for everybody, I said when Matian had finished reading. I put down my bowl. Excellent. On the night before my wedding, I left my own house and went across the city to see somebody else. She had not dressed up. She was standing at the window with her hands behind her back, and she turned round, and the room was quiet for a while, because neither of us had anything left to perform with. You need something from me, I said eventually. I am leaving, said Mei Yun. I am going home. To Great Qing. Yes. She sat down and poured tea for me, and her scent came across the table. When? When the gates open in the morning. She turned her cup around. It was supposed to be this afternoon. I wanted to see you once more. I did not say anything. You knew I was going, she said. Did you know? I knew the 4th Prince of Great Qing had been in contact with you, and there have been personnel changes at your bureau station here this week. I did not know the day. So you were not going to come. I thought perhaps I should stop disturbing you, and she said the sentence that I have carried since. But you have already disturbed me. You came into my world, and into my bed, and into my heart, and now you say you would rather not disturb me. Do you think that is appropriate? She had held on for the whole conversation, and she stopped holding on there, and she did not make any noise about it, which was worse. I got up and put my arms round her. Do not go back, I said. Change your name. I will find you somewhere and arrange all of it, and nobody will be able to find you. She cried against my collar for a long time, and then shook her head. If I go with you now, what am I? She said. A concubine, a maid. Even if I want you, and I do want you, it should be in daylight with my name on it, not this. She wiped her face with the back of her hand like a child. And I cannot, because of who I am. My roots are in Qing. I want to go home. Because you are a princess. She looked up. Yes, she said. I was born into the imperial house of Great Qing. The current emperor is my father's half-brother. My father was the eighth son. I already knew the rest because it is in a file in a building I run. 16 years ago, the throne was meant to go to the eighth prince. The current emperor brought soldiers into the palace and took it, and the eighth prince has been under house arrest ever since, and there has been no news of him for 10 years, and half of Great Qing believes he is dead. He is not dead, she said. It is not different from being dead. He did not spare my father out of kindness. He did not want to be the emperor in the histories who killed his own brother. Her hands closed. He was afraid my father would kill himself and end the problem. So, he put me in the imperial city bureau. She said it without any particular emphasis. That is why a princess of Great Qing has been living under a false name in the capital of an enemy empire since she was 17. I am the reason my father is still breathing, and my father is the reason I do as I am told. I did not say anything, because there is nothing. He has the court now, and he is not frightened of my father anymore. And so, he has decided that he wants his family around him, or it is politics, or he has become sentimental, and he has sent for me. She looked at the table. And I have to go, or my father's situation gets worse. She kissed me, and it went no further than that, and it was her decision and not mine. I kissed you because I could not, she said afterward, with her forehead against my shoulder, laughing and crying at once. And that is all. I love you, and we cannot go on with this. I know. You are getting married tomorrow. If I gave myself to you tonight, it would be a thing I did to her, not a thing I did for you. My title is Princess Xuan, she said, at the very end, standing at the door of her own room. My name is Mei Yun, not Qingya, not Mei Yun. Mei Yun. Nobody had said it out loud in 11 years. I gave her the last thing I had. That is a cleansing pill. Power is the foundation of everything, and when you cannot control power, get stronger, faster. I put it in her hand. Be patient. One day the dawn will come into the capital of Great Qing. And it will not be long before I have people in that city. Somebody will make contact and they will help you. I got as far as the window. If it becomes unbearable, leave and come to me. You are not alone. You still have me. I did not promise to come and get her. Everybody assumes I did. I promised her time, which is the only thing I have ever been able to promise anybody honestly. She looked at the pill on the table for a long while after I had gone, and she went out through the gate at first light, and then she did not leave. She stayed one more day and stood in a crowd on Central Avenue and watched me carry another woman past her. They set tables the whole length of Dadao Lane, because I was feeding the district. Red cloth on every frontage, flowers, firecrackers going off since before dawn, and children being sick from sugar by 9 in the morning. Here is the detail that told the capital everything, and it is not the money. By 600 years of law and custom, a princess is married at her own residence, and the consort moves in with her. That is the entire architecture of the arrangement. That is how you keep a consort in a golden collar. Bai Yue gave it up, voluntarily. She married out, into my house, as an ordinary woman does. The street could talk about nothing else. Should it not be at the princess's residence? It has always been at the princess's residence. Lord Chen is properly marrying a princess, not being married by one. And His Majesty said nothing, the cabinet said nothing, nobody objected. I am, by any measure anybody in that street could apply, the highest ranking consort in 600 years. I rode a white horse at the head of the procession with Li Li and Han Jian flanking me, and Yang Lei and Fan Lei riding as guards. Those two exchanged a look on Central Avenue that nobody else understood. 9 months ago, the three of them came out of the same prison. Fan Lei for a memorial, Yang Lei for being a thug, and Cheng Bo for having money. Only 2 of them were on that street. The third one was in an enemy country building me an intelligence service disguised as a shipping company. If old Tang were here, Fan Lei thought, he would be unbearable about it. I carried her the entire way, from her own door to the carriage, and from the carriage into my house, because in this capital, a bride's feet may not touch the ground, and the husband does the carrying. We had done it once before, awkwardly at the palace, for a formality. This time neither of us was awkward and both of us noticed that. A sorcerer somewhere made real flower petals fall the length of the road, and Bai Yue, in red, in my arms, in the middle of it, was thinking about the last night of the year, and a bridge and a mask. She told me afterward what she decided while the petals were coming down, and it is the least romantic and most reassuring thing anybody has ever said to me. Whatever changes, whatever either of us becomes, however this ends. We were married and we walked down this road together, and that is a fact. And no future has the authority to edit it. In the crowd on the north side, Fang Ru watched us go past and looked away and did not look back. And on the south side, a woman who had planned to be 4 hours down the west road by then stood among strangers and could not stop crying, and eventually turned and walked out of the capital of Great Wu and only looked back when it had got small. Shen Huai came in person. The Prime Minister of Great Wu at a consort's wedding with his son and his daughter behind him. The hall reorganized itself around that arrival for about 3 minutes. Yu Feng came in with her face completely blank. We looked at each other once across a courtyard, and she looked away and went in without a word, and I did not see her again that day. The Crown Prince came with Huang Jin behind him. The third prince came with Zhao Xuan behind him. And the only elder of the Lin family present at my wedding was my third uncle Chen Qiang, who was Li Li's father, and who was there in his official capacity as Vice Minister of Rites because the Ministry of Rites was running the ceremony. He came over anyway. "Wu Er," he said. "Congratulations." Perfectly correct, perfectly calm, and in his eyes, for about a second and a half, something that had been waiting 11 months to be allowed out. The guests noticed the absence. They noticed it loudly. Is the Marquis of Andong not coming to his own son's wedding? The Marquis of Anwu has not come either, only Chen Qiang, and he is here because of the ministry. His own parents, not one of them. That is not a quarrel anymore. In an empire that hangs its entire moral system on filial piety, that fact went through the capital that afternoon like a dropped pot. At the Zhendong Marquis Manor, my father was sitting in a small pavilion, looking at the horizon in the direction of my house. He had a wine jar on a stone table. He poured a cup, raised it toward the skyline, and drank it alone. "I may have been wrong," he said to nobody. "I do not regret it." My mother came out and stood at the edge of the pavilion with her eyes already red. "Husband, are we really not going?" He did not turn round. "What for? To be laughed at by this city?" She did not answer. "And where would we sit? In the host's seats or the guests'?" She did not answer that either. "And if we went," he said, "would he bring the princess over and bow to us? That is the whole thing. If I had not bowed in front of the entire capital, the scholars would have finished me by the end of the month. And if I had bowed properly, publicly, then 11 months of a very expensive performance would have evaporated in 4 seconds. "So why go?" said my father. "Some things cannot be repaired." "But it was a pretense," said my mother. "All of it was a pretense. He is still our child." And my father said the sentence that I think about more than anything else he has ever said to me or about me. "Does it matter that it was a pretense? It is false, and it may also be true. Some things become real because you said them." She went away and cried somewhere else, and he sat there alone until my uncle walked in with a second cup. "I will drink with you." Qin sat down and poured and clinked his cup against his brother's, and the two of them sat in that courtyard for 2 hours. At some point, my uncle started telling stories about me as a small child. The time I fell in the lotus pond. The winter I would not stop asking why. The fact that at 4 I could not be made to eat anything green and had to be tricked. He is the man who raised me. My father is the man who did not. And that afternoon, my father sat and listened to somebody else's memories of his own son and drank and did not say one word. "Time moves," my uncle said at some point. "The boy who used to cry in my courtyard is a grown man, and he has got married today." Shen Huai took me into an empty side room in the middle of my own wedding. "It is not too late to refuse Chuzhou. I will speak to His Majesty myself. If you want a posting outside the capital to season yourself, I will find you a rich province and you will be back here in 3 years covered in credit. I have to go to Chuzhou. Are you out of your mind?" And he was angry, which I had never seen. "You have everything. Why would you throw it at that province? Even if you govern it perfectly, what do you get? Success is a decoration. Failure is the end of you. Why?" He was the only voice in the entire court arguing against it. The only one. Everybody who liked me was pushing me toward that province, and the one man who was trying to keep me out of it was the Prime Minister, who has no reason to care. "Minister Shen, I have my own reasons. What is so precious about Chuzhou? Do you imagine you could raise a rebellion there because it is a province?" I laughed at him, easily, straight away. Great Wu has 19 provinces. With Chuzhou it will have 20. Half of them are richer and more populous than Chuzhou. And in the 9 provinces as a whole, it is nothing. What sort of rebellion do you raise with one mountain province? He looked at me for a long moment, and then sighed and put his hand on my shoulder like an uncle. "It is good that you know that. You are young and successful, and the world has been telling you things. Keep your head clear, because there is one road that does not come back, and once you are on it, there is no getting off." I nodded seriously, and my eyes were flat. "And there are some lies you have to tell. There is a thing about my wedding night that I have never explained to anybody, and that I am going to put down once. Bai Yue practices a cultivation technique that is not from this age. It is old. Older than the dynasty, and possibly older than the world as it currently exists. And it requires that she remain untouched, and if she breaks that, the technique does not merely stall. It takes back everything it has given. She had told me, weeks earlier, I had said that I understood, which was true, and that it did not matter, which was mostly true. So, on the 7th day of the 3rd month, after the ceremony, after the entire capital had eaten at my expense, after the guests had tactfully removed themselves, I went into the inner courtyard. Zi Yue was standing in the room in a purple-red dress, and I understood in about half a second what she had been sent to do. No, I said. She started to explain, and I stopped her. I know why you are here, and I know whose idea it was, and I know that you were not ordered. She looked at the floor. Are you willing? I said. Not for her. If this is for Bai Yue, then you may go, and there will never be a word about it, from me or from anybody in this house. She lifted her head. The princess asked me, said Zi Yue, and I came because I wanted to. I poured her a cup out of a jar I had set aside a fortnight earlier, superior jade green, undiluted, the good one. I had put it in that room for my wife. Then you will have this instead, I said, and you will swear something to me, and then you will go to bed and sleep, and tomorrow morning we will both pretend that the entire capital is correct about tonight. She drank it, and she cried a bit, and she swore it, and it was not the oath a woman gives a husband. It was the other kind, and she has kept it for years, in 3 provinces, through 2 things that would have broken anybody else. And then I sat in a red room by myself, with a jar of the best wine in the 9 provinces, and drank it alone. On the roof, my wife sat in her wedding dress and looked at the moon. 3rd rank hearing. She could hear everything in that courtyard, including the parts where nothing happened, and I have never asked her what she made of it. Mei Su came up the tiles with both arms full of food. Princess, eat something. You have not eaten all day, and the food in this house is very good. We are going to be fine here. Bai Yue shook her head. Mei Su sat down next to her, and the 2 of them looked at the moon. You are unhappy, said Mei Su, because of the prince consort. Bai Yue started to shake her head. You all treat me like a child, said Mei Su. I am not clever like you and Sister Zi Yue. I am not stupid either. It is your wedding night, and you are sitting on a roof by yourself, and that must feel terrible. The princess did not say anything. Princess, you have fallen in love with him. Properly. Not the arrangement. Him. And Bai Yue, who had been carefully not thinking that for 4 months, had it said out loud on a roof, by a girl eating a chicken leg. You used to be so calm, nothing could move you. Since he came, you smile more. They say, that is how it goes. Silence. If you did not love him, you would not be sitting up here in the cold. You would not be thinking about his feelings. You would not have sent Sister Zi Yue. Mei Su licked her fingers. That is all it is. That is what it looks like from outside. After a long time, Princess Bai Yue laughed. When did you learn all this? It is in the storybooks. Give me some of that, said the 2nd daughter of the Emperor of Great Wu, on a roof, in a wedding dress, at midnight. And Mei Su, who does not share food with any living creature except 2 people, handed over half of everything she had. The edict came the following afternoon, and it was the shortest document in this entire story. It praised my character for 4 lines, and my service for 11. And then it said that the prince consort was appointed governor of Chu Prefecture, with full civil and military authority. Eunuch. He read it out, and then congratulated me on being the youngest governor in the 800-year history of Great Wu. And he was crying slightly, because he has been standing in corridors for 30 years, and I once gave him a piece of silver, 3rd rank, military and political power over an entire province. There are perhaps 11 men in the empire who outrank that. Behind me, Cheng Wei and Fan Lei and Yang Lei and Li Li and Han Jian and Master Hu Ming did not move a muscle and did not look at each other, and I have never been prouder of anybody. Because the game that started in a frozen courtyard with a 2-line letter had just been won, and there were 7 people in the world who knew it, and every one of them kept their face straight in front of a eunuch. Bai Yue was standing at the back of the hall. Congratulations, she said afterward. I have you to thank. She nodded and did not say anything else, and then, after a long pause, you leave in 7 days. And she turned round and walked out, and something between us that had been getting closer for 4 months went a long way away, all at once, and stayed there. We were married, and I have never been further from that woman than I was in the fortnight after I married her. In the same week, on the northern frontier, my cousin was rewarded. Chen Bing got a marquis title, which made 4 in one family, and simultaneously an order to return to the capital and take up the post of General Yunwu, 3rd rank, prestigious, utterly powerless. Everybody understood it, and nobody said it out loud. He was not surprised. He had known it was coming since the day he pulled out of Fing's city, and the throne moved him alone and left his officers in place, which is the gentle version, and is exactly what was done to my father after the Eastern Waste. He tried to poach Lin Jing on the way out. Come to the capital with me. Stay at my side. Huang Wei has already written, said Lin Jing, bowing. I am to go to Chuzhou and wait for him there. Chen Bing looked at a 23-year-old hermit who had held a city of 800,000 against Guo Cheng and considered having him kidnapped, and did not, because you cannot do that to a man of your own clan. It seems I am not fated to have the Shilin of the Lin family, he said. You are still one of us. You will shine wherever you go. And he rode south to a title, and a good house, and nothing at all to do. I spent those 7 days collecting people, and I was very efficient about it, and I am aware that this is the least attractive paragraph in this account. Han Jian went home to Lantian and came back with his brother. Li Bing is 1 year old. He walks steadily, he speaks clearly. He was carried into a strange house full of armed men and did not cry once. And when I bribed him with a sweet and told him to call me uncle, he did, and then held out his hand for another one. His parents said yes because their older son took them into a back room and told them things I had given him permission to tell. Master Hu Ming brought me the 3 examination candidates who had passed. Xiao Xuan, Wu Feng, Hong Lin, all of them ground down to nothing in 6 months of watching senior men ignore problems they had already solved. They came, and they knew they had no choice, and they came anyway with their faces shining. Zhang Wei came because he is 18 and the son of the Marquis of Hanyang and had been waiting all his life for something to happen. His father told him he could go and help me and that he was not to tie his fate to mine, and Zhang Wei said yes, father, and had already decided otherwise. Zhao Liang came, whose father is Minister of Justice, and who spent 4 months trying to avoid me and could not manage it, and who eventually gave up and asked himself what will happen, and answered, out loud, let heaven decide. And 3 children ran away from the Zhendong Marquis Manor to join me, with a cover story so bad that even Li Li almost saw through it. Sun Gang, 15. Zhou Yan, 14. And Chen Mei, who is 12 and who is my uncle's own legitimate daughter, and who I used to carry around that manor when she was small. All 3 at 8th rank. All 3 sent, obviously deliberately, by the head of my household, with instructions to say that they had run away. Han Jian worked it out inside a minute and did not say so, which is why he is what he is. 2 days before we left, Bai Yue and I went to the palace, because custom says that a princess and her consort visit her mother. Consort Lan is Bai Yue's mother, and she is beautiful in the way her daughter will be at 50, and she put food on my plate for 2 hours without stopping. She has no son. Her family is nobody. She has spent 20 years in a palace being politely overlooked, and in the last 4 days, every other palace in that complex had suddenly become very warm to her and sent gifts. She noticed I kept taking the phoenix claws. I thought they were a specialty of the princess's residence, I said. I had no idea they came from here. She sent for another dish immediately and was pleased for the rest of the evening, and Bai Yue watched all of it in silence with an expression I could not read. Afterward, Bai Yue took me to a small side courtyard. She stood in the gateway and did not go in. This is where I lived. It is not large. It has a wall on 3 sides and a little garden and 1 tree. My father spent my childhood pursuing the way and had no interest in the harem. My mother's position was poor. It took years to get Yuehu a palace, and it is a long way from where he lives. She was looking at the tree. We had each other and nothing else, and when I was old enough to be useful, I asked to be moved out for my own ambition and left her in it. The swing is still there. Mei Su went past both of us at a dead run. There is a swing in that garden, and it is small, and it has flowers grown up around the ropes. Princess, push me. And the second daughter of the Emperor of Great Wu walked over and pushed a swing exactly the way she had when she was 9. When we were small, we did not have any toys, Mei Su said, going up, so the 3 of us took turns on this. And then Princess and Sister Zi Yue said they did not like it anymore and gave me their turns. She came back down. I knew they liked it. They wanted me to have longer. Then she jumped off and made Bai Yue sit. Bai Yue shook her head automatically and was already being pushed. She glanced at me once, sideways, to see whether I was going to make it worse. I was smiling, and I did not say a word. And she sat on a swing in a sea of flowers in the courtyard she grew up in, with her hair coming loose, going higher, and something came off her face that I had never seen come off it. She laughed, genuinely out loud, at nothing. Every flower in that garden lost. That night we were in her old room, which has 1 bed in it, and nothing happened in it. And it was the most important night of that year. We talked in the dark for about 4 hours. She asked whether I resented the wedding night, and I said that I understood the technique and did not resent it, and that I did resent not having been told beforehand, and that Zi Yue is a person and not a solution. She said that she had been trying to be fair and had done it badly. She said she would need a child eventually, and that she had been arranging one, and I told her that Zi Yue was not going to be pregnant, and why. And she was silent for a long time, and then said, in a very small voice, that she had not thought about it from that side. And then, we talked about nothing until it got light. The last 2 callers arrived at my gate on the morning we left, and neither of them was invited. Wang Tao, 3rd rank as of 11 days earlier, with the old Heavenly Master's blessing to travel, and a completely transparent excuse about wanting to see the local customs of Chu. Venerable Guangyi of the Tianlong Temple, 3rd rank as of a month earlier, hands together, radiating Buddha light in my front yard at 8 in the morning. I am told the people of Chuzhou are unruly, he said serenely. It will be a good opportunity to test the edge of my Vajra. My eyelid twitched. Yuan Ru was standing behind them. You have just been married, she said, in that clear, cold voice, absolutely deadpan. And the princess is not going with you. It is a long road. I will look after you. I have never heard a sentence require so much correction. And Yuan Ping shoved to the front, put his hand up, and announced at a volume audible from the street, I am going to Chuzhou with Lord Afaya to plan something important. I am going to Chuzhou, I said, expressionless, to about 40 onlookers, to conduct research. Please be more careful about how you phrase things. Then I put him inside before he could say anything else treasonous in a public thoroughfare. We left at 2 in the afternoon at the auspicious hour by the North Gate. 311 people, Cheng Wei, Fan Lei, Yang Lei, Li Li, and Han Jian, Master Hu Ming, and Chen Zhong, and Zheng Yong, Xiao Xuan, and Wu Feng, and Hong Lin, Zhang Wei, Zhao Liang, Sun Gong, Zhou Yan, Chen Mei, Zhao Bing, and 10 children. I had given names to out of one line of a poem, a baby asleep in a cart. Wang Tao, Venerable Guangyi, Yuan Ru, and Yuan Ping, who came uninvited and who I would not have swapped for a province. Ma Tian, who resigned from the lantern bearers to come, a thing that had never been done, and he described to his own colleagues as taking a bet. And Qin Song, who betrayed his teacher and his faction and has nowhere else to be. On the city wall, 3 women stood together and watched us go. Bai Yue did not move. Zi Yue could not stop looking. Mei Su waved with both arms until somebody made her stop. On the other side of the same wall, further along, a woman who looks like the moon goddess reborn stood by herself and cried without making any noise, and I did not know it for 2 years. Outside the gate, there was an army waiting, 3,000 men formed up, and a general who got off his horse and knelt in the road. This humble officer, Ma Qiao, greets the governor of Chuzhou. I got out of the carriage and stood on the step of it. I have described a great many things in this account. I am not going to describe how it felt, because I have tried 4 times, and none of them worked. 14 months ago, I stood in a frozen courtyard in a shirt with holes in it, holding 2 lines of my mother's handwriting, and the 2 lines said that I had been given away as a shield so that my younger brother would not have to be. I was the cripple. I was the footnote with no name in it. I was a compensation that the histories mention in one clause on their way to somebody else's coronation. I was 18 years old, and I had 300 people and 3,000 soldiers and a province. Get up, I said. The column began to move. I turned around on the step of the carriage and looked back at the capital of Great Wu, at the walls and the gate towers and the smoke going up off 400,000 chimneys, and at all of it, the palace where an old man was pleased with himself, the manor where my father was sitting in a pavilion, the residence where a woman I had married 4 days ago was standing on a wall and not waving, the alley where a celestial maiden Hongye had promised to kill me, the pond where I had once caught a golden fish. I did not say it out loud. There was nobody to say it to. I will be back, I thought, and when I come back, I will dare to challenge the sun and the moon. Then I sat down inside the carriage and pulled the curtain and said the only thing anybody heard. The army moves, target Chu Prefecture. Years later, people in that capital still talked about that afternoon, and every one of them said the same thing, which is that there had been nothing special about it. It was an ordinary afternoon in the 3rd month. The shops were open. It was slightly too warm for the season. Nobody in that street understood that they were watching the most expensive collection of human beings ever assembled in the 9 provinces walk out of the North Gate at once, on foot, past a fruit seller. They worked it out eventually.